Morning, everybody. Welcome to the Media Lab. I'm the director here. My name is Joey Ito, and super excited as somebody whose only formal accreditation is scuba instructor trainer. This is this was actually becoming an explorer was the thing I was trying to do before I got recruited to the Media Lab. So I feel like I'm coming full circle. And actually, a year after I joined, I met Jane Wolfson from the New England Aquarium, and I'd sort of been talking to her about ways to collaborate, hoping that a collaboration with the aquarium would allow me to continue to work on my passion for the oceans. And then later in 2014, I think it was, I met Katie Kraufel and recruited her to be a director's fellow, and she started bringing ocean stuff to the Media Lab. And she was, I think, the chief scientist of Nautilus Project then, and that was, most of you probably know, but it was this wonderful project where there was a boat that would go, and there was an ROV, and a lot of students could build things and deploy them on the vessel. And so she ran a series of projects where our students and faculty really got engaged and started understanding oceans exploration through actually doing things. But you know, it's been a while, and it's taken a while, and we've been in conversations with National Geographic with the help of Katie for many years, trying to get this going. And so this is sort of the inaugural event. And I see Deva here as well. You know, I think there's the general idea of exploration. So we have a space initiative that we're working with Deva and others on at MIT, which is just broadly, I think exploration is a tremendously important thing for academia to be involved in, for humanity to be involved in. And so there's sort of an interesting sister relationship between the oceans and space. And I know we talk often, when we talk about climate, we talk about the atmosphere, but obviously oceans are really essential part, and I think just focusing on atmosphere isn't enough. And there's also, I think for me, there's a really key relationship with what we're working on at the Media Lab. We're very excited about things like the idea of protecting climate through the protection of indigenous people, and there are some really great efforts in Cook Islands and other places where you see the indigenous Maoris working on conservation efforts and sort of understanding it at a deep level is one of the projects that we're working on. There's obviously the engineering of exploration and understanding the oceans, and most important, I think, getting passionate about the oceans. At the Media Lab, we have a group called Lifelong Kindergarten, and they have a thing called they call the 4 Ps of creative learning. So their view is that, and this has a long lineage that starts with Piaget and goes to Seymour Papert, and it's this whole idea of learning through doing, which is a key piece of the Media Lab. And so the Media Lab, for those that haven't been here before, we're an academic program, but we're peculiar at MIT because we're also a lab. So we're the only lab that has our own academic program. And the part of the reason we have that is that we think that we learn best through doing projects. So we say through construction rather than instruction. And when we talk about sort of creative learning, we call them the 4 Ps. It's projects, peers, passion, play. So there's about 10 years of pedagogy that shows that learning in textbooks isn't as effective as learning through doing projects. And I remember when I teach, my favorite thing is teaching scuba to junior high school kids, because when the teacher drops the kids off, they will say, watch out for those two. They're troublemakers, or they're not good students. And they're always the ones that are the best scuba students, because they get excited, they learn the science, they want to figure out Boyle's Law, because I can tell them, you're going to need to learn all this stuff because you're going to be out in the ocean pretty soon, and these things will be useful for you. And the kids who are sort of interest-driven and passion-driven, I think, really are attracted to these 4 Ps. So projects, peers, which is learning together, and learning with each other, which is another, I think, key element of exploration and the kinds of things that we do. And passion is tremendously important. We don't measure passion in education, but passion actually is the reason why most of us are here, and the reason people get so involved in something that they are able to contribute to the field. And play is the last P, which is the idea that it has to be playful, it has to be fun to get the creative juices going. There's a lot of research that shows that pressure and financial returns can get people to do incremental and linear work. But it's very difficult to get people to be extremely creative unless you have a sense of play. And so I'm looking at the program and seeing everybody here. I think that this conference will be full of the 4 Ps, passion, peers projects in play, and I hope that we can move the field forward by getting everyone excited about it and advancing science. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Alex Moen. I'll start by saying, here be dragons. I love that name. I did notice on the MIT Media Lab website that there was another event called the How to Make Breast Pumps Not Suck Hackathon, and I think this is a little catchier. This is great. So I just want to start out by saying thank you to Joey, Katie, and the MIT Media Lab for hosting this summit of idea generators and problem solvers. So since 1888, National Geographic has been pushing the boundaries of exploration, better understand the planet, better understands ourselves as human beings, but with the ultimate aim of trying to secure a healthier, more sustainable future, or planet in balance, as we call it. And I noticed that the Media Lab's mission is to design technologies to make a better future for people, and I think that sounds very complimentary to me, and a great kind of foundation for collaboration. So I'm Alex Moen. I head up our Explorer programs. My team and I are focused every day on essentially empowering our scientists, researchers, conservationists, storytellers, technologists, educators. Ultimately, the idea is that these individuals are the ones who are going to be driving change, and we have several of them in the audience, and actually who are going to be participating. Can I just get some hands? Yeah, great. These are explorers, National Geographic explorers, are that universe and community. And I'm lucky. I get to work with them basically on a daily basis, and I consider myself very lucky to do so most of the time, Kenny. So anyway, extremely excited to be here. When Katie came to us and said, I've got this great idea, National Geographic, MIT Media Lab gets together, kind of leverage bleeding edge technology in support of exploration. I said, this is fantastic, this is great. What a great project for Katie as a new National Geographic fellow. But this is also a great way for us to kind of test and pilot new ways for us to kind of extend our ability to support explorers out in the field. And that's one of the ways that we empower. We empower our explorers, yes, through funding, but also through training, through mentorship, kind of elevation, recognition, and access to tools and technology. And the timing couldn't be better for this, because we just have recently brought on a new VP of our Nat Geo Labs, Fabien Laurier, who's with us actually. Fabien has been working feverishly in developing a strategy to, really kind of drive exponential growth in terms of, better understanding, exploring the planet by scaling up breakthrough technologies, finding new ways to kind of measure and visualize the vital signs of the planet, and then also trying to kind of mobilize a whole new army of citizen explorers. So basically, we're building that capacity both internally as well as working with important partners like MIT Media Lab, and really trying to kind of push that forward. So this is really happening at a perfect time. So just in closing, we're very excited to be here, looking forward to not just kind of the identification of the challenges that we face in terms of ocean exploration and storytelling, but actually kind of the creative, rapid, and kind of urgent ideas that are going to come out of this in response to those challenges. So thanks, and thanks especially to Katie for bringing this idea, for organizing all of this, and for making it happen. So thank you.
Thanks, Alex and Joey, and thank you all for being here today. My name is Katie Croft Bell, and I'm the founder and lead of the Open Ocean Initiative here at the MIT Media Lab, and as Alex said, a National Geographic Fellow. So I started down the path of exploration when I was an undergraduate student here at MIT in ocean engineering a couple of years ago. And, and it was really after my first research cruise, when I was a rising senior, that I dedicated my career to exploration of the ocean, be it looking for ancient shipwrecks or new species or new geological processes, and sharing our discoveries with the world. But in the past few years, I've noticed that there have been so many technological advances in other industries that haven't yet been applied to oceanographic challenges, really on a large scale. There are little pieces and there are little seeds of things all over the place, which is fantastic, but we really need to bust this open. So it was just over a year ago that I went to Alex and Joey with this cockamamie idea, and fortunately, they said yes, really to bring together the strengths of these two wonderful organizations, the creativity and the technology and the irreverence for boundaries of the Media Lab, along with the global knowledge and the reach of National Geographic, so that we could really start to deploy and design new ways to better understand the ocean and connect people to it, so that we can empower a global community of explorers to better take care of and ensure that our blue planet thrives. So today and tomorrow, we're bringing together explorers and scientists, engineers, artists, designers, not just from the oceanographic community, but also from neuroscience and aerospace and genetics and agriculture and music, so that we can really get together and identify what are those gaps that still exist, what are those dragons that are still lurking at the edges of the maps. Are they in scientific knowledge, in technological capabilities, in storytelling, in community building, in passion, and in play? So we have an amazing 2 days lined up, but I really believe that together we will really be able to discover the unknowns, to unlock those mysteries and the wonders of the ocean, because the ocean really is for everyone. So to do that, we have a few logistics here. So at the end of tomorrow, our goal is to come out of this event with about 10 to 12 teams to pitch rapid field deployments. These are projects we hope that will move the needle on both a better understanding of the ocean and connecting people to it. They should be deployed within about the next 6 to 9 months. They should be uniquely suited to the combination of the National Geographic and MIT communities. They should be innovative, impactful, compelling to a broader audience, and achievable within the time frame and the resources available. And National Geographic, has committed up to $200,000 to support some of these projects that we'll be pitching together tomorrow. So today, we have an amazing array of speakers, both on panels and as lightning talks. I think the count is up to something like 60, and I got reprimanded yesterday for too much content, so get ready for the fire hose. We also have about a dozen demos out on the main floor here and an art exhibition for the reception this evening down on the 5th floor. We also have a graphic facilitator, Marcia Dunn, who will be over in this corner taking notes and in a graphic form on all of our ideas and discussions that come up over the next 2 days. She also, as she finishes panels, will be bringing them out to the main floor, so please definitely either come here or out there to check out her work. She's also set up a project board and an opportunities board just outside this room, so as you think of ideas or as you see other people's ideas going up on the board and you might be interested in joining a team, please put them up on the wall so we can start to coalesce them throughout the day and really hit the ground running tomorrow. If you have opportunities available, you have a particular expertise or ship time or fieldwork destination, a secret talent that you might want to share, also grab a Post-it and put that up on the board. I'm super excited to share the next 2 days with you and beyond. I couldn't be more thrilled that this is happening. And I would now like to introduce our morning keynote speaker, Robert Ballard. My picture didn't go up. That's too bad. Sorry. Did you take it out? You talked to Carrie? There we go. So I met Bob here on this campus about 20 years ago, and I've learned a lot from Bob over the years, for better or for worse. But one of the things that has really struck me the most and has really had a huge impact is that he's really shown me how critical it is to combine rigorous science with compelling storytelling to move ocean exploration forward. From going to sea with some of the very best ocean scientists and engineers, and using telepresence to share our discoveries with the world, to having a National Geographic film crew on board, filming a multi-part series while discovering dozens of shipwrecks in the Mediterranean Sea, to sharing what we do with members of Congress and telling them just how critical the ocean is for us, for the country, and for the world. And doing all of those things simultaneously, of course. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Ballard.
I won't use the rap. I need your clicker.
You need the rep?
The clicker.
There you go.
In sort of true National Geographic tradition, I feel like Louis Leakey having just been introduced by Jane Goodall. Most of you have heard my spiel, and I've, like TED Talks, I'm standing on a trapdoor within 20 minutes is going to free fall me into a pit of dragons, so I'll try to stand. I wanted to say something different, because you know what I would normally say, ocean exploration is critical, it's so important to the human race. But you know that, and it's sort of like we're talking amongst one another, but I've been thinking about, where we're headed as a species, and it's not in a very good direction. And I'm hoping, because all of you are storytellers, that maybe after a few minutes, you might modify your future storytelling and add a few other compelling reasons on why the ocean is so important to the human race, to its survival. It takes a village to tell these stories, and as you know, you saw me a moment ago with Katie with my Ocean Exploration Trust baseball hat on, and I have quite a number of hats that I wear because I don't think any single organization can take on the kinds of challenges that we need to take on. So it's really all about partnerships, and to see what's happening here today between MIT and National Geographic with Katie there throwing the gasoline on that fire is a classic example of how critical it is. But the challenges that we face as a human species, the big question is, are we a failed experiment? And I would say there's pretty good evidence pointing that we are headed into a failure as a species. And it's simple. Read this from our right up the street. Even in the case of maximum efficiency, in which all grain grown are dedicated to feeding humans. In other words, everyone's a vegetarian. The planet still has a limited capacity to support the human species. If the world population ate like American omnivores, plants production would only feed 2.5 billion human beings, and we passed that number in 1920. So do not export to the rest of the world our model of food consumption. It's a failure, absolute failure. Look at this number if you want to see. So what is the maximum carrying capacity of our planet based upon these calculations? And that's a huge assumption thrown into that curve. And that's that the annual growth of the world population will continue to decline past its lowest point ever. What's the probability? Is that going to really happen? But if it does, if that rosy set of glasses really occurs, we hit 11.2 billion in 2100. 80 years from now. 80 years from now. Your generation are going to be the generation that lives with the consequences if we fail to meet those numbers, and even if we do. That's sobering. It's not your grandchildren, it's your children. It's you. 95% of the human race lives on less than 5% of the surface of the earth. Obvious reasons. 72% of our planet is oceans, and 40% of the 28 is uninhabitable. There's polar regions, extreme desert environment. 95% of us live on less than 5% of Earth. That's where our farmlands are. 95% of the living space on Earth is in international waters and largely unexplored. So there is hope. There is hope. There's a tremendous amount of living space that we're just not living in. Look at what happens, and those curves that I initially showed you assume steady state farmland. It's worse than that. This 5 million acres of farmland disappears on planet Earth every year. We're building houses on them. I grew up in Orange County, California. You know why it was called Orange County? It grew oranges. There isn't a single orange tree in Orange County. I have a picture I didn't have time to show you of where I lived in the 40s and 50s in Los Angeles when it was all orange groves and what it looks like today. It's all gone. Look at that consumption. In my speech, we're going to lose, 25 acres while I give my talk of farmland. It's going away. So, clearly, we must turn to the sea to find our food. Problem. Our present fisheries are based upon a hunter-gatherer society. And we've already consumed 90% of the large fish because we're eating the lions, the tigers, and the bears of the sea. We're eating the lions and tigers and bears of the sea. 11,000 years ago, humans domesticated sheep and goats and cultivated wheat and corn. And from that, we went from a hunter-gatherer society to farming and herding society. And we began to create the city-states that led us to where we are right now, but not at sea. We need to move away from a human hunter-gatherer society in the sea, and like on land, become farmers and herders of society. We should not be focusing on sustaining the life in the sea. We should be focusing on vastly increasing the productivity of the oceans. I was born in Wichita, Kansas, where all oceanographers come from. And back then, before my family homesteaded in Kansas, we had prairie grass. It took 24 acres of prairie grass to feed one buffalo. And that's why the buffaloes went all over the place, because they quickly exhausted where they were standing. Like all hunter-gatherers, they are too. They had to move on until someone says, why don't we take that acre in Kansas and plant some corn? And all of a sudden, the productivity of that 1 acre increased dramatically. So it's not about sustaining the ocean. It's about increasing the ocean's productivity. And let me just back up for a second. Could you back me up for a second? I'll show you another one in a second. But basically, what we need to do is this cage that you see. This is a fascinating. I did a program with National Geographic a few years ago on options for the human race, Alien Deep. And this was a project I was introduced to off Hawaii by a open ocean mariculturist from Australia by the name of Neil Sims. And Neil had taken a predator fish. We call it in the sushi restaurants, we call it hamachi. And hamachi is yellowtail sushi. And it's a reef fish, and it's a predator. And he took that reef fish, and he gave it a choice. He took it out in the ocean off Kona, way far from land. So it wasn't a mariculture program near, which is big concerns. When I was on the President's Commission in ocean policy, I was always amazed at the battle going on between the environmentalists and the mariculture people. They were absolutely at war with one another. And I had the ability as a commissioner to sort of get in the middle of this fist fight and ask some questions. And one of them was, why do you hate this guy so much? He's raising predators. He's doing it in near shore, in pens where they're polluting the local habitat and could possibly infect the natural system. I said, I hate you now too, now that I hear about it. But in this case, they took that predator far away from the reef systems. They went out in 12,000 feet of water. 12,000 feet, or miles and miles from the coast of Kona. And because Kona is like a ship going through the ocean, it has huge eddies behind it. And you can see those eddies from satellites. And they would take these cages, put the fingerlings in it, go out and set it in the eddy, put it down 90 feet, so no one ran it, it's gone. And it would gyre around and gyre around. So it was free floating. And then if it moved a little too much, they would put it back in the jetty. And after 6 months, it came to market. But they gave that fish a choice. You're going to go out into fundamentally sterile water. People always say, isn't the Caribbean wonderful? Yes, there's nothing in the water. Remember that the colder water is, the greater its carrying capacity of nutrients, and that's why all the major fisheries are in the high latitudes. And the water is a little murky because there's something in it. So they're taking a space, tropical space, and putting these cages and then giving that fish a choice. Eat soybean or die. And you know, it's a pretty smart fish. It said, well, putting it that way, I'll eat it. And then I asked him, I said, yeah, what does it taste like? So he FedExed me 2 of them. The moment he harvested them, it takes 6 months to come to harvest, just like a pig, 6 to 8 months. And I had a sushi party, and I snuck in these fresh, and these are really, and they didn't realize that they were eating farmed sushi that had been fed soybean. The problem with that is it's soybean. And now they're looking at how do we get off land-based plants to feed these guys. And they're actually, what's really amazing, these guys are in cages, and then when they poop, it drops 12,000 feet and they get a carbon sequestration credit. Or they capture, now they're capturing the poop and growing algae and feeding it back, they're closing the loop. That's what we need. So we need to be able to do that. And then, and this is where MIT and all our talent and technology, it's completely automated, robotically done. And the living space, as I said, is vast, 95% of the living space. There is hope to feed us, but it will not be eating Angus cattle. But we also have a problem. Only 50% of 60% can swim. 4 billion human beings on Earth can't swim. More than 60% of Americans are afraid of the deep ocean, and 45% are afraid of having water over their head. So it's really hard to excite people about the ocean when they're absolutely terrified of it. And and I think some of us are guilty of that. We need to stop terrifying people about the ocean. The chances of being eaten by a shark, you have a far greater chance of dying from a bee sting. But we make it this great white shark, you go down the beach and it's waiting to eat you. Well, that's not the message you need to be sending. But more importantly, we're not going to depend upon humans going there. We're not asking the human race to go out and live on the ocean or live under the ocean, which is absolutely insane. The thought that a huge number of people would live in underwater habitats is absolutely ridiculous. It's not going to happen. You know, they say that when we go out on ships, we have a joke on oceanographic ships. The only difference between going to sea and prison is the added risk of drowning. We go out there, but we're land animals, and we will want to not go out there. Yet go out there to have fun. So we need to overcome our fear of the ocean and stop terrifying people about it. And say, you're going to have to go out there. No, you're not going to have to go out there. Teach them how to swim. It would be a good start. But tell them how important this potential economic engine is to their survival. Open ocean aquaculture. Promote firsthand experiences with the sea and engage audiences as we work so hard to do in the process and make it enjoyable. I always love Walt Disney's motto, and I'm so excited about Geographic teaming up with Disney, actually, because I guess my ship's named after the Nautilus. Hello. I grew up as a Disney kid in Los Angeles. I was the first kid to Disneyland. I was the first kid in the Nautilus. I actually camped out overnight to get to be the first kid. Because Disney's concept was to educate, you must entertain. It needs to be a wonderful story that you're telling, not a scary one. Don't scare kids. They're getting scared enough as it is with the society they're living in right now. So as Katie said, we acquired this ship, the Nautilus. It's an interesting story of how I got the Nautilus, because for many, many years, I stood in a mirror and said, never own a ship. Don't own it. It's a hole in the ocean in which you pour money into. And then I got this itch, because we were working, as Katie said, we were working in the Black Sea, and we couldn't get any platforms over there. No one wanted to go off Putin's country. No one wanted to go over there. So it was hard to get ships into the Black Sea. And I remember having to get one from Rhode Island that had to go all the way across. Remember that, Katie? Had to go all the way across the Atlantic Ocean, all the way across the Mediterranean, work for a little while and go all the way back. I spent more time transiting than I was actually doing it on station. So I decided, well, let's get a ship. So I asked Jim Newman, my project engineer, go see if we can find a ship. And every time we bid on, we only had $1 million, so we didn't have a lot. And I kept losing. And finally, the East Germany, and Germany, as you know, unified, and West Germany wanted to get rid of a lot of stuff, and they had a East German spy ship called the Alexander von Humboldt. It was a great, I was in naval intelligence, and I knew that ship well, and I said, we've got to get that ship. I've just got to get a spy ship. This just sounds so cool. And I bid on it, and I lost. I lost out. And I was really upset, because it had potential, as they would say. It was a hydrographic ship. It'd get rid of all the satellite spy stuff and all, they'd get rid of that. So I sent Jim back to Germany. I said, take the guy out, buy him a bunch of beer, and find out who the hell bought this ship. And he comes back, and he said, some guy, high-speed hedge fund guy named Vinnie Viola. Oh, wow. So I Googled, and I found his name, and he had this company, but he had gone to West Point, and he was an airborne ranger before he went and made $1 billion. And I called him up, and I said, well, he didn't answer, but someone answered. And I said, I'd love to meet your boss who just got this ship. And he said, well, let me talk to him. I'll call you back. 5 minutes later, he says, he'd love to meet with you. Come down to the Waldorf Astoria, stand at the clock, and at noon, Vinny will come out, ding, bing, bing, and I thought he was in the clock, but anyway. And we had lunch, and we sat down, and I asked Vinny, why did you get this ship? And he says, well, Teresa, that's his wife, and if you said my cousin Vinny, that's his wife. We have 3 kids, and they've gone off, and they're now having families, and we thought if we had a ship and had a lot of fun with it, we could get the kids to come, and we could get together and go and have fun. And 220-foot ship, yeah. I said, what a dad, you know? I said, let me tell you, I would more than glad let you come on my cruises. And so he said, well, why do you want it? And I went off with this to boldly go where no human being has gone on planet Earth and all of that, and gave him my elevator talk. It took him about 39 seconds to look down and said, I am so ashamed of myself. Your reason is so much better than mine. I'll give you the ship. And he gave me the ship. But its mission, as we say, is it's an exploratory platform. And because of that, we don't know what we're going to find. And so we needed to introduce the concept of telepresence to be able to call people into the game and deliver the brightest mind to the spot of delivery within minutes, no matter when, no matter where. But it also gave us the opportunity to reach out to the public. And one of the critical things, as you can see, I'm practicing what I'm preaching, was I told Katie, I told Allison, I told Nicole, I said, we want to have the core of exploration. Lewis and Clark was the core of discovery. So we're going to be the core of exploration. But unlike Lewis and Clark, I want the core to be 55% women in positions of leadership and authority. And why did I pick 55%? Because that's the population of college campuses, so I could defend myself. And so I also said, though, but beyond 55%, but once in a while, Katie'd get us up to 60%, and I'd have to say, Katie, you promised that. And so I also want to have the faces. I call it, there was a wonderful ad in the United States called the United Shades of America, to make sure that a child can find their face and know that they can play in the game. We could do a little better job today. We need to have much broader representation of the population. So that has to be another thing that you carry out of this room, is you need to really work hard to make sure that we engage everyone in the game. And as you know, we have a great website. We have Ask a Question. Last deployment, we took and answered 30,000 questions from children because we work 24 hours a day. But this, again, is part of the National Geographic family. I married National Geographic. My wife, Barbara, I met her at National Geographic, and she was head of special projects for National Geographic Television. I became a special project many. But they then gave us their complete television production studios. And so at the Inner Space Center, we've installed an amazing production capabilities. Here's Katie reaching out. And through that, engaging kids in the process. So it's very important to engage as many human beings as you can in the game. And we focus on middle school children because the game is won or lost by middle school. Middle school is when children create their passions. Passion is the driving engine. Mine was to be Captain Nemo. And my parents didn't laugh. I'm sure they went in the other room and said, Houston, we have a problem here. But they worked with it. So never laugh at a child's passion, just sort of morph it a little. And so middle school is where the game is won or lost. So we focus a great deal there. And we'd go to every conceivable venue you can imagine. And then we have, if any of you want to sail with the Nautilus, please look at our intern program. It starts at age 15 and goes all the way up to collaboration with postdocs and researchers. But the Nautilus is a constant learning experience, constantly mentoring young people and then putting them in the hot seat. Here we are lecturing them, getting them ready to go, and then we put them in the hot seat. And they know I must admit there's a special one, and that's my daughter, Emily Rose, in the middle, who started going to sea with me at 15 and has lived on the Nautilus. This coming summer will be the first time she's finally in college, and she says, Dad, I gotta get a job. So anyway, but it's all about moving as many as we can through that process. So I want to thank you, but hopefully those early comments had a little impact, because we don't have a lot of time. We may go to Mars someday, but we're certainly not going to do it by 2050. Move a significant percentage of people anywhere off this planet. And if we ever find intelligent humans or intelligent creatures somewhere, yeah, that was definitely a faux pas. If we ever find intelligent creatures somewhere, they will kill us the moment we land. They'll say, so you screwed up. We don't want you here. So, thank you very much. Yep.
And say hi to everybody. Thanks, Bob. So now we are going to break into our individual panel sessions. If you would like to stay for exploration and discovery, don't move. If you would like to hear about our thriving ocean, head over to the lecture hall just across the tiny little hall right here. And we need to stay on time, so please go to your respective places. This is not a break. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone.
General Studies.
Morning. All right.
Morning.
It's a pleasure to be here today, and thank you for joining us in this session 1. This is at the edge of the map, exploration and discovery. My name is Peter Gerges. I'm a deep sea biologist, and I'm on the faculty at Harvard University. And it is my pleasure to be here today. I was really excited when Katie asked me to moderate this session. But I do think it's a little bit of a funny misnomer given the group that's speaking, since none of us up here would ever be described as moderate. You're looking at a group of people who are really passionate about ocean exploration. I know that what you hear today is going to be both exciting and stimulating. So it really is my pleasure to moderate this session. Before we dive into our speakers and their presentations, let's set the stage a little bit. Just to remind you that the ocean is the largest habitat on Earth, and in fact, the deep sea, that is the ocean that is below a kilometer, right, is 80% of our biosphere. So everything else that you can possibly imagine, every desert, every forest, every city, every restaurant, every coral reef, like the Great Barrier Reef, all of that is in the other 20%. And the more I dwell on this, the more I realize that the deep sea is the normal part of our planet, right? We're the odd ones. But we know so little about it because water is really challenging. Any one of you can go out on a clear night and look at the moon, 250,000 miles away. But I challenge you to go and stare down into the ocean and see how far you can see. And because of that, the ocean is really our last great frontier on Earth here, and we know so little about it. So today you're going to hear from 4 amazing explorers, scientists, and engineers who are going to tell you quite a bit about their research and how they think about not just the ocean, but our relationship with the ocean. So without any further ado, I'll go ahead and tell you a little bit about each of them. But first, this is the audience Q&A microphone. I've been told I can throw it out at you.
Wow.
I'll try to do so gently. I will also use this to whack any of you who go over your 7 minutes. So be warned. But I do encourage you to ask questions. We're going to have our speakers give their presentations, and really, we want to hear from you. So whatever it is that you feel compelled to ask, please ask. So our first speaker today is actually going to be Adam Sewell, who's a colleague and friend of mine from Woods Hole Oceanographic. He is the chief scientist there for deep submergence, and that means his job is to oversee the facility that runs their deep sea vehicles and to be the liaison with we scientists and the broader public. He uses deep sea vehicles to understand how tectonic processes, the movements of plates and the like, influence the geology, the geochemistry, and the biology of the deep sea. Next will be Kakani Khatija. She's a principal engineer at my alma mater, the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute. There she develops underwater technologies to better understand how animals actually contribute to the mixing of our ocean, and also to understand the ecology of these numerous gelatinous organisms that live in the midwater. After Kakani, we have Beverly Goodman. She's an assistant professor of marine geosciences at the University of Haifa. And she blends her talents in archaeology, geology, and anthropology to explore the ways in which nature and humans interact on coastlines. I think what's especially cool is her work concentrates on the causes and effects of ancient events, like tsunamis and floods, to better understand what risks are present today. And last but not least, we have Kenny Broad. He's an environmental anthropologist who has participated in so-called extreme scientific and filmmaking expeditions on every continent to gather information and samples that shed light on the little-known environmental and cultural subjects, ranging from risk perception to venomous snakes. So, without any further ado, Adam, it's your show.
Great. Thank you, Pete. So I click this. Or how do I make this go? Oh, the green button. There we go. Yeah. Great. All right. So I'm going to talk a bit about volcanoes in the deep sea. And I didn't want to be left out of the theme of dragons and monsters, so I put up a picture of Te Ka, who is the ocean-dwelling lava monster from the Disney picture Moana. I did not know at the time that we'd have some representation here from Disney. I didn't ask permission or pay any royalties for this. So I'm asking permission now, and if I'm not here tomorrow morning, check the dungeon of Cinderella's castle to see if you can find me there. So to start off, I wanted to show a couple images of volcanic eruptions. On the left is the May 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens on land, and on the right, an eruption of West Mata, a submarine volcano near Fiji, in 2009. And I love volcanoes, and I think they're a wonderful avenue to talk about the issues that Pete mentioned in the ocean, that so much of it is hidden from our view. I think that the public also likes these in terms of storytelling, likes volcanic eruptions. It's one of the few places that we can see the massive dynamism of planet Earth on a kind of human relatable timescale. And the reason I've shown these two pictures is to make the point that volcanic eruptions on land, like the Mount St. Helens eruption, there are millions and millions of images of these eruptions and drawings and stories from folklore. They've been part of our culture since we've been walking on the planet. The images of an active eruption in the deep ocean number less than 5. So there's this really stark contrast between what we know about eruptions on land and what we know in the oceans. One of the ways that this is an even bigger issue than just the number of images is that we expect that 75% of the volcanic output of this planet occurs in the ocean, only 25% on land. And when you compare that with the number of confirmed eruptions on land and in the oceans, you can see this amazing contrast. Only about 0.5% of the confirmed eruptions, those that we've seen, that we've dated, that we've detected and looked at, are about 72 compared to nearly 10,000 on land. So this raises the question of where are all the submarine volcanic eruptions? Are we incorrect in our assumption that 75% of the eruptions occur underwater? This is kind of canon in the scientific literature. It's based on first principles. It should be correct. Or are we not seeing the eruptions underwater? And I think the latter is probably the case. So we happen to be very good at detecting eruptions on land. That's part of the reason for this discrepancy. I would say that there is no volcanic eruption that occurs on land that we don't detect within minutes to hours. And part of that is through satellites. And these are systems that were not developed to detect eruptions, but were co-opted by the research community to do so. So using satellites, we can detect deformation of the Earth's surface as magma comes from the deep Earth up into the shallow crust. And this way we can actually see volcanic unrest before an eruption actually happens. We can use satellites to detect hotspots. We can see where the temperature on the Earth's surface has gone well above its ambient conditions, and we can detect eruptions that way. We have a global network of seismometers, so we can detect earthquakes that happen when you move magma in the crust or when you erupt it onto the surface of the Earth. And we have, of course, direct observations as well. So we've made tremendous progress in technology and our ability to explore the oceans over the past few decades. And my assumption was that because of that, the rate at which we're detecting eruptions has gotten better. You can see some of the technology. These are the vehicles we run out of the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution for the National Deep Submergence Facility, the human-occupied submarine Alvin, remotely operated vehicle Jason, and autonomous underwater vehicle Sentry. But when I started to count up the eruptions that we have detected or confirmed underwater, we see a pretty linear trend with time. That on average, we're detecting 1 or 2 eruptions per year, and that has not changed even as our technology has improved. So in the vein of throwing out some interesting or wild ideas, I am going to suggest that we have the potential to monitor the ocean's volcanoes in a much better way and much more comprehensive way than we do now. And I have a few examples of that to show you. On the left is a satellite image of the sea surface from just after a volcanic eruption from Havre volcano in the Kermadec Arc in 2012. This is an eruption on the scale of the Mount St. Helens eruption in terms of the volume produced. And one of the products of that eruption was a lot of pumice. And a great deal of that pumice floated up to the sea surface and made a raft. So you can see in that satellite image where the yellow arrows are pointing, you can see that pumice raft floating on the surface. This, by the way, was detected when an airplane flew over and a woman looked out the window and saw something unusual in the water and contacted authorities, and a Navy ship went out there and found that it was pumice. So it was a serendipitous discovery again, but it was recorded by satellites, and we have decades and decades of satellite imagery of the ocean surface. That same eruption was also potentially detected by something called an Argo float. So this is a passive package that floats around in the ocean, sinks down to a couple thousand meters and comes back up. There are about 4,000 of these floating throughout the ocean basins. And by looking at the kind of ambient temperatures and salinities recorded by these, a couple of fellows from University of California, Berkeley have detected this eruption. So there's another way in which we can detect an eruption that puts out not only lava, but chemically distinct water. And then in addition to those two, and also with the Argo data, there are years and years of data. And then lastly, eruptions produce seismic energy, and the ocean has this beautiful SOFAR channel where seismic energy can travel long distances, and we can use floating hydrophones to detect those. We don't necessarily have a huge constellation of those, but it's another means we have to detect eruptions. So I think there's some potential to use what we have and build on that to really improve our ocean detection or monitoring. And I'm out of time. Sorry, Pete. You didn't whack me. That's great.
You're perfect.
Oh, we're just going to go right into it. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for coming. I'm really excited to be able to talk with you all today. And I was trying to figure out a good way to start, because I think what's really interesting about ocean exploration is, how interdisciplinary it is, and it really brings in people from a lot of different areas. Because I'm really not a marine scientist. I'm actually trained as an aerospace engineer. And what you'll notice here, I kind of think that I haven't aged a day, and I won't tell you how long ago this photo was taken, but if you can't recognize me, I'm the one suspended in microgravity waiting for that very handsome mustachioed gentleman to whirl me around in this airplane as part of the Vomit Comet project. And I've always been really excited by, the search for life in outer planets. But then at some point in time, I stopped looking for life in outer space and started instead looking at life in our oceans. And what you may not know is that this clip right here is not a star field. It's actually what the ocean looks like at 400 meters in Monterey Bay. And although, the search for life in outer planets has so far been unsuccessful, the oceans are just teeming with life, and we do not know a lot about that life. So I'm a bioengineer, and my lab at Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, or MBARI, is really involved in combining several things, not only using innovative observation platforms, but also developing state-of-the-art instrumentation. And in particular, we're developing and deploying new kinds of imaging tools. And then we're also using this equipment on ocean-going research vessels to try and study animals in the deep sea, particularly animals in the midwater region of the ocean, and with the goal of taking this information and applying it to bio-inspired design. And so what that means is potentially we might someday have technologies that are based on some of the lessons that we learn from animals that live in the midwater. And the reason why this is, I think, very important is if we think about, birds, animals that first inspired us, to have flight. And there's a lot we could potentially be inspired to do if we were able to study animals in midwater. And so that's kind of the perspective I have. And here's an example of an animal. This is an anglerfish. You can see its lure. This animal bioluminesces, and about 75% of animals in the deep sea use bioluminescence. This is Cystosoma. Animals like these are being studied, not only the visual systems, but also their transparent tissues for applications related to imaging. And then this is a siphonophore. You may have not have ever heard of these, but they can be as long as a blue whale, and they undergo these really long distance vernal migrations. How do they do that? And then finally, this is a Humboldt squid. And not only are these animals voracious predators, as you'll see here, but they have soft bodies, and they utilize dual modes of propulsion, which is making us rethink the ways in which we might develop underwater vehicles for deep sea exploration. And I just want to say that if you were to check the MBARI YouTube page, the comments are pretty hilarious because they think that this footage isn't real, that somehow, we went out and paid a Hollywood studio to make these videos. But what really is required is a lot of development and a lot of infrastructure investments. Not only do we have research vessels like this one, the Western Flyer. On board each of these research vessels, we have big robots like this remotely operated vehicle. And in addition to that, we develop these different kinds of imaging packages or instrument packages that could be on board. And in my case, and my team, we've developed a laser imaging tool called Deep PIV that allows us to see organisms in the deep sea in a completely different way. And one of these animals is our giant larvaceans. Again, you probably have never heard of these animals, but we can find them in Monterey Bay anywhere from 50 to 400 meters deep. The animal, you can see there, is actually beating its tail, and these animals can be as long as 10 centimeters in length. And what you'll notice is the animal is attached to this large diaphanous structure. This is known as the house. It's made out of mucus that the animal secretes from the top of the animal's head. And these houses, serve as filtration structures to separate particles in food from the water around these animals. And these houses can be as large as a meter across. And so we can use our Deep PIV instrument to get a completely different view of these animals. And just to orient you, think of it in terms of X-ray vision. And in order to get this kind of footage, an ROV pilot has to fly a vehicle to an animal that might be 200 meters deep and position a 1 millimeter thick laser sheet on an animal that's about 2 centimeters wide. And what you'll see is that as the animal is starting to beat its tail, you can see particles moving in and around the house. Those particles are actually used as a proxy for fluid motion. And we can do things like estimate the filtration rates of these animals, and we've so far measured up to 80 liters per hour that these animals are processing. And we can scale that up based on the maximum abundance numbers we have of these animals, such that right now, based on our estimates, we can say that giant larvaceans are filtering their principal depth range in less than 2 weeks. But another thing we can also do with this is use Deep PIV in a scanning mode. So a lot like an MRI where you might have a stack of images, we then can get planes of images of not only gelatinous tissues but also mucus tissues. And so what we can then do is use that image stack and get a really kind of unprecedented view of what an interior structure might look like. And so what you're seeing are these internal chambers, again, all made of mucus that is eventually lead to the mouth of the animal and allow this animal to feed. And so really we're just scratching the surface of how we can do these sorts of measurements. We're also hoping not only to understand the structure, which we're getting here, but also the function of these houses to hopefully someday have, an inspiration for submicron filters that might be useful to us. And so I just want to end, though, with this idea that I think it's a very exciting time, right, for exploration, particularly as we start developing tools and techniques to study processes in midwater. And with this exploration, I think we'll be very inspired by the things we see and learn. And someday, maybe that inspiration can lead to innovations that we take for granted. But I think we're just really at the start of that. So thank you.
Good morning. So my name is Beverly Goodman, and I'm involved with National Geographic at the University of Haifa. And as I mentioned, I'm a marine geoarchaeologist. So what that means is that I'm using earth sciences techniques to try to reconstruct, to understand the back history of the relationship between people and coastlines and the sea. So to try to kind of explain how that works, it's sort of as if I'm as interested in what's surrounding the artifacts as the artifacts themselves. Or if, some of my students like to tease me that I'm an expert at harassing and interrogating sand and mud and shell. It's basically what I do. I try to get all the answers out of them. So the reason that this is the applications for this and the reason for doing it is that we have this long history with living on coastlines. And coastlines are, to even say coastlines, it's kind of like saying, meet me at the elephant-shaped cloud. Okay, it's not going to last long as we see it today. Coastline is this ephemeral, changing, it's a concept really. And because of that, we can't understand what has happened or how we need to live on coastlines without looking a little bit at the history and how it's changed and what it looked like in the past, and also how humans affected the coastline, but also how the environment of the coastline has changed how we do things. Now, as we get an idea of how the coastline has changed, we also have to look offshore and we realize that not only are there all these gorgeous creatures and interesting and sometimes unusual animals doing amazing things, the bottom of the ocean, including in the shallows and going out to on the continental shelf, it's also this treasure trove of a record. And the record is not only, it's recording the sea conditions, it's recording climate information, but the truth is we have this incredible amount of what was once exposed land. Because of course, once we had sea level rise, all of these terrestrial areas that were the places where people left Africa, where they arrived in North America, we have this incredible expanse. I mean, it's an entire continent. We're missing a continent of information about our own human story. So what I'm trying to do is to go and investigate those areas and try to reconstruct that story, just both for the sake of understanding our own history, but also hopefully to apply some of this knowledge. What has happened in the past? How do we divide between what is natural and what is our fault? Okay, what we're making happen, and also trying to get a better perspective on what our heritage is, what our story is. So, as I mentioned, humans really like living on coastlines. This is true today, and it was true in the past, but it's really problematic. This is changing all the time. And as Bob Ballard mentioned earlier, we're only inhabiting 5% of the planet, and it's actually highly concentrated on coastlines. And today, with urban growth, it's happening on the coastlines in places where people never lived. We have cities growing to millions in places that were uninhabitable 100 years ago because of our advancements in resources, air conditioners, places that had no populations. Well, the work that we're doing, and of course, with those people, you have infrastructure, we have all kinds of sensitive, natural, and man-made things that we want to watch out for. Now, in the work that we're doing with the marine geoarchaeology, we love when we have historical records. This is fantastic. This tells us the story if we have a good record. But of course, writing is a relatively new thing to people, so we don't have, the time frame that we're really interested in. But fortunately, the sea doesn't really care. Okay, it doesn't need writing to tell its story. We can get that information out of the sediments offshore. What I wanted to do today, though, is talk a little bit about sort of the life cycle of my research, because I'm at MIT. I'm with all these brilliant minds that are going to fix all my problems. Right, this is what's going to happen in the next 2 days, I hope. But I wanted to talk about one of my largest frustrations in the work that I'm doing is the life cycle of the research. So typically you have an idea, you're in the library, we're doing research on history, there's a question in mind, get out to the field, do some kind of survey. We're looking at subsurface features, usually we're looking at geophysical surveys, something of that matter. Then we do the survey, we go back into the lab, there's post-processing, we find some features that we're interested in. Once we know what features we're interested in, we can go out and we can take some biopsies, take some cores, do a little bit of excavation. So we have that information, we take that core back into the lab, open up the core. Now the real work begins. We have some analysis that might take a matter of hours, and we have other analysis that might take a matter of a PhD. So we have a time gap there. We get the information back from these different proxies, this information about what kind of environments we're looking at, and ultimately we can hopefully make some conclusions. As was mentioned in my introduction, thank you very much, one of the major finds that we made was actually about Mediterranean tsunamis. Yes, they do exist. Yes, it's a problem. And here, for example, is one of the signs that was recently put up as part of a policy change in the Eastern Mediterranean and in the country of Israel, where they are doing an entire signage program to help with education and to prevent loss of life in the event of a tsunami. Now, this is all wonderful, except it takes a lot of time. Okay, we're looking at a process that is years. In fact, in the example of the tsunami sign, we're looking at nearly a decade from start to finish. And I would love, love, love to shorten that length of time, because there's so much information, and looking at the rate of population growth, looking at the rate of climate change, looking at all these things, it would be very nice to get some of these answers a lot faster. So this is a picture, me looking very triumphant. We had collected a difficult to collect core and core sediments in the northern Red Sea, but if you know me well enough, you'll see I'm really kind of grimacing because I'm picturing this, which are wonderful. These are foraminifera. I hope most of you are familiar with them. But each one of these beautiful little creatures is the size less than a grain of sand. And each one is removed, isolated, by hand. Okay, hours and hours and hours. And then it gives us this amazing amount of information. It can tell us about ancient harbors. It can tell us about tsunamis. It can tell us about sea level. But it takes a very long time. So I come here today hoping that we'll have a chance to look at how to speed up this process in order to get more information, to get more answers faster, because the planet is so large, and one of the biggest issues that we have in terms of reconstructing the past events is getting this larger spatial coverage of the entire globe. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, wherever Katie is, for having this, and Joey for hosting us. I'm Kenny Broad. I'm based down at the University of Miami. I'm freezing. And anyway, as I tell my students down there, and a couple of them are participating now, if you can't be smart, be first, which is sort of my approach to exploration. So I work a lot in underwater caves. They're not so easy to access. I don't know. I recognize I have a couple colleagues here who are cave divers, but that's basically what an underwater cave looks like. And a lot of people think that was Brian Scary's photo, but it was actually, I did it all myself. But you'll see a bunch of photos, and my colleague Wes Giles, the late Wes Giles, who was really a mentor for me, took many, if not all of these photos. But that's what a underwater cave, or what are called cenotes in Mexico, or blue holes in the Bahamas. It looks like looking down from about 100 meters up at two divers descending down. And there's two types of caves. I'll call them blue holes, and they're usually in karst or limestone geology environments. So there's inland holes, and then there's ocean holes. The ocean holes having formed when sea level was much lower, so the last glacial maximum, about 20,000 years ago, sea level was over 100 meters lower in many parts of the world. And that's where these caves form, and they become repositories or time capsules. And I'll talk a little bit about some of that. So just to get to what we were asked to bring up are some of the places where I think we could use help from an interdisciplinary approach is certainly helping, and you'll see how crude, rudimentary some of the navigation and mapping in underwater caves still is. Certainly sampling, because we have a limited amount of time. Some places we only have one chance to get there and do one dive in there before conditions go bad for weeks, if not months. And on the human side, there's the risk management, which has certainly technological advances can help, but there's also a lot related to cognition that we need to work on. So as you can tell, I'm used pretty high-tech devices. That's why I don't have any hair. It's a lot of trial and error to find these caves.
What's happening here?
Basically, you can't judge the caves till you really have to put yourself in these situations. And my mother, when my mother saw one of my dogs, her only comment the whole time is, "You went to school for how many years to do that?" So anyway, but it really is, it does ground penetrating radar. Other technologies don't allow us to actually figure out what's going on down there. We have to physically go to these places, which is again good for job security. But once you get into these realms, and I'll give you some rational reasons from a scientific standpoint why we do it. It's just you feel like you're in inner space. Kakani's flying through on her submersibles, and that's 4 people in that picture, and it has many of the same challenges as working in space. And I'll show this video, talk over it, but right when we drop into many of the inland sinkholes, you'll go through a poisonous hydrogen sulfide layer, and it harbors many different types of microbial life, extremophile forms of life that are interesting for microbiologists from their modern day proxies for what we think some, not only the earliest forms of life were when life was first starting off 4.5 billion years ago, more or less, to what might be able to survive in other planets in Europa. So we tend not to use communication. Communication underground is difficult. We tend to just use light signals and hand signals. That was kind of a gimmick for a TV show. But you have vast rivers going underwater. Most people don't realize that if you take away the water locked up in ice, more than 95% of the world's fresh water is beneath our feet in the groundwater and underground aquifers, and it's out of sight, out of mind. So from a conservation standpoint, very difficult to get people to think about these things kind of along the lines, even harder than the ocean, as Bob was talking about this morning. So the way we map these places is we run a line. There's a knot tied every 3 meters approximately in the line, and usually it's really boring to do, so people are drinking when they tie the knots, and it actually ends up not being 3 meters, but and that's how you get distance. And I'll show a picture later, but just using a compass, you take an azimuth or the angle every time the line changes direction, and you record the depth, and that's a basic line survey, and that's how we create the lowest grade map. And then it's very time consuming after that to measure the walls. And there's some advances in that direction. I better go fast. So there again, that's just working underwater. That's actually on one of the Ocean Exploration Trust projects where we're mapping underwater sea caves in the Bahamas. I'm sorry, in the Channel Islands. And we tend to use rebreathers, especially if you don't want to introduce oxygen to the system. And you end up with very elegant, high-tech data collection like that. And I'm working with Corey Jaskowski, who you'll be hearing from later on some ways that we can use underwater LiDAR and some other techniques underground. But Sebastian Keister invented this machine that just came out that we've been using that's helping us with the line surveys by automating it. And now you can, that's just some examples of some of the tests that he's been doing with it. And we just recently tested it, and it was much more accurate, of course, than the hand surveys. Other high-tech devices that we use for the extremophile forms of life, that's a Lucifuga. This is a new class of crustaceans that Jill Yeager found in the caves of the Bahamas. These are the hydrogen sulfide layer I mentioned. The pink is actually the pigmentation in the cells of the bacteria. That's how numerous they are, and this is at a very toxic level for humans. You can actually smell it because it's going through the pores in your skin, and the hydrogen sulfide binds with the hemoglobin and stops oxygen uptake. And it is, so there's also issues technologically, how can we reduce our exposure? There is some evidence of physiological changes. This is what I looked like before I started diving a lot. In the hydrogen sulfide, many people attest, there were some odd changes in physiology. But we're also interested in what's in the water and using environmental DNA on some projects. There's lots of endocrine disruptors that are getting into our system as well. So I think of course, these are time capsules, and because of no oxygen and salt water, very good for preserving fossils, and they're repositories in that sense as well. But rather than damaging these fossils, as this archaeologist is probably doing, we can now use, again, 3D photogrammetry and other imagery, and we're working with Corey on doing that so we can have non-invasive techniques as well. I thought that was my last slide. There's more high-tech. That's a turkey baster collecting Saharan dust. And the speleothems are actually great recorders, as Bev was talking about, for reconstructing past climate change. So we use high-tech hammers and chisels. And then you can look at the isotopic ratios, fluid inclusions to learn about them. So I'll end on this slide. I won't talk about diving technologies, but there's certainly major advances in that. You can see it's like wearing, that's from early 90s, but you're really limited by the size of gear. So as things get miniaturized, it's making our job easier. So thank you. I went a few over, so sorry.
Wow. Told you, there's nothing moderate about anybody up here. It's an amazing series of talks. It's question and answer time, right? So this is your opportunity for the next about 40 minutes or so to ask our speakers anything that you would like to ask them. We have folks online as well, and I know that someone in here is going to be fielding questions from the folks online. Who is that? At least someone was supposed to. Can someone raise their hand, whoever's going to field online questions?
I'll get someone.
Thank you. All right, in the meantime, it's your show. Who wants to go first? And I get to throw this. Maybe we'll start with someone in the front row so I can practice.
Okay.
So I guess this goes to all of you, maybe starting with Bevan Kakani. What impressed me with all the different presentations is how much human thought and value judgment goes into what you're doing, and how that's like a painstaking part of what you do. To what extent do the panel think that they could actually imagine robotic systems being able to help advance the rates of progress that they make if we really want to push forward in a significant way in the next generation? And that's not necessarily the technology, because we're at MIT, so presumably somebody else can do that. But what could you imagine if you could actually have the technologies? What would really help you go faster?
Yeah, and actually, I would love to hear each of you address that. That would be great. Who wants to kick it off?
Go, Kenny, you want to go?
Kenny?
Okay. I'll give you, people are working on that, and there's Bill Stone from Stone Aerospace has a device that's in non-tethered, autonomous underwater cave exploration and mapper. And it's doing amazing things. It doesn't have the capability, so this gets to the value judgment. The worry with no offense to open ROV, no offense to democratization of technology, but you can get in there and you can do a lot of damage, particularly for resources, ancient burial grounds, and from an aesthetic standpoint as well. So it's a trade-off in being able to do it automated, but machine learning, and I mean, it's very impressive what is being done, but it's still not to the point where you have the dexterity or there's still quite a worry of damaging things.
Yeah, I'd have to agree that I think being able to automate it, especially because the risk of putting people in the water. Kenny and I both have work where we're definitely putting the people down there to do the work.
Mostly grad students.
Depending on the university signatures. But so certainly that. But it's always the actual manipulative abilities are just lacking. So in terms of archaeological excavation, most definitely just touch, feel. Is this wood? Is this shell? Is this stone? Where do we go from here? But I would love to imagine like in my work. Some if it could be more automated with picturing like sort of little glider type things moving along, doing the survey, recognizing something interesting, and then having some kind of sensor filled core liner that would insert and get like in situ data immediately. I mean that's my biggest frustration, is just that gap between the collection and just many of the ways that we do things. Of course, we have beautiful core scanners and things that are giving us a lot of data much faster, but still there are things that simply can't be done that way. So I would fantasize about having these sort of robotic type gliders that could stop. But again, judgment call. You still need someone to say, okay, here's the ground truthing. That's what the robot is seeing. That is what the survey is seeing. So but there's some merge there.
Yeah, I could go on on this topic. I think there's been a variety of different approaches that people are starting to look at for underwater robotics. You can either try and develop technologies that are super cheap, and you can build many of them, and then try to instrument the crap out of the ocean. So that's one area. And then there's kind of the other, the other approach where you might want to have really expensive vehicles, but have the capacity to, be persistent. So figure out ways for these robots to stay in a location or sample a location over a long period of time. And so that's being worked on, around the world, not only for, for defense applications, obviously, but then also for, science applications as well. And I think, too, what I spend a lot of time doing is thinking about what are the questions I'm interested in, and can I do this automated, or approach it in an automated fashion? And if I can, great, go down that pathway. If I can't, then, open up another toolbox and use these more remote tools. So, for example, right now, MBARI has, over the past 30 years, been collecting midwater video transects. So every month for the past, I think, 28, 30 years, with an ROV, we've been going down at 100-meter increments to collect video data on who's there. And that's from like the sea surface down to 1,000 meters. And so we've amassed all of this video data. But then what do you do with it, right? And I think that's the biggest problem, and independent of if you're going to be doing remote things or human-operated things versus, automated things or automated robotics, is what do you do with all this data once you've collected it? And so in the case of MBARI, one of the ways we've approached that problem is actually having manually annotating all of that video data. And, that's not sustainable. And then another aspect of it is, you can't really take a ship out every time you want to do one of these transects. So we've started developing, we call it I2Map, an AUV that essentially replicates the setup we have on ROVs, on an AUV, and that can do these transects in an automated fashion. But again, that vehicle is quite large. It's a Dorado class AUV, and not many people can deploy a vehicle like that. And so now we're thinking, down the pathway of how do we make these things more accessible to people. And there's one project that we're working on with Hui and Stanford and University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, to develop the Mesobot, which is a smaller autonomous underwater vehicle that uses a stereo pair of cameras to track animals or other interesting targets in midwater. And that automation is going to be fantastic. But again, how do we process all of that data? And I think, and I did want to put in a plug for this as, a potential project, is that, MBARI's got this incredible resource, this video lab that is manually annotated. Let me say that again. It's a manually annotated video data set. And there's incredible things we could be doing with it, with machine learning. We just need the right people to be working on that problem.
I agree with everything that's been said. In terms of the value judgment part, I just want to make sure that while we develop robotic systems to do things that humans aren't capable, we shouldn't take humans out of the loop entirely. And not only, as Beverly mentioned, for the ability to assimilate information and make decisions more effectively than computers can, for kind of the inspirational aspects of it as well. You can show people 50 images of satellites, but they'll want to look at the one of the astronaut on the spacewalk. And it's important, as kind of Bob mentioned earlier, if we're going to make progress, then in the oceans, we need everyone on board, and we need to inspire them as well. So keeping humans in that process of exploration, I think, is important as well.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, you all are going to kill me. I misspoke earlier. We actually have 6 minutes and 20 seconds, so please don't throw that back at me my way. But we do. That still does mean we have time for questions. And so, anybody else in the audience? Just talking to that fuzzy end there.
Hi, my name is Genevieve Flossbowler, and I'm a second-year PhD student in the Hui Joint Program. And I have a question. So I'm trained kind of more as a computer scientist than as an ocean explorer. And one of the things that stood out to me coming into this field and trying to take some of the things that I learned in machine learning and computer science and apply it to these problems is how much data is available and how useful that could be. I mean, data has really pushed forward computer science and machine learning in computer vision and other fields in autonomous driving cars, image recognition, and that same progress isn't really happening in underwater imagery. And I think one of the problems is that the data sets that you would need to do this are kind of spread across institutions, and if I want to get a cool coral data set, I have to go email the person who studied that specific environment and get their data and then try to compile things. I was wondering if you have any thoughts about how we could try to make kind of the data community in the marine sciences more inclusive and more accessible to people who are interested in playing with it.
Excellent. Kenny and Beverly, would you be okay if I gave Adam and Kakani a chance to take? Okay, go for it.
Yeah, so we, certainly from the National Deep Submergence Facility perspective, we're very interested and invested in that as well. And we try as hard as we can to make any data collected with those vehicles publicly available, but there are some real challenges to that, one of them being video. There's a huge amount of video, not just of whatever the scientist was pointing the video camera at, but every water column traverse that could be used for those purposes that is not very accessible to the public. One can request it, but there's a challenge in how to archive and store that, and right now it's really a resource challenge until the technology catches up. But since Kakani's here, I would challenge her to talk about that manually annotated data set and whether that's publicly available or not.
It is, but I will say, coming from kind of the aerospace world where there are requirements and there are repositories, there's, I think more broadly in other fields, there are ways in which people share data that make a little more sense to me personally. But I think there's some institutions, at least in ocean sciences, that do think about how do we make our data accessible. Unfortunately, I can't speak to all of them, but I can at least speak to some of the programs we have at MBARI right now. Interestingly, all of the video annotations that we have has been done using what we call VARS. It's called Video Annotation Reference System. And you can actually access all of this online. And you can do a quick search. If you go to our deep sea guide, and I don't know what that URL is, but search Google, you can actually search by species in some instances, whether or not there's been annotations for them. And then data outputs include, like where their abundance might be in the water column, also locations, so where the, GPS location of that observation. So that data is available. You just have to, unfortunately, you have to go specifically to a website, like an MBARI website, to find it. But then there's an example, it's called the SOCOM project. It's the Argos Float project in the Antarctic. And I think they're doing a fantastic job of sharing data, where all the data is instantly uploaded to a satellite and then is made available on a website. And again, Google SOCOM, SOCCOM. And I think that's a really fantastic model that perhaps, the rest of the oceanographic, community can try and follow. Because these data products are incredible, but they only get synthesized as we get to them, and so why not share that with a much bigger community?
Can I jump in with one more point? So what MBARI does is really great with their video annotation because it's a programmatic thing that they have a vocabulary that they use to annotate video very consistently, and annotated data is really much more useful data for computer science than unannotated data. And
Right.
what we do, since we're driven by individual PIs, we don't do a great job of kind of consistent annotation. So any sort of tools to advance that part of it, I think would make the data much more accessible, searchable, usable.
Yeah.
And I would just add really quickly to that one thing to keep in mind when it comes to data is that the volume of data that we generate is tremendous, right? The computing power needed to automate the analysis of the video that Kakani was talking about is non-trivial if you want to do it right. And so I think we also need to keep the sort of culture in mind of how we collect our data and the resources we have available. But I would actually say we should keep our eyes on the non-government organizations. MBARI has been pioneering in many technologies and in many of these practices. The Ocean Exploration Trust, which I've worked quite a bit with, is also pioneering in not only making video and data available, but samples. Any samples that they collect, they send to Harvard's Museum of Comparative Zoology, and those are available to anyone, right, who wants them. Even the Schmidt Ocean Institute is doing the same thing, right? So data is a big challenge, but it's really, I would turn to folks like you who are going to be the next generation of leaders to really help us solve this issue. Sir. Nice. Wow. Or going to football. I mean,
Yeah, and as Peter mentioned, the Ocean Exploration Trust is mandated to open source its data as it collects it.
yeah.
And also dealing with the terabyte a day of video imagery, and God help us when we go to 4K and 16 times more HD. We take frame grabs. We have a person 24 hours a day dedicated to grabbing a frame and then annotating it. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to sit down and go through 8 million hours of footage. If you check the annotation, it'll say, we saw the following. And then you can call up that image, and once you get its time code, you now know where to find it in the vast servers of the video data. So you always could do a better job, but we're required to do it. Mm-hmm. Here you go, Peter.
Thanks, Bob. All right. We are technically out of time, but I'm going to make an executive decision to give us 1 minute for anybody to ask one burning question they have and to let our panel respond. Oh, man, God help me. Here we go.
I just wanted to pick up on something you mentioned, Adam, at the end of the first question around how you integrate humans into discovery and keep them as part of the process. Because one of my concerns with technology is, as amazing as it is and as much data as it generates, it's creating a lot more space for warm bodies to sit behind computers at the end. So how do we keep people engaged in the ocean? And as you answer that, I'd love to hear your thoughts and reflections on what experience made you fall in love with the ocean and what made you have a career that you have now.
Who wants to give it a go? All of you? You guys want to do quick answers each?
Yeah,
All right, kick it off again, Kenny, please.
I mean, the quick answer, the personal one, is I grew up near the ocean. It was a way to escape. No one can yell at you in the water, or not. You can get away from the cops, all sorts of reasons. Then the other, but I think now, particularly of a new generation of scientists and people in the exploration goals, it's not, oh, you're a storyteller, oh, you're a scientist, but they're integrating it into the science, and it's being formalized through NSF and other groups who are asking about or requiring broader impacts, outreach education. So I think it's a different mindset of even when I started in graduate school and whatnot. So I think we're heading in the right direction, and this meeting is an example of it.
I get asked the question many times, how does, I'm originally from Wisconsin, people say, well, how does a Wisconsin girl end up being an underwater archaeologist in the Mediterranean? But for me, I would say I fell in love with the ocean in the swimming pool, in the bathtub, in shells to my ear, in my imagination. And, it didn't require, I don't think I saw the sea, or that I remember seeing the sea till I was maybe 9 years old. So, but I think for me personally, if I take my own personal experience and in my connection with the ocean, literacy, ocean literacy as a critical part of education. I know, in the Mediterranean now, in the United States, there's a whole policy of what ocean literacy should be, what some base level education that is part of the elementary school experience. I think that but kids have good imaginations. I think that that's something at least to put a baseline out there.
Yeah. Well, in my case, I'm actually born in Hawaii. Same hospital as President Obama, by the way.
You sure?
Oh, that's who you talk to. But I would say I really didn't return back to the oceans until I started graduate school, because as I was undergoing my PhD at Caltech, I was an engineer, so I was put in a lab in a basement somewhere, that I had an opportunity to go out in the field, and after that I was just completely hooked. I just felt like there was so much we could learn from the natural environment. And then in terms of, the human aspect of our work, I don't see it ever going away. I mean, just because we have more automation or more, robots, it allows us to provides us perhaps with more time to do the things we really want to do, instead of going through a sediment sample and trying to find an artifact. If we could do that in an automated fashion, then we could use our available time to do other things. So I see it as an opportunity in that respect.
Yeah, I have no great origin story, and part of the reason I maybe resonate with Humans in the Loop is because it was really my first dive in the human-occupied submersible Alvin that got me hooked. And I think it's a great question and a really challenging question to come up with a defensible argument for why humans need to dive in a submersible and be on the seafloor. I can tell you that I think we are much more efficient at assimilating and choosing the right sample and that kind of thing. And I can tell you that it's inspiring, but and NASA, I think, has this same problem. When you weigh that against the risks of being there and that kind of thing, it's really hard to defend. And I'm sure there's some very clever people here who could tell me about the cognition of a human brain and the eyes and how they work together. But I have yet to have something that I can go to someone with and say, absolutely, you need humans there if you want to make progress. So I would think that's a challenge for us to come up with.
Thanks. Well, let's give our panel a round of applause. Now, I think it's break time, correct? All right, so before you all head out to your break, Katie has asked each of us that if we have an exciting idea that we wanted to share or have been inspired by what you've heard, and this applies to you all as well, write them down on the big board over there. There should be some markers around, I hope. If not, I'll try and drum some up. But jot down your ideas, and that'll likely find its way into tomorrow's discussion. So thank you all for joining us for the session.
It's great to be here. What a great day. So you've just joined the Deep Data session, it's really a great segue from the initial session that we just had in here. Lots of questions about the data. So to kick us off, I wanted to show you some supercomputer simulations. We have quintillion bytes of data coming down from our Earth-observing satellites every day. Tell you what you need to know about, sea temperature, the currents, the soil. But what do we do with all that data? Our session is, how do we curate that? How do we share it with all citizens? And then I think fundamentally, how do we bring about actions and change human behavior? This is just a scientific fact in terms of our temperature rise just hitting, 1 degree Celsius. So taking a look at all the extreme data, and I think to have this discussion, we absolutely need to start with the oceans. So we have an incredible panelist here. They're going to tell us about what's going on, and just my final simulation. Take a look at the currents, sea level rise. And all of us are here on Spaceship Earth, as I call it. If you know me, I'm Dava Newman. Didn't introduce myself, a faculty member here at MIT. It's my great joy to be able to moderate this session. And I've spent my entire career trying to get people to Mars, but I have 20 years to get people to Mars, and I think we only have 10 years to really address climate. And I think climate starts with the oceans and having this discussion. So it's a great session to kick off. Let me introduce our panelists here. Sorry about that. Here we go. Katie Croft-Bell needs no introduction, but she's an MIT alum, I like to say. First and foremost, we're so glad she's joined us at the Media Lab to lead the Ocean Open initiative. She's explorer, as you've seen from earlier in the motion, but I want to highlight her background in ocean engineering and maritime archaeology and oceanography. That's kind of bringing the best from the engineering to the science world to tackle some of these really, audacious problems that we have. She's also passionate about making it available to the public. So Katie's leading the Open Oceans effort here, and that's really important. How do we bring on, just see her little beautiful daughter up here, how do we bring all the kids on board? How do we, immerse them in the conversation as well? And then we'll hear from Alan Turchik. He's at National Geographic, the head of product development manager for the Exploration Technology Labs. He's a mechanical engineer by training, so he's deployed sensors all over throughout the sea, and now he's really focused on how do we scale that up? What can we do with all of our technology and sensing, and how do we scale all that information up, again, to share with everyone? Which will be followed by Grace Calvert-Young. It's great to see Grace again. She's an ocean engineer at MIT, an explorer, an aquanaut. How many of you are aquanauts in the audience? We're all fellow explorers and citizens here. And Grace has just actually submitted her dissertation at Oxford, and she will be defending in a week. So thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
And congratulations, but we really appreciate you making the trip. Hopefully it'll get the nerves down, but you're going to do great.
Thank you.
And then Ben Woodward, I'd like to introduce you to. He's the co-founder of C-Vision AI. So when we talk about how do we use artificial intelligence, natural language, deep learning to really make sense of all of the ocean data that we have, Ben is going to be the authority on that. Grace is also doing that for her dissertation, imaging, machine learning. So we really do think some of the solutions to make sense of this are really now with the algorithms. And then I love the question from the last group as well. But people are always in the loop, right? With all of our AI, natural language, people are always in the loop. So without further ado, we're going to put Katie on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dava. And I just love that sea surface temperature, and I could stare at that all day. And the last session, actually, if you were in either room, you kind of heard during the Q&A a lot of discussion about you have the exploration discovery and our thriving ocean and so much information being collected right now, and what in the world do we do with it? So I thought that was a great tee up to this session here. So as we've discussed earlier, my background's in deep sea exploration, and what that means is that we go to sea with big ships and big vehicles, human-occupied submersibles or remotely operated vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and now increasingly cabled observatories that are on the seafloor collecting data 24 hours a day. And every day we collect terabytes and terabytes and terabytes of data, and oftentimes the largest percentage of data is video. So we have high-def video, 4K is coming online, 8K will be coming online in the near future. And what in the world do we do with all of this? After a cruise, the biologist on board might go back and look at the video for whatever particular animal they might be interested in, but oftentimes a lot of this data ends up on hard drives, on servers, in a closet, and isn't accessible. And even if it is accessible, if it is publicly available, it's really hard to find and really hard to use. I just tried to get a bunch of NOAA data, which is technically publicly accessible, but it was really a good thing that I knew the right people in the Ocean Exploration Office to contact to say, how do I actually get what I need? Because it was a challenge. So, underwater video, I'm going to make all of my points painfully obvious. It's difficult to find and difficult to use. Not only that, when you're on a cruise, you'll have a wide range of people annotating the video. You might have an intern who's never been to sea before, or you might have a seasoned professional like Steve Carey. He's been going to sea for I don't know how long, volcanologist, expert in underwater volcanoes. But when he's looking at the seafloor, he's trying to find a rock. He's not caring about whatever that fish is that was swimming by. So our annotations oftentimes are biased by both the level and the field of expertise of the viewer. And we heard a little bit in the last session here that MBARI, the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, Kakani was talking about how they have this video lab, but they have the resources to pay people to sit there and watch video and annotate it after a cruise. It's incredible. I don't think anybody else does that. Do you? No one else does that.
No.
So even if you can find the video, even if you have some sparse annotations, like it's just impossible. So what discoveries still remain buried in the data? We have the Nautilus, for example, collects 24 hours a day for 6 months. What discoveries haven't we made yet that's still sitting there? Okeanos Explorer, same thing. NSF cruises, Aleutian cruises maybe now. But anyway, point is, we've invested millions, tens of millions, potentially even hundreds of millions of dollars into collecting this information, and we haven't made all of the discoveries that we could make from it. So, that said, we also, in addition to all of these major oceanographic assets that the Woods Holes or the Scripses or the MBARIs have, you also have coming online all of these lower cost technologies, drop cameras, 360 cameras, open ROVs, all of these other tools that are coming online. And what in the world are we going to do with that? We can't even get our acts together within the scientific community to deal with it. With the increasing ubiquity of all of these low-cost tools, how are we going to handle the data? And how can we do it? And I hope the answer is yes. I hope that's why we're all here today. So next section is, I'm going to preface this with, I have a lot of pieces of paper with my name on it, but none in computer science. So this is sort of my dream as a scientist for what we might put together, and that's to combine research data with citizen data and have some kind of platform to crowdsource it and annotate it, and then use those annotations to inform machine learning algorithms that then can iteratively go back and forth between the people and the machines so that we can start to build a library of information that can then be used to go back and either analyze legacy data that's already existing, or create tools for real-time annotations. And this is not to take humans out of the loop, it's really to help us, because we can't be the MBARI. We can't have a room like this full of people sitting there saying that's a starfish. We just can't, it's crazy. So what would we get from this? I think a few things, and I'm sure that there would be a lot of other things. But one is that we can really start to understand global trends in ecosystem connectivity, in biogeographical patterns, in potentially even behaviors. If we're looking at videos, you can see how animals are moving and responding. And There's probably something else I was going to say about that, but we're going to move on. We can start to empower citizen explorers. So if people actually have a stake in this, they're being a part of how to annotate this massive system, and they're also starting to understand and to see and to really interact with the data, not just watch it in a passive way, oftentimes like we do with telepresence. But actually one thing that was really useful with the Nautilus was that Q&A and that interaction with people, and I thought that was a really powerful way to engage people. We can also, from the results, start to develop curious robots and exploration tools for people so that either the robots or the people can know when an anomaly is seen. So if you don't have the fish person seeing that fish for the first time, you might not even know that it's a discovery. We talk about this all the time at sea. It's like, well, that's not my field, so I wouldn't even know that that's new. But if we can aggregate all of this intelligence, potentially we can do that. Now, I'm also not a video producer, so this is a very crude mock-up, but you can imagine that having these types of information running in the background could then inform people in real time when you're at sea what you're seeing. What is this? Is it seen in this region? Is it new? Should we collect it? Is this a new depth range? Is this a new temperature range or pH? So that you're starting to alert people to the anomalies and to the potential discoveries. So, in conclusion, I think that it's time to really capitalize on all of the resources and funding and people that we put into oceanography and really let the discoveries begin on data that we've collected and moving forward into the future. So, thank you, and I'll turn it over to Alan.
So hi, my name is Alan Turchik, and I'm the Product Development Manager for National Geographic's Exploration Technology Lab. So the Exploration Technology Lab is dedicated to creating tools and technologies to enable National Geographic's major initiatives. So National Geographic does a lot of stuff, so that means that we have to be fairly flexible in what types of devices that we create. So we create all kinds of different tools. We have animal-borne imaging systems, we have terrestrial camera systems, we have underwater robotics. So my job specifically is to take the prototypes that we develop and scale those for global impact. So one of the most successful ocean platforms that we developed is something that we call the Deep Ocean Drop Cam. So it's a benthic lander that's 6,000 meter rated. So this is our current incarnation. And it is essentially a glass sphere with a camera inside. It's capturing 4K video data, and we've got lights and microcontroller. We'll throw it over the side of a vessel. It's autonomous and tetherless, so it'll sink down to the bottom of wherever it is and begin to record data. After a certain amount of time, it'll release its anchor and ascend back to the surface where we'll collect it and begin to look at the video data. So we've been using these for about 7 years now, and we've been on 21 expeditions with these devices, and we've had 350 deployments, over 1,000 hours of deep ocean footage. Most of the time, so these are all the different locations that we've been. So all the red dots are the different expeditions. Imagine 15 to 20 deployments in each location. So most of the time, we're going places in the world that the deep ocean's never been explored. So we're just sending a camera down just to see what's there. But the question is now that we've started to amass this kind of global data set and we've got these cameras looking at all these different locations around the world, what do we do with this data? So actually we do have some researchers at the University of Hawaii that are actually combing through all our video footage right now, but that's really time consuming to do, to sit there and look and try to identify all the different benthic habitats and all the species that you have. But so being able to automate that process is going to really be able to speed up the process of discovery for us. We want to put more drop cams all around the world to really start to develop a baseline of what all these deep ocean habitats are. But I think another important aspect of what we need to do with this data is to think about, and this is especially important for National Geographic, is for me it's storytelling. We have all these different data sources that we have about the deep ocean, and how do we start to put those together to really begin to understand the story of what is happening in the deep ocean? So humans naturally are inclined to think about things in terms of stories. And so we want to be able to really define what's going on in the deep ocean in this way. So it's being able to weave a narrative arc through all these different data points that we have in order to be able to tell a compelling narrative to really draw people in to what's going on in the deep ocean. So I just want to end with an anecdote. So National Geographic has been really good about taking visual imagery and weaving a story with this. And so the DropCam has a lot of deep ocean data. And so in the 1930s, there was a marine biologist named William Beebe, and he had this, it's called the bathysphere. It was a metal sphere. And no human had ever been below 100 feet in the ocean before. So he was taking this bathysphere down thousands of feet into the ocean. And as he would descend down, he would look out the porthole and shine out a light and look at all these alien creatures that existed in this area. And there was a tether that connected his bathysphere up to his surface vessel, and he had a telephone that would run up. And he would, as he's looking out his porthole, he would talk onto this telephone and describe the scene that he was seeing before him. And up on the surface vessel, there was a woman named Elsie Bosselman, and she was an illustrator. And she'd be rapidly sketching out all the different things that William Beebe was describing. And these are her illustrations, actually. And so these were published in the National Geographic magazine. So imagine being in the 1930s and opening this magazine and seeing these wonderful images that were there. And that's kind of what we want to generate, that sense of wonder with the deep ocean data that we're collecting. So thank you.
Okay, yes. All right. Hi, I'm Grace, and in my 7 minutes, I'd like to share some stories for how I've seen big data management help us answer big questions, big problems. But first, I'll give some background to myself so you understand where I'm coming from. When I was here at MIT, I missed my graduation my senior year to live underwater in this underwater habitat called Aquarius. It's 60 feet deep in the Florida Keys, and 6 of us aquanauts were living in this habitat. We were led by Fabien Cousteau. We were there running about 6 different science research experiments. And as you can imagine, I was pretty excited about the ocean before living there for 15 days. I grew up as an avid sailor and scuba diver, as I know many people in this room are. But actually, my first passion was for technology, especially robotics and camera systems. And it wasn't until I got to MIT my second year that I realized I could combine those passions into ocean engineering. And that's what I've been working on ever since. So while we were underwater, we wanted to see creatures that are moving faster than the human eye can see. And I was down there because I helped adapt this ultra high-speed camera for first-time underwater use. This is a photo of me and my fellow aquanaut Liz operating the camera underwater. Here is one of the things we saw. This is a mantis shrimp. It's only about yay big. And it's moving faster than a bullet comes out of a gun. We captured this at 2,000 frames per second, whereas our human eye can only see at about 30 frames per second. It was the first time that we could see creatures in ultra slow motion behaving in their natural habitat. We have footage from dozens more creatures from just those 15 days underwater. I was so thrilled I got to dance underwater. This is one of my favorite things to do. This was at the end of the mission. But before MIT, I studied ballet, so it all kind of came together at this one moment. I'm still trying to piece it into my story. I just submitted my doctoral thesis last month, and my thesis is on building 3D models of coral reefs and other underwater scenes using photogrammetry. This is important because we know that coral reefs are like the megacities of our ocean. They host over 25% of all marine life, but they cover less than 1% of the ocean floor. And we know that one of the major reasons why they're able to do that is because they have this gorgeous, mathematically complex structural complexity. And it provides niches for food to grow and for fish to hide. So one of the things that the 3D models let us do is better understand that relationship between structure and function on the reef. And with the 3D models, the last chapter of my thesis, we're using machine learning to tie the 3D models with fish data. And the machine learning can, without any other information, learn patterns in what the fish are attracted to in terms of 3D structure on the reef. And we can use that information to design better artificial reefs. The nice thing about machine learning, or the hard thing, is that it just gets better and better with the more data we have, as long as the data is collected in some sort of standardized format that we can use to compare models. So we were able to learn patterns with just 85 3D models and associated data sets. Our guesses were a little bit better than, were significantly better than random guesses. That doesn't sound super exciting, but 85 is incredibly small. We really need thousands of data points to make our predictions very powerful. It was because of the thesis work that NASA called last summer, and I ended up working there in this fairly new program there called the NASA Frontier Development Lab. This was started in 2016, and they're doing something that I'd never heard of before called a research accelerator. The idea is that they grouped us into teams of 4, and in just 8 dedicated weeks, we were tackling really tough problems in research. The problem that I was working on was 3D modeling asteroids in space. It's kind of like modeling coral underwater. I think the NASA Frontier Development Lab was successful for two reasons. One is that it was a public-private partnership, so we had these industry sponsors. And the second was that before we got there in the summer, we had a specific predefined problem. I find that if you don't come in with a predefined problem, there's this really bad situation where engineers just make up problems to solve. I really hate seeing this, especially in the ocean space where there are so many genuinely pressing problems that we need our best talent to solve. So one of the things that made it successful is that we knew our problem. Our problem was, how do we speed up the process of 3D modeling asteroids so that data collection speed matches data analysis speed? NASA Frontier Development Lab was actually based loosely on CERN Open Lab. I worked at CERN Open Lab while I was an undergraduate at MIT in the summer. And like the NASA program, CERN Open Lab is this unique public-private partnership. So CERN it's an epicenter for particle physics research. They deal with terabytes of data every second. So terabytes every second. And in the process of dealing with those huge amounts of data, they helped develop the World Wide Web. It's where that started, where cloud computing started. They made these incredible technology innovations along the way. And again, what I think CERN has been really successful at is having a very clearly defined problem. It was to find the Higgs boson. And everyone felt part of that mission, even me as just a coding intern in the summer. It's really motivating and helps us all stay focused on a big goal. How many here have heard of the Nekton Deep Sea Exploration Project? Not that many. Okay. It's a really incredible program. They're using manned submersibles to explore the ocean with a focus on science and also storytelling. And one thing, my supervisor at Oxford, he is their science director. And one thing they've done is before their next expedition, they had a standardizations workshop where they decided how they're going to collect the data and in what format. They realized they had to do that for 2 reasons. One was that it's so expensive and rare to get to visit some of these deep sea sites that they're probably only going to have 1 chance to do so. So they better do it right, and they better do it in a way so that the data can be compared across efforts. And then the second reason was that apparently we've collected more data about the ocean in the past 2 years than all other years combined. And yet that data can be worthless unless it's collected with some sort of thought out, standardized methodology, and again, towards answering big focus questions. So my ending point is to ask you all here, what is the big questions that we're trying to answer? Is it how do we analyze thousands of hours of video footage to find new species? Is it how do we detect new metabolic processes underwater? Jeff asked that question earlier. Is it how do we use our ocean without using it up? Ayana asked that question earlier. I've shown some success stories for how big data has been used to answer big questions. Those models are ready for us to use and apply to ocean science. We just need to know what our big question is. Thanks.
All right, thank you. My name is Ben Woodward, and I am the founder of CVision AI. I am an applied machine learning researcher. Not so much an ocean person like many of the other people here, but I come at the problem from a computer science aspect. So what I'm going to talk about a little today is what I have been working on, how I see the problem, what are some of the themes and needs, which you've heard a lot echoed from the previous speakers in previous sessions, and also what the solutions that we see being tenable going forward. So myself and my business partner, we founded this company a couple years ago. We spent most of the last 20 plus years between us in the defense industry, designing image processing, video processing for various systems, aircraft self-protection systems, which we like to describe as teaching computers to shoot missiles out of the skies with lasers, because it sounds awesome. Satellite image registration for things like vision-aided navigation in GPS-denied environments, and then more recently, underwater wildlife identification. We are essentially applied researchers with domain expertise, video to image processing. We know signal processing, classical methods. We do things like OpenCV, standard computer vision, and then also deep learning for a lot of the object detection and classification algorithms you see making headlines today for coming out of places like Google and Facebook for various kind of automatic image tagging and things like that. So drowning in data for a poor ocean pun, which I apologize for. As you've heard, it's easier than ever to put optical survey equipment pretty much anywhere. And as you've also heard, it's almost impossible to actually handle all of that data to do all the things that we want to do. And the problem's only getting worse. We already do not have the resources to process all this data. How are we going to continue to collect more data and hope that we can get ahead of the game? The other part of it is that many of these data sets, as you've heard, are actually difficult to actually get at. They exist in disconnected domains and research labs, and they're not able to be put together, even though they have very similar characteristics and can utilize many of the same algorithms to process them. They just don't exist in a single place for people to get at and apply those algorithms. And together, the scale of these data sets are very similar to what you see coming out of standard kind of everyday, I'll call it, object identification. This is my kid on vacation, this is an animal, this is a car, this is all that stuff. Those data sets are at the same scale as the ones we're collecting in ocean engineering. The difference is annotation and curation. I've listed 3 data sets here. YouTube 8 million has 450,000 hours of annotated data, over 5,000 classes between them. ImageNet has 14 million images in it, 1 million of them with bounding box annotations and over 14,000 classes. Microsoft COCO has, which stands for Common Objects in Common Context or something like that. Anyways, basically they have 330,000 images with not just localization data, but also segmentation masks, key point detectors, over 150 different kind of image descriptor characteristics that help people really develop algorithms that can help in automated analysis. So how do we get there? We now have all of this data, but there's data, and then there's data that's useful for applying algorithms to, and that requires annotation. So how do we get there? And I'll say that even data that is annotated now doesn't necessarily have the information that we want. So computer vision algorithms, especially object detection, tracking, requires precise localization data. So what you see there is an example of a software tool that we have developed to essentially allow people to draw boxes, lines, dots, what have you, within imagery and video. And that information, when exported and then fed into training algorithms, is what you really need to start driving down the problems that we're seeing in this space. So, you know, the Mbari having rooms of people doing data, Alan mentioned they also have rooms of people looking at data. Well, you know, the issue isn't necessarily always a constraint of resources. It's a constraint of resources to do everything you want with that imagery. Okay, so you can't watch hundreds of thousands of hours of video, so maybe you subsample it and watch every 20 seconds of video, and then you do, you know, counting of all the species you see in that, and you write it in an Excel spreadsheet. Well, that's great. Now you can submit your analysis for that, but you don't have an auditable record. It's not repeatable. It's not useful for giving to, say, storytellers who may want to recognize species or bring up lots of images of that species. It doesn't have a record that can be brought back to the broader kind of scientific community. So what we say, we need an annotated curation data set. Once you have that, then you can start enriching the data with algorithms. So I've got 2 videos playing here, one of which shows early on in the process you can do kind of computer vision algorithms on untrained nearly data, and they can already draw boxes around all the fish, right? So now you can go to your analyst and say, just identify what each of those boxes are. And now you're inserting into the existing workflow that they're already doing, but you're creating the data set that's needed to further get higher quality annotations, like you'll see in the second video, where you can now start to do things like species identification, and then the harder problem of multi-target tracking within kind of occluded and difficult environments. And those types of algorithms require a lot of annotated data and a lot of training data for these kind of problems. So that's what we see as how we move forward in this, is get a platform for people, as Katie mentioned, to get their data out there, get it annotated in a way that, you know, starts a virtuous cycle. You know, you can just pay someone on Amazon Mechanical Turk or get citizen science by uploading to a web platform, draw boxes around all the fish, draw boxes around all the things that are interesting in this image. And then you can iteratively then send those to an algorithm to train, or you can send them to an expert to then do actual identification, and you can focus their time. And that's really a critical aspect of what we're doing, is we're enabling people to focus their time on their maximum effectiveness in these types of data sets. So a little out of time, but I'll just say the next step is, now that you are able to process all this data, how do you save it, right? And so we need not just larger databases, but smarter ones, right? We need tools that can have fast, scalable analytics, and then also visualization tools to help point the way for people who may want to use that data to tell stories, like many of the other you know, people you've heard talk here today. And so I'll finish. Bring the ocean to life. That's kind of what we want to do. We want to enable people to tell the stories and do the analysis they want to do while keeping up with the way they collect data now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you to all 4 speakers to get us kicked off. I'm going to start. So let's imagine we have this incredible platform that we all want. We can curate some of that data with some of the tools that are available to us now. Back to Grace's question, Katie, but I'll start with you. In terms of, if we have your curation platform, what is the one question that you want help answering?
In what way?
We gotta go. Just what's your favorite question? We're going to turn it open to here. What's your favorite question? Say we have the platform, the magical platform. I know we have to make this platform that can curate. Yeah, so magically we get this platform for everyone to use. We're curating the data. What's the first question you're gonna inquire about? What are you gonna ask about?
The first question, I want to know where all the shipwrecks are in the Mediterranean Sea.
Woohoo! Alan, what's your first question?
And what they are.
And what they are. So identifying them. Yeah.
Yes, identifying.
Yeah, it has to be specific.
Yeah, I think it's being able to identify, just to know all the creatures that are in the deep sea and to be able to identify the different habitats that they're in. Just know what's down there.
Right. Has to be three-dimensional, right?
Yeah.
It's all three-dimensional,
Yep.
three-dimensional space. So that's the thing. Well, we really can't identify it. Grace, how about you? You posed the question to us. We're going to throw it back to you real quickly here.
I mean, there's so many great questions, and to be honest, I'm really most interested in developing the data and technology solutions. I want the scientists and the policymakers to like define the best question, and then like as engineers, we'll tackle it. We'll do it if they can give us functional requirements.
But it's like your cartoon, right?
Yeah.
Can't just be solving it. We need to be solving the right question from the scientist or the most urgent. There's so many questions, but what can we help them do? Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the same thing is what I want to do is enable the technology for people to parse through the data to tell the stories that they want to tell. So, as Bob said at the beginning, help inspire and tell stories. And, part of that is giving those storytellers quick access to the types of things they know. If they want to tell a story about killer whales or a certain type of squid or something, something more exotic than that, can we give them the tools necessary to quickly find either footage of that or information about that and quickly, have them not have to pour over 1,000 hours of video for one blurry shot of that, particular instance. So it's enabling people to use the data that they have effectively.
I actually have one, I think, specific question. What was that green net in the video where the fish were going into?
So that was an open-end trawl survey. So essentially, what they did was they created there was a trawl net wide open that narrowed down, and they put a camera system in. And what they usually do before optical sampling is to basically close that net, bring it to the deck, and count all the species. Well, by putting cameras there, they can essentially do open-end survey, so they can sample for longer and then just do the video review and have non-destructing sampling.
Yeah, that's good.
So that's what you're seeing there is a bright green net.
Okay. Thanks.
Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to add to my answer. I read a book last year about Alexander von Humboldt, and that was the original name of the Nautilus before Bob changed it to Nautilus. And if you're not familiar with him, he basically invented the concept of nature and biogeography. He went all over the world, scaled mountains barefoot, carrying glass tubes and sensors, and he's seriously crazy. But incredible, and put together the fact that you had different geological areas that led to habitats for different plants and animals, which we all take for granted now. It's like obvious. But he realized that, wrote multi-volume treatises on the subject, incorporating both the state-of-the-art in scientific knowledge, but also art and music and design, and brought it all together. And so I feel like that is something that we're really lacking in the ocean. We can only go when we have a submersible or an ROV. You go to one spot, you look at that, and then you come back up. And there's no way to really connect all of these studies that are going on around the world. So being able to see those kinds of biogeographical patterns worldwide, I think would be huge.
Because the ocean is a system of systems. We're going to open it up, and you please interact. You can ask us questions. Again, how do we curate this data? How do we share it? I love the comment too, to bring all the kids on board, right? How do we share it? Only a few lucky explorers or aquanauts, but how do we share that? And how do we really bring everyone with us to this? So we're here for your questions, and look forward to interacting with you. Who wants to go first? All right.
It's a pretty simple question. As I watch video data from the 80s and the 90s deteriorate on shelves, should all video data be saved and archived?
Yeah.
I can take that. So CERN, like I said, deals with terabytes every second, but they don't save all of that. There's no way like anyone wants that. So they do like right at the sensor actually selectively delete data that we don't care about because it's a really well understood phenomenon, for example. But they can do that because they know what they're looking for, like the Higgs boson, and they know what's completely irrelevant. I think with the oceans, we don't even know. I was thinking, Katie, in the videos just in your presentation, like there's probably things we were looking at that we don't really understand right now. So again, like we need to know what we're looking. I have a little bit of an idea what we're looking for before we can delete data.
But hopefully, being formerly of the government, hopefully for any PI and any investigation that's government funded at least, to make sure that all investigators we have an archive of that video data so we can have it, because those discoveries to be made, we might not go back to that place anywhere soon. So
I'm asking the question of whether we should do that. I mean, how often?
Because right now you have tapes that are sitting on
Sure, how often
shelves
are
or whatever.
those legacy data used to make discoveries?
Yeah, I think data policy, we talked about standards, I mean, just the labeling, things like that. What do you guys think about it? We don't want to lose, really that precious data that we have.
One thing I'll say, it's possible even without training data. I learned this last night from Gil, who might be in the audience. It's possible to make like a highlights reel of the anomalies or what it thinks are interesting clips of the video. So say you have like 1,000 hours of video on tapes, you could have a system automatically create a highlight reel. And it might be missing some stuff, but you might at least get a better idea of what it is and whether or not you should throw it away or invest in putting it on hard drives.
Where'd our ball go? Here's another question. Great, thank you.
I guess I want to make more of a comment than a question.
Sure.
Continuation of that. In a lot of my work, looking at going back to excavations that were done in 20s, 30s, 40s, even the 90s, and it's endless. One of the biggest problems is that we don't know what needs to be saved. Mm-hmm. We just don't know, and it's a difficult decision, because on the one hand, save everything, because down the road, who knows if the particles are falling in just that angle, end up telling us something important that seems like nothing now. So it's a huge challenge. I mean, I know that I'm endlessly frustrated all the time because of the things that were selective, the judgment issue of things that at the time didn't relate to the question that was being asked, or they simply didn't record those things, and so they threw them out. And then when you go back to it, it's not there. So anyway, just throwing it out.
In a similar vein, the Okeanos Explorer, so the NOAA Office of Ocean Exploration, when they first started, I don't think they recorded anything during the ascents and descents. They would just start recording once they got to the seafloor, and then all these midwater biologists said, well, hey, wait, what about you're going through this area twice every dive, so why aren't you recording what's going on? So now they do. But it's a good question. Like, there's a lot of information. What do you do with it? Should you save it? Could you analyze a whole bunch of video that's digital now and run those tapes through it and just save the things that you think might be important and sort of cull it down a little bit? But then you still get into the judgment question of you don't know what's important. So, but then again, there are like petabytes of cats online, so why not ocean?
Storage, I was going to say storage. We have infinite storage. I mean, infinite storage. We have to make sense of it.
A couple bunnies with waffles on their heads.
But storage is free, right? How do we make them go viral? Maybe is more the question.
Kenny.
I guess in this room we probably all have relatively close shared values on the use of this information for fundamental science, conservation, marine conservation, or cultural resources. But the history of the early adopters of technologies tends to be industry, and the technology far outpaces our regulatory and enforcement capabilities. So are we opening up new fisheries in places that people wouldn't have found otherwise by identifying all the shipwrecks? We're not so good at protecting what we know. I think it's
who wants to take that, getting into the regulation and the policy decisions?
I think it's a great question, but I also think that it's important to know what's there, because deep sea mining is imminent. You've seen pictures of these huge seafloor chomping machines, and have we even looked and seen what's there in advance of that happening? So I think that we need to get ahead of the curve on the exploitation of the ocean, because it's going to happen. Sorry, I hate to say it, but if you want your cell phones, you want your laptops, we need those rare earth elements. So what should we be what should the scientists be doing? What should conservationists be doing in advance of that to ensure that, oh, hey, maybe that is a habitat that should be conserved. Let's block it off, and you can do your thing over there.
And opening some things up. I love it that citizens can now track all of the ship traffic and things like that. So we do have eyes on it for the first time ever. So I think also it empowers citizens in that sense, that if you give citizens the data, they can be watchful and be mindful. Thanks for the comment, please.
I hope.
I love the comment that we need more targeted questions so that we know what is meaningful data to collect so that we can build the platforms to do that, so reverse engineer it. One thing I see from where I'm coming from is that it's really easy to get funders excited about building technologies. It's not so easy to get funders excited about analyzing data. So I was wondering what your thoughts are on that and how we can start telling a story around that as well.
Oh, I wish I had the answer, but that's a problem that I've faced as well. I think the answer would though be to look at those, the CERN lab model and the NASA Frontier Development Lab model. So they're using existing technologies with industry, but really pushing them to the limit, and companies were interested in sponsoring that activity because it informs them what the future is probably going to be, and it helps them innovate on their own technology. So that's one way I can see of pitching it. I'd actually be really curious to hear if anyone in the audience has other ideas for that. Maybe Katie,
Alan, what about the
You're kind of
story-
working
what
on
about
that
the
now.
storytelling?
I'd love to
Yeah.
hear suggestions, but
Yeah.
I think that machine learning and AI are such buzzy things right now that it may be easier now than it once was to be able to do that. I saw a hand up with maybe a suggestion.
I was going to, yeah, go ahead.
Hold on.
Got to throw the mic over here. And we'll come back to you, Alan.
This thing is awesome.
Yeah, this thing is great. So I guess my question is, have you guys explored commercial applications of the algorithms you're developing? Because some of the stuff around curious robots, identifying interesting things in photos, that seems pretty valuable to a lot of industries and consumer technology.
Ben, go ahead.
Yeah.
I think what I find is it's actually the opposite, right? Where what we're going to find most successful is using the algorithms from commercial aspects to apply to this type of data. So, what you'll find is that Google, Facebook, or whatever, they'll publish their algorithms and they'll publish their code online because they recognize that it's not, it does have benefit, but the benefit is in the data. And so that's why we're here having this conversation, is that we can use commercially available stuff, and so from already commercial aspects. So from a funding point of view, it's almost the reverse of that. It's how can we leverage existing investments to bring to basically extend the reach of that technology.
But do we have challenges that are unique that haven't been solved yet in other industries?
Yeah.
You tell me.
I think so.
So
I don't know.
I mean, I would say that
From an algorithm building point of
from
view.
an algorithm
yes.
point of view, so it's the way I see it is that a lot of the low-hanging fruit is very similar, and we can follow the exact same pattern that was used to now identify all the cats in your video, right? We can identify all the sunfish or the sharks. We can do the common stuff first, and then people who do analyses of that stuff can then quickly move on to other things that are more interesting because they don't have to guess at how many of the common things are. But that's also part of their existing workflow. So it's unburdening people on things that can easily be automated to have them focus on defining what are those problems that are unique to ocean engineering. I think that's what I would say to that.
So then I guess I'd also build on that to ask, is there any partnership with industry you could make where the data you gather is directly valuable to one of their activities, some sort of like EM&V kind of paid service where the data that you happen to gather is not only highly valuable to your research, but also highly valuable to helping a company comply with some regulation or something.
Sorry, I have a specific
Yeah. Go for it.
There's a lot of work on that in specifically commercial fisheries. So having on fish captains having the ability to watch in real time and have algorithms know what's coming into their net, so that if they run into a school of protected species, they can quickly close their net in order to be able to maximize their actual fishing time, because they have regulations on bringing those and landing them. So as well as compliance for things like bycatch discards. So there is definitely a commercial tie-in that has both a regular video and also underwater video to develop these kinds of technologies that dovetails very quickly with the research aspect of it.
Great. Questions in the back. Let's toss the ball. Let's toss the ball back there. I see a hand from Mbari.
I mean, I'm sorry, Kakani. So I do have something to add too, where we have a partnership now with, I think, the California Coastal Commission and some offshore renewable energy companies to map the bottom of, I think it's in Southern California coast, so that, they can pick or select a favorable site for, an offshore wind facility. So there's, definitely opportunities in that area as well.
There comes another hand here. Go ahead and toss the ball there. I want to make a quick comment on the partnerships and the alliances. I think it really is a new era where government funded, but working with the private companies. Again, it's great that we're at the Media Lab. So again, there's a win-win in it for everyone. Some of the government's funding, but on the being seeded by governments, and then just individuals too. So it seems like, how do we really raise all of this up? And it seems by some of these alliances having lots of great people work on it, but also making it available, really looking at those public-private partnerships too. And I think the ball got over there. Thank you.
Here. So Grace, you mentioned that working with the data that you're working with, it's very important to be thoughtful about the methodology of collecting the data so that it's not worthless and that these are often like rare one-off events. And so there's a question for the panel. How do you see that standardized kind of methodology shaping up? And I imagine there's probably some iteration with, as technology improves, we are probably able to collect data with more precision and with more granularity. So how would such a methodology need to evolve as technologies continue to evolve as well?
Thank you.
I'll have two quick comments. One is that in general, more data is better than less data. So just collect as much as you can. You can always toss it out later. Two is that, for the Nekton, it really just took a 2-day workshop they put 16 experts in a conference room at Oxford with tea and coffee, and they developed their standardized protocol. They're experts and they put it together, but it's not that hard. What do you guys think?
I think that's the thing, is we start to collect more data. It's important that we think about what we're doing with that data, and as we're sorry, do you want to go ahead and answer that?
Sure. Well, to Grace's point about Nekton, so with the Nautilus program, we didn't do data standardization on a cruise-by-cruise basis. All of the data collection and annotation is done throughout the whole program in the same way, so that it is possible, if one were to be able to get it and use it, to know what you're looking for, where is it, what folder it's in, blah, 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 all the same formats and that sort of thing. But then you have to look at, across the academic community, if you're talking about citizen exploration, how can you possibly get all of these people to agree on a common formats or naming conventions or whatever. The NSF and UNOLS, the National Oceanographic Laboratory System, put on a workshop a couple years ago on ocean video. And one of the big takeaways was, okay, well, we need to name the video files the same way. But then you got to get somebody to change, because if you adopt one person. So it's hard to change that kind of culture and community, and this is the way we've always done it. But if you're going to move forward within the research community and within, the ocean community at large, there has to be some kind of consensus to be able to do that.
Yes. Too much standardization lead to stagnation? If everyone has to do the same thing, who is the person that goes on the fringe and does something better?
Yeah, there's a balance. I don't know.
Yeah, I think for us, so originally when we were deploying the drop cams, we didn't have a standardized methodology in what we were doing. It was just kind of as a exploration tool. So I think that's something important for us going forward, is that we start to standardize exactly how we're using these devices. Every single time we're doing the same thing over and over again. And there is kind of the exploratory aspect. We want to try something different and see what happens. But I think it can't be just that we're trying something different each time, because we want to have consistent data. And so when we're doing an analysis, we can do really good comparisons. Like when we want to be able to compare one section of the deep ocean with another section of the deep ocean, and there has to be some standard baseline that we have agreed on in order to have that comparison. So there's a space to try to do different things, but I think in order to create some kind of baseline, you have to standardize your measurements.
Yeah, and if you're looking for innovation in the data and the data analysis, then you have to have some sort of like, if you're innovating your naming file convention, like, I don't think that's the most important thing. But if everybody's able to agree on certain parameters, then you can start to see those global trends and innovate in the data and the sort of data mining, I guess, rather than necessarily just, are you going to buy a Seabird CTD or something else?
So maybe we start with kind of some of the lessons learned with the standardization and then deep data, deep mining. I want to thank all of you participants. We're going to end on time because we have some great lightning talks, I understand now, by our students. So thank you so much. Thanks for starting the discussion. To be continued.
Deva.
Hi, everyone. I'm Devorah. I'm a member of the Open Ocean Initiative. I'll be speaking to you in a few minutes about what I'm personally interested in, but we have a really amazing lineup of a lot of different types of researchers and students that are all thinking about how to explore the ocean using art, using sensing, technology, data analysis, and we're very excited to have everybody present to you. We're hoping that this can be a springboard for a lot of the discussions later in the day and also tomorrow, pitching projects, getting funding for some of the projects, hopefully, so we're very excited. There's going to be a sound that the AV will put on when your 3 minutes are up. Can you guys play the sound? So that's going to be your key that you've gone over. But the structure is 3 slides in 3 minutes, and we'll go through a bunch of really interesting projects, hopefully over lunch. You can get a chance to maybe take a deeper dive into some of the work. So we're going to get started with Marty, who's going to talk to us about the Loch Ness Monster, and we'll take it from there. Thanks.
Well, I want to thank Katie, I don't know if you're here, and Roxa. And this is my first lightning talk. I just had to learn by Googling what is a lightning talk. So I want to talk about monsters. You guys are techies, so I assume none of you believe in silly things like monsters. Well, back, I was a student here, I'm class of 1962, and after I graduated, I started making sonar equipment of all sorts. And I wonder if we're starting on my wrong slide. If we could go back a picture. I don't know how to do it. Oh, okay. Well, and in 1970, a good friend, my company lawyer, a guy named Bob Rhines, was obsessed with the Loch Ness Monster. And he asked me if I would take my sonars to Loch Ness and work with him, see if we could find the monster. So I went along. There was a group called the Academy of Applied Science, or if you read Doonesbury, the Academy of Implied Science. And there's me in the boat. If you're going to go monster hunting, you have to wear a deer stalker. And with Tim Dinsdale and Bob Rhines, next slide. Whoops, I guess I do it. Well, for years and years and years, people have been talking about this monster in Loch Ness. And they've been standing there with cameras for days and nights. People have given up their whole careers to move to the loch. And 99% of the time, they're looking at the surface. And a lot of you folks work in the ocean. You know, most creatures don't ever surface. They're down. You can sit in Boston Harbor all your life and look at the surface. You might see a few things. You might see a whale or a dolphin, but most things are submerged. So when we first went to the loch, there was a group called the Loch Ness Investigation Group. So I came along and I decided to try my sonars. And what I did is set them up looking into the loch. This is 1970. And in fact, on my sonar, I saw blobs. And to this day, this is 50 years ago, people are still looking at blobs in the ocean and sending me pictures of blobs. So I want to get a group together. I want to stop this nonsense, get a group of you together and find out, classify these blobs. What are they? And that's my story. I need the sonar thing.
Hi, I don't know if that's, okay. Hi, I'm Shannon Johnson, a grad student in the synthetic neurobiology group at the Media Lab. And so in our group, we have a robot that can do experiments similar to humans. And we've used it to accelerate doing protein engineering or directed evolution. And so I want to talk to you about this because it allows us the opportunity to screen genes from around the world and open up new frontiers in having tools for seeing and repairing biology, depending on what we find. And so it works with, if you insert a gene of interest into a cell and you culture it for 24 hours, then the robot, using a microscope, will look at the cells and it'll select the ones with characteristics that we want to look for. And the genes then from those cells are sequenced, and we can then insert that gene into other cell types or into animals. And so, we used this process to create a fluorescent voltage sensor called Archon-1 that was optimized for its brightness and localization. And so you can see that we were able to use it in fish larvae as well as C. elegans and mouse brain slices. And this robot was made with off-the-shelf parts and can work with any microscope that has a motorized stage. And so it's a really powerful tool for high throughput screening and looking at multiple dimensions in your screen, but it also really democratizes the process of this. And so you can imagine, instead of looking at millions of variants of one gene, we're now going to look at millions of genes just from around the world and from the ocean and every corner that we can possibly find genes. And so from that, find new drugs, new biotechnology for cures and therapies. So if you're interested in collaborating and setting up a robot in your own lab, or just want to discuss things to search for, you can come talk to me or email me at slj@mit.edu. Thank you.
Hi again, everyone. I'm not going to do that well. Okay. I'm Devora. I'm a student in the Sculpting Evolution group at the Media Lab. I do a lot of bioengineering, but I have a passion for microbiome sort of generally. I have done some terrestrial microbiome research, and now I'm getting interested in deep water microbiome research. And so for ships, you obviously can go very, very, very deep and collect tons of samples, and that's really exciting. And the slides are messed up, but you can basically do phylogenetic analysis, and you can do also functional analysis on a lot of the different microbes that you would find within the deep ocean, anything from viruses to bacteria, archaea, and all the really cool things. These microbes are super important to the existence of the ecosystem of the ocean. The viruses produce and shred a lot of really important material that gets regenerated, and the microbes do a lot of important work with chemicals and basically just sustaining the functionality. And so when thinking about that, the way that we currently collect samples and try and do analysis is you send these deep containers down various depths, and then you basically take them back to your lab and then start doing analysis after you're already off the ship. But I'm hoping that we can try and sort of work towards an on-ship genetic analysis. And so doing on-ship genomics would probably incorporate collection, but then you would actually do the extraction on the ship of all of the DNA. And then you can actually do sequencing with these nanopore sequencers that you can keep on your ship and that you can do very, very simple library preps and then try and analyze the particular, I guess, if you have a sequence of interest, you can try and focus on that, or you can just try and look at the total breadth of what you're getting. And then you can kind of close the loop, do the analysis on the ship, and then maybe go back and direct your different acquisitions of water based on the initial analysis you have. And so you can actually iterate within one exploration on what you want to work on instead of basically getting the material, going back to your lab, realizing you wish you would have collected something else, something, maybe another time point or another location because you didn't find what you wanted. And then alternatively, you can also try and do on-chip transcriptomics. This is using a system that was developed in Feng Zhang's lab in the Broad Institute. And this is basically, you can use the same extracted DNA that you've library prepped and put through for the genomics, but you can actually use it for transcriptomics. And you can try and get more of a functional analysis by taking this DNA, making like libraries of RNA based off of that, and then doing on-chip detection of the RNA in order to try and get a better sense of the different types of genes that you're turning on and off, or just the general type of genes that are available within the DNA material that you're looking at. So you get two different views. You can get the functional analysis of the different sort of properties of the microbes that you have, whether or not you actually know what they are, and you also can get a sense of the different types of, or like variety of the DNA available. Thanks.
Greetings. Yeah, that's me. I'm Mark Adams. I'm actually, let's see, I work for the National Park Service on Cape Cod in cooperation with the Center for Coastal Studies. And I'm part of a research team that is doing coastal sediment monitoring, littoral sediment processes, and seafloor mapping. And we get to use a lot of sort of low-tech, high-tech, cool technology like, well, precision GPS, LiDAR, imagery, interferometric sonar to keep track of sediment movement around the coast. And it's based on early surveys that were done in the 1880s by a coastal surveyor, Henry Merendon. So we reoccupied a lot of his stations, and we have a century-scale record of sediment movement. One of the results of which is that we can see that as sea level rises over Georges Bank, the whole of Cape Cod is rotating as more wave exposure comes from the southeast. But I get to be my own artist in residence on this, and so what I thought a lot about was the context, how we convey the context of this data and information to people and have them understand not just that they're on Cape Cod, they're on a coast of Massachusetts, but they're in the Gulf of Maine, they're in this larger system, which is part of another larger system. And so as an artist, I was thinking of ways that I could do this, and I took charts, bathymetry, and I hand-painted this seafloor map of the Gulf of Maine and installed it in a museum where it was for about 6 weeks as a sort of an arena, a platform for people to tell stories and explore and discover that there's this whole landscape under the surface of the water. When you go to the viewpoint where we count waves and do our observations, you see a flat sea, but underneath it is this whole geography with stories behind it and interesting names. And you know, you see the continental shelf in Georges Bank, Cape Cod on the left. Also know my canoe is hanging out in the lobby, which was inspired by partly by the war canoes of the Pacific Northwest, but also by Tiepolo's ceilings in Venice, where he used the continents and planets as inspiration for creating these beautiful crystal blue skies. And, you know, so yeah, it's been really fun, but I'm looking for other ways to apply these kind of uses of art, like looking at the Salish Sea on the other coast as a setting that is normally thought of as a lot of international and state boundaries and stuff, but actually has a whole ecology of salmon runs, watersheds, and tribal territories that don't appear in the map. But when you look at the geography stripped of its boundaries, you see there's a whole nother story underneath it. Thank you.
I'm Andrea. I'm in the Mediated Matter group, and I'm going to talk about the exhibition that's downstairs. So this research began in 2014 with the development of a fabrication system that could pneumatically extrude water-based chitosan composites into geometries that are designed to respond to structural environmental maps. So with this printing system, the group could make these lightweight, functionally graded structures. And they used chitosan, which is a derivative of chitin, which is found in the ocean in all crustaceans, as well as in insects and fungus walls. It's the second most abundant biopolymer on the planet. So this is the group that's working on it now. In the second iteration of the project, we find that by tuning the chemical composition and adding different amounts of chitosan, cellulose, calcium carbonate, and things like pectin, we can change material properties and control the rigidity, flexibility, color of the structures. So with this microscale chemical tuning, we can, in combination with the geometries, we can make these functionally graded structures that have different amounts of flexibility and stability and translucency all within one graded form. So all the constructions are highly environmentally dependent, and so they're really responsive to humidity and temperature. It points towards a more dynamic material system that has the advantage of being biocompatible. So we spent about a year developing and characterizing the different chitosan composites, and we formed this large library on exhibit that shows the characteristics between flexible to rigid, dense to sparse, thin to thick, neutral to oxidized, light to dark, and permanent to dissociated. And you can see them downstairs. And we use this material library to inform the design of the pavilion, where we clad a rigid skeleton with immutable skin of different chitosan composites that are also biodegradable in water. So the pattern of the skin is based on sun, rain, and structural mappings, where their materially dense regions are more rigid and durable than the materially sparse regions. So the panels will change color and degrade over time, and especially in the presence of water, and this degradation will start at the more sparse, translucent areas. So the panels were 3D printed with a similar robotic fabrication system using all these biologically derived materials. We made this pavilion kind of in an attempt to point towards a future where what is grown and what is made and manufactured are linked, and where the decay of a material is as important as its formation. So, yeah, some final install shots. If you have any questions, we're on the third floor in Mediated Matter. Yeah, and that's it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, my name is Xin. I saw there was only 3 slides, that's what I was told, so I'm probably the only one who's actually following the rule. So this is a photo of an audience experiencing how it feels to be in a tree at Sundance Film Festival last year. It's a collaboration project with me and lots of people and 2 film directors. Inside this, we are asking a very simple question. Is it possible to feel like you're someone else or something else, like a cuttlefish, or here is a tree? So the way we did it is like give people this multimodal stimulation throughout this whole 7 minutes film. So during that time, the audience could see their body turn into a trunk, their arm turn into branches, and at the same time, their visual elements inside the headset and their body movements are very, very precisely synchronized with physical sensations, such as how the summer evening breeze is feeling like, and the warmth of the sunlight, and we even give them the smell of the forest and the vibration of the thunderstorm. Is it playing? Okay. So this is our teaser. So you are going to be that gigantic tree in the Peruvian forest. So in the whole film, what we did is we take the audience through the whole lifetime of the tree, starting from the ceiling. You can see at the beginning, you're like this little seed, and then trying to burst out through the soil, and slowly you grow into this massive giant tree. And then in the end, it's kind of a sad destiny. There should be music, but thank you. So it's interesting that actually, if you think about life of a tree, they don't really do much. But the audiences, of course, they want to move a lot. So what we did is like mapping their arm movements with the branches. And then we have lots of animals and ants and birds flying around and running around. And the audience tend to be very interesting because they don't really interact with the animals as if they're humans. And they were trying to like acting kind of rigid as if they're a tree. So it was very surprising and powerful for me to see sometimes the audience come out of experience burst into tears. And I think, I won't say they believe they're turning to be a tree, but I think something else must happen there. So when it comes to nature, I really believe that empathy is not enough. We cannot observe everything just from the other side because we're invisibly already part of it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are Daniel and Siranush. We're both students in the synthetic neurobiology group, and we're going to talk a little bit about an art project we're working towards. So, there we go. Sorry, how do I back up? There. All right. So, throughout the ages, bioluminescence has inspired myths. And it is no wonder when massive blooms of jellyfish or algae can turn the ocean into a reflection of the night sky, rife with stars from the depths. One such myth has long stuck with me. Long ago, sailors in the Indian Ocean would sometimes encounter massive bioluminescent blooms. And as they sailed through the waters, the wakes of their ships would light up like the spokes of a wheel, as though they were being carried to their destination in a chariot of wind and water. This is called the Wheels of Poseidon. After learning about this, I couldn't help but think, what if the source of such myths could itself become a medium for storytelling? What if forms could be made to appear and fade away in an ephemeral dance, much like these dolphins, etched out from the ocean as glowing ghosts? To that end, we've been working towards creating something new, a volumetric bioluminescent display. Even scientists who study bioluminescence cannot help but be enwrapped in its mythos. You see, the angel Lucifer, or bright star, was cast from heaven into the depths of the underworld, where he came to reign. And indeed, it is in the depths that we find our bright and biological stars, for it is where bioluminescence reigns supreme. Scientists, knowing this, named the molecules that produce this light for the angel, once a bright star in the sky, cast into the depths of hell, luciferin and luciferase.
Luciferin is a collective term for light-emitting compounds found in organisms that generate bioluminescence. To produce light, these organisms catalyze the monooxidation of luciferin using the enzymes referred to as luciferases. What you see is the dinoflagellate luciferase and the luciferin of the firefly. Remarkably, luciferin and luciferase pairs have evolved independently in almost each branch of the tree of life. They serve numerous roles ranging from communication to offense and defense. Here you see the Pyrrhocystis fusiformis, a species of dinoflagellates with many light-emitting organelles. In the case of bioluminescent dinoflagellates, their luciferin is thought to be a derivative of chlorophyll that emits light when the cell experiences mechanical stress. And scientists believe that sudden flash of light serves to startle and illuminate their aggressors so that the larger predator nearby can be alerted to the tasty morsel attacking the single-cell organism. And therefore, bioluminescence is a defensive adaptation of this species. We hypothesize that this response can be hacked to create programmable 3D display made of living cells and bioluminescence. In fact, we already have experimental confirmation that dinoflagellates light up in response to ultrasonic acoustic waves. But still, merely perturbing the dinos with sound waves won't allow us for the 3D control. Instead, we must rely on interferometric effects. Here you see a pattern of waves being generated in water by two sources, and varying the phase and period of each emitter, it becomes possible to alter the patterns being generated. If enough emitters is involved in the system, then a much larger degree of control can be obtained.
For instance, a simple array of emitters where phase is controlled can be used to steer and focus a beam of waves. With a two-dimensional array of emitters, it becomes possible to dictate in 3 dimensions where the beams are coming together and therefore disturbing. And what's more, because the dinoflagellates have a nonlinear response to force, that can then be localized in just one area where you're focusing these waves. And by doing this with an ultrasonic phase array, then you should be able to create essentially whatever image you want etched out into 3 dimensions made up of this bioluminescent light. And by doing this and building such a thing, we really hope that it might be possible to create a medium for telling new myths as well as old ones from the depths.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Ben Bray, and I'm a geospatial applications developer at MIT Sea Grant. And I'm here to entertain you for 3 minutes with some vitreous approach to public oceanography. My graduate thesis was actually a simple method for estimating Precambrian atmospheric oxygen using a 3-box ocean circulation model. But there we go. But as my visual art practice developed, the lens I used to view the ocean morphed from being box models to being thin laminate layers. And the more deep ocean discoveries I read about, the more I saw the ocean as deep and dark in terms of our knowledge, but very thin and shallow relative to our influence. So for a recent art project, I ladled glass into a drawn path of the overturning circulation in the Pacific. And then I took the glass and I projected model ocean temperature change through the glass onto a rear projection screen and photographed the refractive patterns on the other side. That's what you're seeing in here, and that's what you can see on the 5th floor. You can see the glass and the print. And this is a video. Can we play it? Yeah. At Mass Art, I had the opportunity as a visiting artist to work with the glass students in the glass department. And we actually laid in the glass on the paper. What's remarkable was during the residency, I talked with the glass students as much about oceanography as I did about art or glass properties. Because we talked about heat flux, we talked about circulation, we talked about temperature and salinity. And many times we were talking about glass properties, and that segued to a conversation on oceanography and vice versa. It's a very two-way synergistic opportunity. This project really involved a lot of students and teachers and other artists, and as part of talks and exhibitions and demos. Last thing I want to show you is a couple of years ago, or more than a couple of years ago, I took a couple of trips to the Arctic. And the first trip was to Svalbard. And when I was in Svalbard, I did 3D scanning of Arctic sea ice. And with the 3D scans, in the year between the trips to the Arctic, I took the scans and I converted them to cast glass replicas. And then a year later, after Svalbard, I went up to Barrow, Alaska, to the coast. And I brought the sea ice with me. And I photographed the sea ice on the coast to produce what you see here, which is called a gift from Monica Breen to Chukchi. It's called a gift for two reasons. One reason is I lost one of the pieces in the ocean when the waves washed over it when I was photographing it. So there's one piece in the ocean. The other reason it's called a gift from Monica Breen. So Monica Breen is a region in Svalbard, and the Chukchi is the Chukchi Sea. But the other reason it's called a gift was when I was on the coast photographing the sea ice, Brian, Dylan, Aaron, and Simeon came over. They were playing soccer on the coast, regardless of the fact that there were polar bears nearby. We were all playing on the coast, and they asked me what I was doing, and I explained to them, this is Arctic sea ice from Svalbard, and I explained to them where Svalbard was. And we talked about Arctic sea ice, and we talked about the little time I had, the science of Arctic sea ice, what I could learn from them because they live there. And the other gift I gave was to them. I gave them one of the other glass pieces. So I guess I want to iterate all along the way that when you talk about artwork, if you're eager to talk about your artwork and you talk about oceanography, it's very easy to go between the two. And I've really enjoyed doing so. Thanks.
My name is Miriam Seamoon, that's how you pronounce it. I'm in the design fiction group at the Media Lab. So this is a picture of our global collective future, at least in the coastal cities where almost half of the human population resides. And pictured here are two humans underwater, two different approaches to overcoming challenges to the human body, two strategies for adapting to harsh environments, and two ways of being in the natural world. Both have their benefits and their drawbacks. Inscribed within both is a set of resources, ideologies, techniques, and technologies. Some might say that pictured here is the past and the future, but are we really so sure which represents which? What will the future of the human look like? So rather than building walls against the sea, walls that will often fail, and walls that enact horrible metaphors against perceived oncoming threats, I propose we embrace our rising oceans, onwards and under. How can humans modify ourselves to live more intimately with our rising seas? So experienced divers can descend on one breath for 6 to 7 minutes. This is 28 seconds. So at the core of training transhumanism program that I'm developing is the question, how do we know what technologies we need for human augmentation if we don't yet have a full picture of all that's possible with the biology we already have? So it's a call for evolving the human from the inside out, to live more intimately with our changing environment, a project rooted in embodiment, in ethics, and equity, and very much in love for cephalopods. So the Training Transhumanism program will develop within the human 3 key sensitivities and capacities of the cephalopod: embodied and tactile awareness and cognition, camouflage, which I define as a hyperlocal awareness of your hyperlocal environment, and then the ability, flexibility, resiliency to respond swiftly to the changes in that environment by morphing your identity, your behavior, your actions. And then distributed intelligence. So because the human is a highly centralized neurological organism, I have a brain that's attached to the spine running through the center of my body, perhaps it takes more than one person to become a cephalopod. So I'm interested in our ability to form and act upon a single intention with other bodies while retaining independent decision-making. Beyond negotiation, beyond collaboration, a kind of radical coming together into a single organism, and the ability to come in and out of that state. So this training at its core is embodied, emotional, and fundamentally group work, a proposal of new ways of being together. Positing that the future of the human will move away from the increasing hyper-individualism brought on by many of our digital tools and increasing neoliberalist values, but rather a training and a love for labor that will improve our ability to empathize with each other and with non-humans while learning to come together in radical and intimate ways as the massive ecological catastrophes we face will require. Thanks very much.
Hello, my name is Guy Satat. I'm a PhD student at Camera Culture Group here at the Media Lab. As you know, one of the big challenges in underwater exploration is the ability to take photographs and images at deep water and at long ranges. It's hard because of the degradation and reduced visibility in turbid water due to dirt, bubbles, and just the attenuation of light in water. And one of the things that I do in my PhD is developing technologies to see through turbidity and scattering materials. So this is an example of a recent experiment that I did in imaging through turbid water. So this system has this water tank that has water, and into the water we add Malox. That's great if you have gas, and if you need to add scattering into water. It's doing both. So on the far side of the water tank, we have a target that you don't see because of the scattering, and the imaging system is based on a pulsed laser and a single photon avalanche diode, or SPAD camera, that's capturing the data. And then, of course, there's an algorithm that's used to process the data and recover the images. And what you see on the right is a comparison. On the top is a regular camera, what a regular camera would image in these scenarios, and at the bottom is our approach. And we're looking at two targets, one that has the shape of a W, and the other one has a shape of this plus sign. And the left column is a case of just clear water, and the right column is a case of what happens when we add the Malox to the water. So obviously, the regular camera doesn't see much once you have scattering in the water, and that's what you see on the right. It's very hard to distinguish between or to identify these two targets. And what you see in the bottom is that our method is basically almost invariant to the scattering. When you add the Malox to the water, we basically recover almost the same image. So we can literally see through this scattering material. And in fact, between the left column and the right column, there is 100x more turbidity or scattering in the water. And if you compare our method to the regular camera, we improve the contrast in these images by a factor of 5. We have a different version of this that's used to see through fog that's a little bit more advanced. We can also recover depth in the case of fog, and I hope to expand this into the water case as well. So what am I looking for? So I'm trying to expand this and trying to look at larger tanks and more interesting scenes. Of course, trying to test this outside the lab and see if this actually scales. I'm very interested to look at different sorts of degradation of the signal due to dirt and bubbles and not just scattering and turbidity. Very curious to talk to people. If you have some interesting applications that you think this technology can be helpful for, then I'd be very happy to talk to you about this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alan Adams, and I want to tell you about the work that I do in my lab here at MIT. So there are two parts of our lab, one dedicated to imaging and one dedicated to technology development. For the imaging, please see the demo that we have in back. I want to tell you today about some of the technology issues that came up when we were creating the cameras that we work with. So one of the things that frustrates me tremendously as a physicist who came into oceanography late in my career is that the costs of tools is a huge barrier to progress, whether that's for science or conservation or filmmaking. For example, I want to control a camera. I want to place it 30 feet away from me. How do you control that? You're going to put a line to it? If you buy an acoustic modem, a communication device that uses sound underwater, they cost tens of thousands of dollars, more than the lights themselves. And so part of the goal of the lab was to tackle that. I started the Future Ocean Lab specifically to tackle problems like that, where there's a cost of technology that really needs to be brought down. So in particular, we want to identify key bottlenecks and tackle them with things that are familiar from the supercomputers that are in your pocket that we strangely refer to as telephones. electronics are basically free, and manufacturing and rapid manufacturing is these days extremely easy and low cost. And we also are bringing in ideas from well outside of the field wherever we need them. So the first project along these lines is the Open Modem. And what the Open Modem does is it allows you to communicate using extremely low cost and low power tools, sparse data, meaning sensor data, for example, things that aren't video, but temperature, conductivity, the sort of things we care about in conservation and oceanography, and control. I'd like to have a remote control that lets me control a camera or a sensor that's on a reef without having to dive down and interact with it directly or send a cable. And what we've managed to do is, by focusing specifically on the requirements, the minimal requirements we need for those purposes, for conservation and for exploration, we've brought down the cost, both the dollar cost and the power cost, by several orders of magnitude. The prototype, if you go out and buy an acoustic modem right now to control a camera on a reef, the modem costs the order of $10,000. In our lab, we have a prototype that costs us $35 to build. And the key thing there is focusing on just the minimal requirements you need, and also treating electronics not as something to be coddled and protected by thousands of dollars of titanium, but instead as something to be used and distributed and accept the fact that they're going to break sometime. Similarly, there's a huge problem of biofouling. And so we've brought some ideas from optical physics and from optical engineering to deal with the biofouling problem. So this is the reef camera project that we've been working on. And the goal here, again, is to bring the cost down and the power demands down by orders of magnitude. And what that lets us do is it lets us build a camera that we can put into an extremely rapidly fouling environment. For example, a tank that a colleague has let us use at BU and the Charles River, where we can keep, in a rapidly fouling environment, we can keep our domes optically clear for a month without any power and for multiple months using UV. And I've run out of time. Thanks a lot.
All right, hi everyone, I'm Miranda Kotidis, and I am a graduate student in mechanical and ocean engineering. More specifically, I work in the MIT towing tank. There we go. The tow tank is a bunch of tanks that one has a wave maker, as you can see, and we do all sorts of testing and we also have a small tank where we have laser set up and where we can do flow imaging. So the kinds of experiments that we run in this tank are just a little bit of an overview here. So we do some fluid structure interactions, like what you see on the left, where you see a wake behind a cylinder. That's a very classical problem, and those of you in fluid mechanics have figured this out. We also have vortex-induced vibrations. So you can see there's a lab setup in the big tank where we towed a flexible cylinder, and you can actually see it vibrating, and that's due to the wake behind the structure. And we also do some naval architecture where we can study the wake behind ships. And originally this tank was designed for naval architecture, but we've kind of adapted it to do all sorts of stuff. And on the other side, we do a little bit of design work. So we do a lot of bio-inspired design because we all know that animals are really good at swimming in water. And so we look at robotic fish. Our advisor, the director of the tow tank, built the first robotic tuna, and you can actually see our demo in the back of the area. And we also look at aerial aquatic wings. We also have this demo with us here today. And so you can see that this is a wing that, using some dye visualization, you can see the wake behind it is relatively clear. And that's good because it helps us with propulsion. And then we also look at seal whiskers. So seal whiskers have evolved to be able to very accurately and very creatively detect the flow around them, and you can check that out for yourself in our little tank in the demo. And we also have some pectoral fin propulsions. This is actually my research. It should be, can we go back? That last one should be a video. I don't know if we can play that. Might not be able to play. There we go. So we actually do some, I actually work on some transient flapping foil motion to mimic how pectoral fins on fish actually work. So if you have any questions, come check us out in the back of the demo area. And if you want a tour or to come visit the tank, let us know, and we'll try to schedule a tour for you. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vivi Kai, and I'm a research assistant in the Mediated Matter group here at the MIT Media Lab. And I'll be talking about some of my research in on-site, site-specific construction using autonomous robotic vehicles, and hopefully how they might apply to the underwater setting. Most of my research revolves around trying to use autonomous systems to enable sort of on-site construction tasks. And so for the first project that I helped on, we essentially retrofitted one of these existing construction vehicles. This is an aerial lift platform, which provides us with mobility as well as a sort of large-scale arm for gross positioning. On top of that, we put on this KUKA arm that you see at the very end to do fine position and control, and we sort of created this large-scale 3D printer. But the whole point is to create this adaptive platform where you can just swap out end effectors to be able to do subtractive, additive, or all sorts of other types of manufacturing tasks on site. And so that was pretty cool. Oh, can you actually mute that? So that was really cool. But what we were really curious about is how to scale this even more. How can you get robotic systems to be able to build things much faster and increase their build volume? And to do that, we wanted to create a very, very simple platform where you could build lots of them that would inherently enable collaborative fabrication to take place. So we built all these little robots. We built about 16 to 20 of them. And you can sort of see the results of them outside for the next couple of days, hopefully. And they use a UV curing resin coupled with fiberglass material to create these sort of woven tubular architectures. And so in order to apply this into the underwater setting, like I said, we're very interested in these sort of extreme environments or places where humans aren't necessarily able to go very frequently or at all. And one of those applications might be for underwater settings. And so here, pictured here, you can see the Conshelf, Sea Lab, Tektite, and the currently operational Aquarius projects. These were all sort of underwater facilities for deep dives, or not really that deep, but for diving up tests and research. And they sort of did a lot of different types of week-long, 2-week-long, month-long expeditions in order to observe sort of ocean communities or do tests on divers and long-term effects of diving on divers, as well as even as a training facility for NASA astronauts. And I'm hoping that some of the technologies that we've developed so far in terms of on-site and sort of on-site specific construction and autonomous construction, we might be able to build these sort of temporary research facilities for quicker and for cheaper. And one thing to note is that actually most of these projects have now been decommissioned and are mostly because they were so difficult and so expensive to be able to accomplish. But I think that they contribute quite a lot to the marine research ecosystem, and hopefully that some of these platforms might be able to help do future experiments. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Danielle Wood, and I'm the newest faculty member here at the MIT Media Lab. I lead a research group called Space Enabled, where we use technology from space to support improving life on Earth. In particular, our goal is to help support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And data about the ocean that we can gain from satellite observation is one of the types of information we need to inform decision-making by governments, by citizens, by companies, so we can all help think about how to improve life on Earth to address issues such as ensuring we all have access to clean water, to food to eat, and to the energy we'll need to move forward. I want to highlight in particular that our team brings together knowledge in complex system engineering, satellite engineering, as well as the ability to harness social science, art, and design, and use data science so we can best make applications of space for development. I'll take us back to one of the scenes we saw earlier, in particular this satellite-derived model that shows us both the sea surface temperature and the ocean circulation. It's produced by NASA and brings together a lot of knowledge from academics around the world. And it also is an example of the physics-based modeling that really is a complex system model, harnessing and using satellite-based and in situ-based observations to give us the best estimate we have of these complex dynamics in the ocean. I worked for NASA for some time and learned from the hydrologist there that if you want to understand whether there's going to be food to eat in some African countries, you want to start by asking, what's the temperature in the Indian Ocean? That sea surface temperature drives the rainfall drives the soil moisture, and as well as, of course, many other factors. That is part of how we understand whether we will have food security and whether we need to bring food aid and national collaboration to make sure there's food to eat on the land. Another way to look at that from space is to ask, where is there vegetation and chlorophyll-based life, both on land and in the ocean? Satellites are one of the tools we use to understand this on the global scale. Of course, we need to make decisions also on regional and community-based scales. So part of my team's goal is to think about how we'll design new small satellites that are particularly focused on answering questions on local and regional scales, combined with this knowledge we have from the excellent global knowledge we have from existing satellites, and make that information even more useful and even more action-oriented for those who are addressing these challenges on an everyday basis. I'll highlight in this particular visualization, one of the key benefits is to see also the changes at the poles, both north and south. And I had the pleasure to join David Newman for a chance to fly over Antarctica for the day. It's one of the places where the ocean and the land really meet closely and are in fact, in a sense, indistinguishable. Part of our team's goal is also to think about how to work with artists and use the data we have from space, from planes, and from those doing studies on the ground in Antarctica to help the world community understand better how we all have stewardship of this fragile region of the world. So I look forward to sharing our work with you going forward, and thank you for being here today.
Hello, everyone. I believe I am the last presentation between you and lunch, so I will promise to keep it prompt. My name is Ariel Ekbla. I am the founder and lead of the Space Exploration Initiative at the Media Lab. For those of you who may not know, the Media Lab is an incredibly diverse place. We have 27 or 28 now different research groups that really span the gamut from synthetic neurobiology to art and architecture and design, and now space. The idea for the Space Initiative is to be a launch pad for the entire lab. So anytime a researcher, staff, or faculty, student want to be able to deploy their existing research into space or create a net new space technology that we think is interesting for the frontier of exploration, the Space Initiative is here to help them do that. In the context of Here Be Dragons, I really think of the Space Initiative and the Ocean Initiatives, the Open Ocean Initiative, as sister initiatives, and we'd love to find ways to do projects together and collaborate on research. In terms of our mission, we take 3 concrete approaches to the work that we do. The first and really guiding principle is democratizing access to space exploration technology. So the way that we do this is both through keeping the work and the research that we do ourselves as open as possible, and then also through a few capstone STEM outreach programs that we're actually now just kicking off right here in Boston. Eventually we'll scale nationally to support students co-building satellite hardware that will ultimately launch into low Earth orbit here locally, collaborating around the theme of climate science and climate investigations. The second is to build space technologies that revolutionize the future of Earth while also profoundly benefiting life on Earth. So future of exploration and life on Earth need not be separate. We're not thinking of this initiative as a way to escape the bounds of Earth, but rather there's a wonderful tradition of space technologies always coming back down to benefit life on Earth, and how can we keep that as a strain and a thread throughout all the work that we do? And then finally, uniting engineers, scientists, artists, and designers, which I think is something really unique about working here at the Media Lab, to push forward on active prototyping of our sci-fi future at scale. So this is when you really get to what the meat of the initiative is. We have 25 plus different research projects in our portfolio right now, and a group of now over 50 students, staff, and faculty who are involved. This is a sampling of our research to give you guys a sneak peek of what we're working on. Some of these are now public. 14 of our research projects launched on a zero-gravity flight earlier last year, so in November. You can get a sense here of both the diversity of projects, the different fields that we're working in, asteroid nets and tethers, astronaut augmentation. You guys heard earlier from Xing Liu, who I believe is still sitting in the audience, about her fantastic suit and Orbit Weaver looking at augmentation and how to move and transition in a zero-gravity space. What I would love to start putting up here are analogs between ocean and space. And so I wanted to inspire this audience to think about what can we do together. Is it telepresence? Is it working with groups like David Newman is leading on robotic exploration and tools for remote exploration? Maybe wearables for Europa, or technology for Europa in a deep sea icy world, looking at all of those different opportunities. And finally, if you're around in 2 weeks, come to Beyond the Cradle, an event very similar to this one that we'll be hosting to tell you all about space and the future of exploration. And these are our deployment platforms where we currently have research launching. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our wonderful speakers. We'll have more lightning talks at 3:30. We're going to have lunch and demos now outside until 2:30 p.m. And then we're actually immediately going into the breakoff group. So stay in here if you want to be part of Sea Stories, and go to the lecture if you want to go to Democratization of the Ocean. And also make sure that you use the Projects and Opportunities board, write out ideas, try and get pitches going, and just collaborate and speak with everybody. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the next session. My name is Michael Bove. I'm here at the Media Laboratory. We're going to be talking about Sea Stories. One bit of background that I suppose suits me for moderating this panel is that I, at one point, co-directed something called the Center for Future Storytelling. Sea Stories, I'm not entirely sure about that phrase, just given that I remember once talking to a sea captain who said that the kinds of stories sea captains share with one another when they get together are just like fish stories, but they have better obscenities in them. I don't think we're going to be talking about that kind of sea stories today. Well, maybe we are. I don't know. But what we are going to be talking about is in some ways the other end of a lot of what we talked about this morning. This morning we talked in great depth in multiple sessions about the acquisition of information. But the acquisition does not make the information useful. What makes the information useful, as we saw, is the curation that creates metadata, the distribution, the weaving together the different threads from people with different specialties in order to create a more holistic picture of what it is that's actually happening in this majority of the Earth that's the subject of today's and tomorrow's event. And so to help illuminate these issues, I'm joined by 4 panelists. The first one, Corey Jaskalski, is also a graduate alumnus of MIT, and he's the founder of Hydro Technologies, which engineers wireless sensors for very, very harsh environments, like the ones we've been talking about all day. And he's developing new imaging solutions to capture imagery, and we'll be hearing more about that. Also, we have put some of his 3D models on the very large 8K display that's just outside the room, and if you haven't seen that, you should, and it's a touch screen, so you can move things around with your finger. Susan Poulton is Chief Digital Officer of the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia, where she oversees all the digital content, including integration of advanced technologies like VR and AR into the exhibition space. This is something that's near and dear to my heart because one of the things we do in my research group here in the Media Laboratory is we look at the ways in which the digital intersects with the physical, and the goal is not to replace the physical with the digital, it's to use the digital to make the physical more magic. And so we spend a lot of time thinking about how not to undermine the physicality of an experience in a place like a museum by replacing it with an app. Caitlin Yarnall is Vice President of Media Innovation at the National Geographic Society, and she looks to identify key partnerships, grants, and fellowship opportunities, and works with creative talent. And she's an expert on storytelling and data visualization, visual narratives, and mapping. And Brian Scarry is a photojournalist who specializes in marine wildlife and underwater environments. He's been a contract photographer for National Geographic magazine since 1998, and he has spent more than 10,000 hours underwater over the past 40 years. So he probably has a lot of seats.
Not in a row.
For us. Not continually. Right. So with that, I'm going to turn over the screens to Corey, and it's the green button that you want.
Thank you. All right. So I'm Corey Jaskalski. I'm a fellow at National Geographic and also the Chief Technology Officer at Virtual Wonders, a company that scans cultural and natural environments like some of the ones you're going to see. And as was mentioned, I am an alumni from here at MIT. This is me getting ready to go down on Titanic while I was actually still a grad student here to go down and work on Titanic on a Russian sub, 12,500 feet deep. And looking at some of the students, I see that the mullet hasn't really made it back yet to MIT. It's possible that it wasn't actually in style when I was here either, but I can't believe that. So we've done a lot of terrestrial scanning, and then later I'm going to show you how we adapt that into underwater scanning. But some of the work that we've done includes scanning of dinosaur finds. This is a nodosaur, and this dinosaur find actually washed out into the sea and was buried in the silt and became more mummified than fossilized. But using the 3D scanning techniques, combining laser scanning and photogrammetry, we can develop these incredible models, sub-millimeter accurate. We can take them in multispectral imaging so we can get UV and IR data as well, and get this perfect replica of an object like this to preserve it for all time. So along with doing sort of smaller objects like this, a lot of our work has been in larger environments. As an example, we just recently scanned the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, and this is the church at which many people believe it contains the tomb of Christ. And the middle building there is actually the edicule in which the tomb lies, and it's actually right now the subject of a museum exhibit at National Geographic, where using sort of a shared virtual reality by using projectors on the ceiling, we can turn an entire space into a shared virtual reality space where you wear IMAX movie glasses and you and all the people with you fly through this entire church and get to experience it in a way that you couldn't even as a tourist because of how populated it is. Along with that, I can show you some of the scans from the church. Again, this is combined laser scanning and photogrammetry, and we can fly you through a space like this church by animating a virtual camera through the 3D scan data, and you can get an idea of the sort of resolution and the color reproduction that we can do. This is the edicule coming into view again here. So we scanned that entire place, and the beauty of these 3D scanning techniques is it actually took 3 days to scan this entire church. And we get this record that lasts forever. So along with that, what got me into the underwater scanning and the underwater 3D digitization of these places was work we were doing in Mexico. So we were developing an archaeology search drone that we call Ixyakche. It means the eye of the jungle or the eye of the green in Mayan. And this system has a laser scanner, or LiDAR, on it. It's the shiny object, the cylindrical object on the front. And we could fly it over the jungle and take scans of the archaeology, but also peer beneath the trees, because some of the laser beams make it through the trees and reflect off the ground. And we could get bare surface maps and start finding these underwater sinkholes, these cenotes, that were so important to the Mayan mythology. So given that, we started to document these sites by 3D scanning them. This is a picture of one of the places called Holtun Cenote. It's right about a mile away from the main pyramid in Chichen Itza. And these passages into the underworld, these water-filled caves or water-filled sinkholes, were thought to be passages of the underworld to the Maya. And the underworld was their version of heaven, and thus the most important holy site to the Mayans. And when the sea level started going down, or when the freshwater table started going down due to drought about 2,000 years ago or so in Mexico, the Mayans believed that it was because they angered the rain god Chac, and they believed they had to make sacrifices to this rain god in order to have it rain again and restore the crops, fill their cisterns, and allow their civilization to thrive. So they would actually go down into these places, and the water table was 20 or 30 feet lower back then, and they would sacrifice human beings and animals and actually ritually kill pottery as a tribute to the god Chac to try to make it rain again. Well, in one of these places, about 80 feet down from the surface and then about 20 or 30 feet underwater, we found this shelf. And this shelf underwater contained some amazing things, including Ice Age bear skulls, human skulls, dog skulls, and pottery. And I can show you a little bit of the process that we took to do the scanning of these artifacts and the shelf itself. So to get down there, first we've got to rappel down into the cave system before we can even scuba dive. And the 3D scanning that we do, primarily underwater, is photogrammetry based. So we're just using a camera. We're not even using laser scanners. We're actually working on developing a laser scanner for underwater application, which we hope to talk to some of the MIT students about while we're here. But this is an Ice Age bear skull, and nobody actually knew these Ice Age bears existed in Mexico. This was the first one found in Mexico anywhere, I believe. And so the archaeologist Guillermo de Anda, my collaborator that found the bear skull, got permits for us to not take it out of the environment where it would start to degrade, but to actually 3D scan it in situ underwater. So we put it on this underwater turntable, and then the 3D scan process is basically take hundreds and hundreds of photographs of it that we can then reconstruct in our software to get a perfect 3D model of it. And so this 3D model, we scanned it in 3 pieces because the mandible was broken in half, but you can see the sort of resolution and detail that we can get in this resulting 3D model simply from the photographs and the software processing of it. This bear skull actually coming around on the other cheekbone, they're very subtle, but it's actually got cut marks on the side of the cheekbone, which either could have been sort of rodent, post-death predation, or it could have actually been butchering marks, as this could have been a trophy site. Interestingly, we only found the skulls down there. There are no long bones, no backs, no ribs, just the skulls. So we think this might have been an ancient trophy site. And so along with the smaller objects, we can scan entire environments. This is that sacrificial shelf. There's a skull over in the corner that you can hardly see. It's about a 120-foot long shelf. And if we drill in on the 3D model, you can see sort of the level of detail that we can actually get. So we're able to actually map these archaeology sites and save the context of all the parts in relation to one another. But we're also able to drill in detail on any single item. This is a mandible, human mandible that we 3D scanned at that site. You can see the level of detail, and in fact, on the back of the left-hand side of the jawbone there, you can see an impacted wisdom tooth that we didn't notice while we were scuba diving, but looking at this scan after we processed it, we realized that with an impacted wisdom tooth, that makes this individual probably around 20 or 22 years old. So we were able to actually date the individual in terms of age. And along with the 3D scans that we can project on this sort of media, we can actually 3D print them in color. So this is a color copy of a vase that we printed in 3D from that same site. And I think I'm almost out of time, but I will show you one more application, is that we use the HoloLens a lot to display this stuff in augmented reality. And what we can do with this is we can bring this augmented reality headset along with us to the field, and we can show the local Mayan stakeholders and landowners what is right beneath their feet. And we found that this really engenders their caring about the place and helps them want to protect it. Not only Ice Age bears, but they can actually see the skulls of their ancestors and interact with it in a way that you simply can't do in video. And by that method, we're trying to tell the story of their ancestors and help get them to want to protect these places as well. Thank you.
Hello. So I'm Susan Polton. I'm the Chief Digital Officer at the Franklin Institute. And what I do for a living is broad-based science communication to the general public. And I'm all digital. I started at AOL back when the internet was just a baby, and I was there for 10 years. And then I was at National Geographic as the Vice President of Digital Media for 8 years, working on science communication. And I actually work for Dr. Ballard in the EV Nautilus, still doing media outreach and social media strategy around ocean communication. And now am at a museum. So I'm in the business of making things go viral. So we've had a lot of talk about public outreach and how things go viral. And what we've learned is that people love the ocean. They really do. Getting them excited about the ocean is actually really, really easy. I don't know if any of you guys recognize this little dude, little stubby-eyed squid, right? Found this guy a couple years ago. Accidentally, it was not part of it. We just drifted across him, and he, looked amazing. And we released a YouTube video on it. And all of a sudden, we had ourselves a phenomenon. And over 40 million people saw this video, 40 probably to 75 million people. Even got a pair of googly-eyed squid tights if you want to go. They have their, googly-eyed squid has its own Etsy store. So people really love this. They will get excited very, very easily about the ocean. So the viral thing isn't necessarily the challenge. Really, the challenge is moving into action. How do you take that to the next step and make it meaningful? So in my career, I had always believed that bigger was better, that if we reached 75 million people or 50 million people, it was always better than 75 people. And so I was in the business of making things huge. And then I went to work for a science museum about 2 years ago. And I was volunteering one night at our astronomy event. I'm a huge space nerd as well. And this little girl came up to me, and she's just asking question after question after question, and she's exhausting my knowledge base. And it went everyone for the first humans to, she got me at how were numbers invented. And I was like, okay. And then she leaves and she walks away. And about a few seconds later, she comes running back around the corner and she wraps her arms around my legs. And she says, "Thank you so much for answering my questions." And then she left. And I'm crying, and the bartender's crying, and so this won't shock anybody if you're a parent or you're a teacher or you're used to doing community. But for me, I really came to understand how important that face-to-face communication was, and just how much more it emphasized the message and the stickiness, and really came to appreciate that. So it won't shock you that, if you've raised kids, but what might shock you is how many people museums reach. Museums reach more than 850 million people annually in the US alone, double the attendance for all major league sporting events and theme parks combined. You expand that globally, it's 2.5 billion people will visit a museum in 1 year. There are new science centers and science museums being created everywhere. The reach is phenomenal. And the other thing that's really interesting, so you've got 62% of Americans visiting an informal science and learning venue in the past year. In this era of truth decay and a real lack of confidence in facts, Pew just came out with a science communication report that said science museums are identified as the most likely to get facts and sources right over all other types of science content and publication. Magazines, documentaries, TV, everything. We are in this incredibly unique position in the museum world at the intersection of trust and information distribution that is right now, I think, incredibly critical and important. And if you start to dig even deeper into the research, and I can provide these sources, that museums are a more highly credible source of information than NGOs, federal agencies, newspapers, more trusted, less likely to have a political agenda. And this one is phenomenal, that they actually should recommend behaviors and actions to take actions over an NGO, over a government agency. Museums are seen by the public as a space to actually recommend a course of action. How powerful is that? They actually feel like we should. And that's a difficult waters to navigate. We don't want to wind up at the back, at the bottom, in a distrusted environment. But what an amazing position to be in. And the real challenge is, so we've been in the content creation and distribution business for a long time, but we need help. And museums need help getting out of their own way to deliver relevant and timely content to the public. We need better technologies, better content, and better ways to deliver that to the public. And so what I focus on at the Franklin Institute is bringing all of these experiences to the floor of the museum, as well as taking what the museum is doing out to the world via digital media. So virtual reality, augmented, we're actually partnering with Corey and his team to do some amazing stuff around augmented reality and VR, mixed reality devices, artificial intelligence. All of these things that you guys are working on here at MIT can play a role in the museum space in delivering these messages to the public and making it more relevant, and then combining this place-based and this digital experience. I'm going to say, I was not a believer. I kind of thought I was going to go to museums and fix them and make them more digital. And I think I had my mind changed because I realized that personal experience, that it's really at that intersection of the digital and the physical where the future of communication about science really lies. So thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. My name is Caitlin, and I work at National Geographic. And I want to talk to you today a little bit about how we are innovating and how we're working with the best storytellers in the world. Before I get into that, I want to talk a little bit about history. And when I think about National Geographic's history and its history of storytelling and its history of storytelling in the ocean, it goes way back. And in telling the history of Geographic's mapping and graphics and photography, it lines up pretty squarely with my own story within the company. So this map here was actually based off of bathymetric model that was designed by Marie Tharp. Does anyone know who Marie is? So she is one of the great unsung heroes, I think, of ocean exploration and of cartography. She was a woman who basically figured out bathymetry before we could scan, before we had satellites, before we had sonar. She figured this out based on gravitational models, and then she worked to paint this and worked with our artists at National Geographic to represent this. Marie was also a woman and wasn't allowed to actually go on the ships to ground source this, but she represents the innovation that National Geographic was covering even then. And so I started at Geographic 12 years ago as a cartographer. I was working on atlases and the big pull-out maps that are in the magazine, and ocean topics were one of my favorite. I then, over time, moved into more information graphics like this one. So this is looking at tsunamis around the world. The map shows where the tsunamis are happening, and then on the left here, we've got a diagram showing how a tsunami actually works. What's the geophysical process that makes these happen? And so I moved from cartography into the magazine and worked with an incredibly talented team of information graphic artists and illustrators and cartographers to bring these stories to life. And what I think is special about Geographic and what I loved and why I've stayed there so long is that it wasn't just about the art, or it wasn't just about the mapping, it wasn't about the photography, it was how did we combine this all together to tell the best stories. So I always used to say with the graphics and mapping department that we covered things that were either too big, or too small, or too old to photograph. So you're going to hear from Brian next, who's going to show some work that we collaborated with, and we would provide context around that. And so often people would ask me, well, why wouldn't you take a picture of that? Or are the photographers doing this? What are you doing beside them? Well, I would always go through that filter of what are the stories that need to be told that are too big, too small, too old, too complicated to take a picture of. And you can usually illustrate that through maps or graphics. I had the great pleasure to work on this piece in the magazine, and I think Bob is in the room and will know this ship well. But I want to kind of dissect how we work on this because I think it's relevant today. This was a print piece. It went in the magazine. It was a poster that pulled out. It showed how the Titanic came together. And people see these finished products and think, oh, that's great. You just, looked at some pictures or you saw a model and you drew what the boat looked like. Well, as you guys know, no one was there to watch this happen. No one was that deep. Everyone who was involved in this tragedy was thinking about other things rather than how the ship was breaking apart at its moment. So we worked with the best sources. And this is a thing that I think is very, very key to storytelling. And visual storytelling is no different. To get the accuracy and the facts exactly right. You can often write around a fact, you can write around a process, but when you are illustrating it, it has to be precise. You can't qualify. So this was an email that was sent to me from JC, who's James Cameron, who had developed a model of how the ship broke apart and was working with the best engineers at the time to talk about the different stages. And you don't have to read it all, but really he's going frame by frame by frame, pointing out errors. And this was the grayscale model that I was working with a 3D illustrator named Nick Kalatarakis, who's incredibly talented. And we just kept sending drafts, not only to James, but about 8 or 10 experts, versions and versions of this in which we would move the angle 10%, move it 20%. And those of you who work in 3D knows that this is one of the beautiful things of 3D is you can change it, but it's also not easy to render and render and render at this quality. But the point is, Geographic gave us the space and the time to fact check and get it right. And so this is what it looks like when you zoom in there. And we finally were getting it right to produce this final piece of content. And the reason I wanted to go through one piece was really to show just the level of accuracy that we work at, and that it is a different form of storytelling that I think can be just as informative. So what am I doing now? I'm working on the nonprofit side of Geographic, and we are looking to fund this list of types of individuals. We have a lot of our explorers in the room. Some fall into these categories. Some are more traditional explorers, which are scientists and conservationists. But one of the qualifications I always make when I talk about funding these people is that we want to fund them in partnership. We want to pair them together. So how do you take a team that is a cartographer and a wildlife biologist, or an oceanographer and a photographer to tell better stories? In the same way we couldn't have done that Titanic illustration without having the scientists there, I think that applies to all these groups. And then finally, I wanted to end with, Katie asked me to talk a little bit about what she thinks I think the future of storytelling is, and that is a big question. But I really want us to focus on what's the right method for the narrative. One of the first things you learn in design school is what's your purpose and audience? Who are you designing for? And to what end? And I think that that's not going to change. We can get very caught up in the AR and the VR and what's going to be the next thing. And thank goodness there are institutions like the Media Lab and like MIT who are thinking there and pushing the boundaries, because we will employ that for storytelling. But I think sometimes we just have to think about what is the audience actually want? How are you going to reach them? Where are they going to be? And a still frame may still be the best way to move action. A 3-minute doc may be the best method we have. It may be a map. Oftentimes, it's a combination of all of this. But I would just urge this audience, as we're thinking about challenges tomorrow, and the students here, to not just go for the new and the cutting edge. Yes, figure out how to go there, but to think about what are you actually trying to tell? What's the story you're trying to tell? Who's the audience you're trying to reach? And I think that will inform the best storytelling. Thanks.
Right to the second. I was told I had 10 minutes, by the way. Anyway, good afternoon. My name is Brian Scarry, and I am a wildlife photographer, photojournalist, working in the ocean. Always a little intimidating being in front of a room full of scientists, especially with this on now. I feel like I should be asking you if you want fries with that. But anyway, I have been scuba diving for 40 years. I actually made my first dive here in Massachusetts just about 40 years ago. And the last 20 years telling stories for National Geographic as a photojournalist. During that time, during these 40 years, I've spent as much time as I can underwater to try to sort of seek out those elusive moments, those pictures that might resonate with readers around the world. You know, I've sort of come to see my role as an artistic interpreter of all that I see. The 10,000 hours that I've spent underwater is really about trying to find those elusive moments. I need to understand the science, but what I'm really trying to capture is the poetry. Because I've learned over the years that a single image can resonate with people, you know, on a emotional or visceral way, and that people will remember still frames in their brain for the rest of their lives. So if we're going to move the dial in favor of conservation or storytelling, getting people to care about our planet, specifically the ocean, it's about spending time underwater and trying to find those elusive moments. Now, in natural history storytelling, some of the more exciting pictures, I guess, are those of wildlife behavior. It could be a leatherback sea turtle, an elusive animal feeding on a pyrosome. There's a picture I made in the pelagic waters off of the Azores. Pure serendipity. I was out looking for bluefin tuna, and out in the distance I saw this leatherback feeding. And prior to this picture being made, we didn't even know that leatherbacks ate pyrosomes, this colonial tunicate animal. Or it could be squid, opalescent squid off the Channel Islands in California, mating at night. When the male embraces the female, his arms turn red to warn off other competing males that, you know, hands off, this is my girlfriend. So it's those kinds of pictures that I've looked for over the years. And, you know, generally speaking, throughout my own personal career, my history, I've sort of wanted to do this as simply as possible. Just getting in the water by myself with my scuba gear and a camera. This isn't me, by the way. It's a photo I took of another diver. But the point is that, you know, trying to do this as easily as possible without a lot of equipment has usually been my goal, because I like to have that camera in my hands. I want to compose the picture, adjust the light, you know, do all the photographic sort of fundamentals to get that image right. But I've also learned that it is important to embrace technology as a storyteller. It would be foolish not to do that. Some of my more recent pieces for National Geographic magazine were 4 consecutive stories about the top most predatory species of sharks on the planet as a way of sort of giving sharks a makeover. You know, we still kill 100 million sharks every year on planet Earth, and I wanted the reader to come away with a sense of magnificence of these animals. So one of the stories, the most recent one, was a story about mako sharks. And again, not trying to portray them as puppy dogs or something that we should hug, but as a predator that should be respected. And this is an animal that is endothermic. It can generate heat in its body, and because of that, its musculature is more superior maybe than other sharks. It can swim at bursts of 60 miles an hour. So I had the idea, although I typically work in the print medium. I'm also doing a lot of video these days. And I had the idea of trying to build a camera system that would show the high-speed predatory nature of this animal. So I found an industrial camera that was used in manufacturing, and I put it inside a tow cam, built it at Woods Hole with my friend Lou Lamar, and I was able to deploy it one day in New Zealand. And I only had one day. I was working with a marlin fisherman who was towing a mullet bait, and he said usually makos will come in on that bait as well. So shooting at 720 frames a second, I was able to get this very slow motion, high-speed slow motion sort of predation attack on the mullet bait here of a mako shark. And this actually runs for a couple of minutes. I'm just going to show you a few more seconds of this. But, you know, I think as a storyteller, it's important to sort of do these kinds of things, use technology, find new ways to embrace them, to get people to see a new way with these animals, and hopefully gain some appreciation along the way. Also, another story that I did for the magazine about great white sharks, I worked in 2 locations in Australia because it was a place I could work in the benthic area to create images that are not usually seen of great white sharks swimming through forests. But I also worked in Cape Cod here in Massachusetts because what's happening here is unique in the animal kingdom. We have a newly emerging hub of white shark activity only since 2009. This is an aerial view of a white shark hunting along Monomoy Island. And to try to get pictures of these animals, I had to build a seal decoy because these animals can't be chummed in. They're singularly focused on the gray seal population out there, and no bait in the world will get them close. Couldn't use a cage. It was very shallow, high current area, murky water. So thanks to the National Geographic Society, I was able to get some funding to build this really high-tech gray seal. We had it anatomically corrected head with a model maker. I had fiber optic cables and video cameras and still cameras. We deployed it night and day, and the sharks just laughed at it. They had absolutely no interest in this thing at all. So version 2 of my seal decoy was a much scaled-down version, but still I had to figure out how to put a still camera that I could wirelessly trigger. I didn't want any cables in the water, and I had to have a video camera in there that I could see in real time what was happening. And the hope was that a great white shark would swim over and sort of just smile for the camera. I wanted to be able to make a portrait so that people could see these mysterious beasts that they had heard about. I was hoping that the shark wouldn't eat it because then it would be back to the drawing board. Well, sometimes the shark ate it. And that's what we see happening here off of Monomoy. It's about 50 yards off the beach where he was eating my decoy. But nonetheless, it did work. Incidentally, this picture was published as a double-page spread in National Geographic a couple years ago in July, and Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce was very happy about that. They sent me a big fruit basket, and they were thrilled. So, but using that technology, I was able to make the first high-resolution photograph of a great white shark, a portrait of one of these animals in very shallow water. So I think it put a face on these animals for readers of the magazine and showed that, you know, science is just beginning in this newly developing hub. But, you know, technology itself with cameras, just for the photographer, has really progressed magnitudes in recent years. This is a photo I made of a leatherback sea turtle in St. Croix crawling back into the sea at 2 o'clock in the morning. I made this picture under moonlight, something that I couldn't have done years ago with film. Or another image that I made in Toyama Bay in Japan of this type of squid called a firefly squid, and after mating, the female washes ashore when the currents are just right on a few nights each year, and they glow on that volcanic sand. Again, the low light capabilities of cameras allow photographers to do things we couldn't do. This is a story I did on the Mesoamerican reef, and I photographed Cubera snapper spawning at dusk, an image that simply couldn't have been done with film. But today, I could do this in essentially darkness, almost darkness, and show this amazing wildlife event that encompasses, you know, astronomy and biology and oceanography. So I've also worked in the deep ocean with submarines, but, you know, as interesting as this was a project I did in a place called Las Gemelas off of Costa Rica, where I was photographing this submarine with an ROV that we adapted with cameras. It was great. It was a three-dimensional sort of chess game where we're trying to control everything and make these images, and it was interesting. This was over a dormant volcano, the caldera of a dormant volcano. But in terms of trying to photograph wildlife, for me inside the sub, it was very cumbersome. I had a laptop, I had to open windows, close windows, windows. So for wildlife that was moving quickly, I really couldn't do anything in terms of real behavior. So Katie had said, talk a little bit about what you do and then what you'd like to do but can't do now. So my latest project for National Geographic is a multi-year effort looking at whale culture, sort of looking at these societies in the sea and helping people to understand their identities, that they do have personalities and family groups and what we would define as culture. And I think it could be a game changer in terms of how we see the ocean, but we need those tender moments. This is a picture I made of a mom and calf in the Cook Islands last year. But what I really want to be able to do is see what's happening in the deep ocean. Animals like sperm whales spend most of their life in the deep sea. They only come up for maybe 20 minutes at a time to breathe, and in those 20 minutes I have to get close if the animal will let me, and I have to photograph interesting behavior. So the real action is happening down deep. I would love to see an autonomous vehicle that is stealthy, that's quiet, that can move fast, can maybe be programmed with an algorithm to home in on the sonar of the whales when they're feeding on squid at 600 meters and be able to shoot in virtual darkness, get these pictures of what's happening down there. I'll close with this photo that I made in Dominica last year. This is not a mom and calf. This is actually babysitting. It's culture in these whales where the mom is down deep diving on squid, and while she's diving, the calf is up in the shallow water being looked after by one of the other adults in that family unit. And that's an important storytelling picture, but if I could combine that with the photo of mom at 600 meters swimming through a prey field of squid with technology, wow, then we'd really have a story. So that's what my hope is, and I got till April until that can be invented, so if you could get on that, I'd appreciate it. All right, thank you very much.
All right, this is your opportunity to engage with the panelists. Who would like to go first?
There's one right
Oh, okay, can somebody pass this?
Whoa, it took somebody out.
Sorry I missed.
Hello, my name is Blake, relatively new graduate student here. So I had a question kind of generally about storytelling and new strategies for reaching people. So quick story, yeah, I recently watched the new Planet Earth series, and I was surprised at how, I'm ashamed to admit this, but how kind of unimpressed I was relative to the first Planet Earth series. I think the first one was so groundbreaking in the angles that they were able to get, and it seemed like 10 years later, the amount of CGI and technology that we've been exposed to since then, I think it kind of desensitizes you almost to how truly amazing these shots are. So I guess my question then is can you think of any ways, anything in your playbook that would still allow people to sort of be impacted by the beauty of the natural world if these sort of techniques might be going stale? And I'm not sure they are, but.
I would only say to that, if I could jump in, it's really, for me, it's about context. So I think, having powerful visuals is essential. You have to have pictures that sort of grab the viewer. But ultimately, we're a culture of storytellers, and from the days around the campfire, it's really about that. So the image or the motion picture becomes that much more powerful if it's told in the context of something that matters to you. And I really believe that, and that's not always done well, but it can be. So I believe that, as I think Caitlin said, the quest for technology is going to be essential, but along the way, let's not lose that storytelling component, because if it's just about, sort of whiz bang and what's the latest and greatest, then we lose something. So it's really about that, as far as I'm concerned.
I would just add on to that and say that, there's been so much fear about, Google Maps is going to make cartographers obsolete, and Instagram is going to make photographers obsolete. And I think what it's actually done, and what you're seeing, is that it has taken all of our visual literacy and just bumped it up, right? And so it means that we're all exposed to all this great imagery, and we know how a map works, and so our standards are up here. And so it means that photographers like Brian, or the best filmmakers, or people who work in these new forms of, immersive mapping, have an audience that's harder to please, but that what a wonderful thing, right? Because it means that people will appreciate the best, and the best will rise out of the volume. But to Brian's point, I think it doesn't take away the need for narrative. In fact, I think it makes it more, because to use photography as an example, everyone today can take a good picture, especially with what we've got in our pocket, right?
Well,
you can.
not
Many people can take a good picture, but very, very few people can craft a good narrative and can put it in context and can make it apply to people's lives, especially a broad public.
Yeah, I just want to also, something just came to mind. I looked over at my good friend Scott Krause over here, a great whale biologist at the New England Aquarium. And, you know, Scott and I have worked together. I did a story with Scott 10 years ago on right whales. And now that I'm working on whales again, you know, we sort of have been talking a lot recently, and he reminded me of a story, and it'll probably feature in this news story that I'm doing for the Geographic now. But it's a story about the most endangered whale in the world, the North Atlantic right whale. And several years ago, and Scott, you can correct me where I'm wrong with this, but several years ago, a right whale was seen off the coast of Norway, where they don't ever see North Atlantic right whales. And somebody saw that whale out there for several days, sort of just swimming up and down this little stretch of coast. And they took a picture of it and sent it over to Scott's team here at the aquarium and to see if they could identify it. And they did, because they've got an ID, you know, database of all those animals. And they knew the whale, and they said, wow, you know, why was it over there in Norway? And some further research was done, and it was determined that that stretch of coastline in Norway, many, many years ago, I don't know how long ago that was, Scott, but a long time ago, there was a whale factory there where they processed and killed right whales. And the right whales had all been wiped out. There are none anymore over there as a rule. And the only thing these dyed-in-the-wool scientists could imagine was that this story had been passed down of the eradication of their ancestors, and this whale was going over to sort of pine for that. Now, that's a big stretch, but if you do a story on right whales and you can include a story like that, you know, again, that's going to have to be in the text, but that's what we do at National Geographic Magazine, I think it becomes so much more powerful. You begin to see these animals as something more than, you know, just an animal, you know, that they actually have these identities. And as a storyteller, you got to get the great pictures. You know, for me, it's about getting the guy in the dentist office who's just flipping through the magazine, and, you know, you got to make one that's going to grab his attention, but maybe he reads the legend, the caption, and then wants to read the story, and you walk away with a much more complete story. So, you know, those are parts of the equation as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And also, those were fantastic photos. Really beautiful.
Thanks.
I would say something to your point, though, too. On the planet Earth, I mean, I think that the second time around that you saw it and weren't as impressed with the new one is we do get jaded with seeing the same sort of media and same sort of formats again. I mean, as storytellers or competing with media eyeballs on stuff, we've got to compete with the sneezing panda on YouTube, right? And that's hard to do. So from my perspective, using technology as a display technique, using the new augmented reality and virtual reality type tools, I think we can get people to engage with stuff a little bit longer and, you know, impress people again like the Planet Earth did. So I'm hopeful that we can find ways to use these new technologies to still bake your noodle and keep you excited about, you know, the ocean and other places that you might see in them.
And I think thinking through 4D and how in a place-based experience you can now, I mean, it's the right technology for the right story and the medium, and I'm not sure we know what all of those are. Like, we haven't figured out how to communicate climate change to the public in a broad and effective way. That has not yet happened. So, you know, we were just talking, it is a 4D experience where you feel the warming of the planet and you actually feel some of these things. Is that more effective? And in some cases, it could be an image of a starving polar bear that goes out, and that single image, you know, so I think different moments and different mediums can capture it. But when I love this intersection with the augmented reality and virtual reality and 4D, it opens up an entirely new world of storytelling. I mean, Disney's been doing it for years, but now how do we kind of make that a little bit more affordable than Disney and take it to more people to make it connect?
So there's a topic I'd like to address to all of you, because nowadays each of us sees more photographs per day than at any point in history, and we're starting to see more video, or at least more parallel bits of video that we could have access to. How do you make people care about quality given the huge quantity? of material that's there. And we could say the same thing about CGI. We could say the same thing about 3D scans. There are enormous numbers of 3D scans of things that are online that people can play with in game engines.
I think it's easier. I think the more volume and the more low level, the more the stuff like Brian's images just pop out. It's easier, I think, in that sense. I think it's much, much harder for those of us who work as editors, right? Because you've got to weed through it. But I think that, to my point before, I think there's our visual literacy is so much higher that we're looking for the things that are better. We're all reading, an analogy is we're reading at a higher grade level than we used to, which allows you to appreciate James Joyce, right? Like, and I think
It's a good analogy.
I think that didn't exist before. I don't mean to oversimplify it, but I think particularly with some of the advances in technology in terms of how do you weed out a lot of the noise and a lot of the things that don't matter. I was interested in the conversation in here before about, data and how do you use some AI to pull out the footage that doesn't matter. I think we're doing that, but right now we're doing it with editors.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I think we can get very wrapped up in how great a photograph is or is not. And obviously, at a magazine like National Geographic, there are very high standards. And with the reduction of pages these days because of budget cuts, it becomes a reality where instead of the photo story, it's more about the story photo. One photo sometimes can tell an entire story. So the photographers have to be very creative, and you look for layers in the picture, and you try to include many elements, and that's not always easy to do in the wild. But at the end of the day, I also am a believer in not being a snob about it. I think that photography, like so many things, is an individual pursuit. It's not totally objective, and if you like a certain picture, then that's fine. If you're on Instagram and something speaks to you, then that's fine. You don't have to know everything there is to know about photography or be a professional. I mean, it's how you communicate with people. So the best photographers, storytellers, ultimately have learned how to do that effectively over time and to do it time and time again every time they go out in the field. But I don't think it has to be rocket science either.
I also think that the more that people are taking pictures with the phones, there's an appreciation of how hard it is to take a great picture.
That's
right?
true. Yeah.
I think that happens
I think
too.
so.
My immediate reaction to your question was, you can't make people do anything. I think I've learned that. If I've learned one thing in my career, it's also, meeting people where they are and bringing the content to them in a way. Like, I feel like we've often been like, this is us, and we're going to drag you to us. And museums are very, very good at that. It's like, this is how we tell stories, and if you don't like it, sorry. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. We have to come to where people's expectations are going to be about how they're going to consume this content, where they're going to consume it, and kind of meet each other in the middle on that front. And so I think there has to be that, acquiescence as well. So.
Yeah, and I think too, with although there's tons of videos and photos and CGI 3D models out there, people are still drawn to genuineness. At National Geographic, we don't take pictures at game farms. It's actually a wild tiger or wild elephant. And likewise, when we do 3D scans, they're ultra high resolution copies of the real place, not a 3D model. And I think that sort of honest, real look at things still draws people in. And there's lots of studies that show that engenders caring more than models or staged photos and that sort of thing.
Okay, I don't know where the pillow is. It's somewhere in the back.
Got it over here. Hi, my name is Matt, and I had a question since a lot of the conversation has been about the visual medium, video, photos, and quality and whatnot. But I wanted to know how you see other forms of communication, particularly the written word and also the spoken word, since I'm a huge consumer of podcasts, and that's how I get actually a lot of my hard-hitting analysis and news. How have you seen those mediums change? And then the kind of follow-on in that is, what of those mediums are most effective in the ocean space, like in the sectors that you're talking about, or what are the most underutilized? Like, do there need to be more podcasts or more blogs out there talking about the kinds of issues that you address?
I mean, I think that, to go back to what's the best medium to tell the story, oftentimes the written word is, like I alluded to this, you can provide context and you can qualify things in a way you can't visually. And visually, it's like, here it is. unless you're making a process video or something. But I think the written spoken word is so great at that and so great at analogy and metaphor in ways that we can't visually. I'd also say, though, we are, and Susan talked about this, we're competing for people's time more than anything. And so we all, I think, all of us, once we're fortunate to be at a certain socioeconomic level, your most valuable resource is your time, right? And that spare time is, you're competing against the viral videos, but the podcasts, or you're reading James Joyce, or you're looking at Brian's pictures, or you're interacting through a headset with Corey. And so I think, it is a zero-sum game to some extent, but we should reach all the audiences where they are. But I'll let the more ocean people talk about the lack.
I would agree. I think a lot of it comes down to the realities of what you can do with a given amount of money or budget. So if there's a limited amount as a storyteller, you have to find, as Caitlin said, the best medium. And usually there is perhaps one best. But if you are fortunate enough to be able to sort of reach people through multiple media platforms, if it's an important enough story, then it's worth trying to do that. So with those shark stories that I did, for example, we did magazine stories. We did 4 magazine stories, but we did television documentaries. There was a museum exhibit at the National Geographic Museum last summer, and now that's traveling in different venues throughout the country. There was a book. I did radio interviews. It wasn't a podcast. I think a podcast really has a great value, even as a visual, person. I think telling a story about sharks or whales or whatever it might be through audio is very exciting. I love to listen to them. I think it's like old-fashioned radio or something, of another bygone era, and I think that's a great way to reach people. So if you can do it, if you can partner with entities who will tell those stories in multiple ways, I think it's effective, and I think it's a very exciting time to be a storyteller because there are so many ways. I remember, all I cared about was the print edition of National Geographic for many years, and as technology became available, I was interested in it, but I didn't see a value in Instagram and so forth. But now, I get it. I can reach an entirely different demographic, and with maybe just a caption, communicate something that I think is important. And I think if as a storyteller you miss those opportunities, it's a waste. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I certainly encourage all of those things. And I think it comes down to the resources, what you can do. But if you have the luxury, do it all.
One of the things I think is underutilized in storytelling in the ocean especially is audio. A lot of the video footage you see, there's no audio, or you just hear scuba bubbles going. But I mean, when you're diving in quiet underwater, it's such an amazing place, whether it's parrotfish eating the reefs or a big bait ball of fish all moving at once, sounds like a thunderstorm, and or dolphins clicking, or Kenny grumbling at me in his mask because it's time to move on. But at any rate, there's so much rich audio there that not that it would necessarily make for a standalone podcast, but I think in the ocean imagery that we see, really good audio could add an awful lot to that as well.
There's a new venue in Manhattan in New York that you can go to. It's called Ocean Odyssey Encounter. It was a branded product through National Geographic, but it's largely done through animation. But you basically take a trip through the Pacific as like a creature drifting through the Pacific, and you go through these different rooms, and you see squid fighting or bait ball and all this really cool stuff. And some of it is 3D, and other parts are just video. It looks real, but there's one part of that where you sit on these little benches in this room, and it's the night ocean in the middle of the Pacific. And I've been diving for 40 years, and I never experienced anything like that. You hear whales and cetaceans, and you sort of see this dimly lit thing in the distance that's a whale, through moonlight. And I found that, it gave me chills because I left there feeling like I had experienced that, even though in reality I never had. But to me, that was a really creative use of sound in a way that I had never experienced before. So I don't think there's any limit to what we can do, and that's what this I think event is about.
I think there was another question over here.
It's heavier than you think. Hello. So first, Katie, thank you so much for bringing these amazing folks together to talk to us about all the ways that you're reaching all these different audiences. So if the challenge is to reach a broader demographic, right, we're all used to preaching to the choir, and we're doing the same thing here today. So if the challenge is to reach a broader demographic, and it seems like you're able to figure out how to reach across generations, but a culturally diverse group, we have all these different techniques up there. You use visual imagery to make things more accessible. You can change your narrative and use different media and different tools. You're using all kinds of digital crazy ways to reach different audiences. And then you showed a really great example of how you were able to reach across cultures with technology. So if your challenge is to reach a broader spectrum of the American public, what do you envision for the future?
I think, I mean, one of the things I can speak to, like, I didn't have a really good grasp on a digital demographic. And then when we went to a museum and actually seeing the individuals that come to the Franklin Institute in this broad spectrum of interest in science, and I think we tend to have this perspective of who's interested in science, that we're often preaching to the choir. And it really is, I mean, we get everybody. Absolutely everyone walks into a museum from incredible diverse backgrounds. And I think the challenge is presenting the information in a way that's relevant to them. And I think that's a big issue, is that sometimes you're just kind of broadcasting to everyone and you're not narrowing in on what's going to be more relevant to a certain culture or a certain socioeconomic group, or, you know, different thinking through it in different ways, even just translation and language and all of those, and presentation. So that relevancy factor, I think, is really key to reaching that broader audience and putting it, and the challenge is you just can't do it. You can't slice and dice it 50 different ways to reach everybody. So it's kind of going through when you're telling that story and just imagining every different person coming up. And that's why sometimes the one-to-one, having museum educators on the floor, we can do that on the fly. Like, somebody walks up to us and I see their age, I see who they are, and I can immediately position what I'm telling them in a totally different way, and then the next person comes up, and then the next person comes up. We are actually the most effective at doing that, the fastest.
And that's that intersection you talked about, the physical and the digital?
Yeah. So I think
I would also say is, and this is one of the things I'm working on and National Geographic is very committed to, is we need to diversify the storytellers.
Yes.
Because we all have our own perspective, and even if we have been as fortunate as everyone on this panel to travel and interact with people from all different parts of the world and all different types of people, our reality and our perception is only our own. And so if we start diversifying the storytellers, A, the stories will just be told from a different perspective, and B, it will inspire the next generation to someone who doesn't look like Brian to go spend 10,000 hours under the water. And so I think that's an important thing that we talk about. That I hear the narrative a lot in tech, but it's just as important in storytelling.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And I don't know a whole lot about this, but I would also say that a big part of the stories that I do these days when I write proposals, part of that equation is an educational component. I think with school curriculums, if we can get a lot of this material that we're producing, you know, when this new whale project that I'm doing, when I wrote the original proposal, you know, I talked about the various media arms within National Geographic that I thought it could apply to, but a big part of that was education. And while I'm not an educator and I don't know a whole lot about that, I think that it wouldn't be that difficult to get the stills and video and acoustic recordings of humpback whale songs and all these other, you know, amazing sounds into schools, and that could be a real game changer. You know, if what I believe is true, that people understanding that these animals have societies, that they have parenting techniques and feeding strategies, and they isolate themselves by dialect and language, and, you know, in so many ways we can see parallels to our own culture. I think if that gets into the psyche, if that gets into sort of the belief of our own culture, we won't treat the ocean the same way. You know, I think it's going to have that game-changing effect. At least that's my hope, that without being overtly about conservation, it'll have a conservation dividend, because once you know that, you can't unknow it. You know, that story of the Norwegian humpback right whale. So I think as all of these things are great points, but I think getting it into schools everywhere is going to be an important part of that equation.
Great. Well, thank you very much to our panelists. We have to move on to the next session. And thank you to the audience as well for engaging them.
This session is still focused on sort of exploration and science, but also has a lot of components of education and public outreach, which should be very exciting. We have a new sound for when you go over time. Can you play it for us, please? So try and keep to 3 minutes, or else you're going to hear the dolphins. And the first person to come up is going to be Nick, who's going to be speaking about sharks. Yeah? Sharks? Oh, Nick is going to be speaking about sharks. Is that my cue? Yes. So here's Nick, everyone, from the New England Aquarium.
Thank you. Okay, so I see my clock is already ticking. So I have very little time, so I'm going to give you just very brief background, much briefer than usual. I was born in Jackson, Michigan, and later I discovered that shark populations are in trouble worldwide, mostly due to overfishing. And that's because fishing for sharks is very different than fishing for bony fish, for instance, because sharks have a very different life history. Sharks, compared to bony fishes, give birth to very few offspring, and only when they're older, they're very long-lived. So in order to manage sharks, we often institute catch and release rules, where you have to turn animals loose. The problem is, it's very easy to count how many sharks you kill when you keep them, but when you're actually turning them loose, it's hard to find out that number. We assume that they're just going to swim off and live long, happy lives, when in reality, we know that a certain percentage are going to die anyway. So we actually go out with fishermen and tag the animals they catch with these acceleration data loggers, these new tags that we attach to the fin of the shark, and they can actually tell us the same technology found in your Fitbit or smartphone, and we measure the depth, pitch, and tail beats so we can see second by second how the sharks swim and whether they live or whether they die. So these tags record so much information, about 100 data points every second, that it actually is too much to transmit back to us. It has to be stored to memory. So we have to get the tags back from the sharks. We also collect blood, as we're doing here, but we've invented this float package here that attaches to the fin and allows the tag to be on the shark and record data, and then later release from the fin and float up to the surface. You'll see in a second here, we attach it with a tether with a galvanic release that corrodes in seawater, and once that link corrodes, the tag comes off the fin and floats up to the surface, and we go out on a boat and listen with an antenna. And as long as we get within about 10 miles of the tag, we can find it, pick it up, and not only get our data back, but we can reuse the same tag over and over again. This means that we can actually get a much larger sample size for a lower cost than you could with conventional satellite tags. So these are the results of some work we're doing with commercial longline fishermen. You can see we've already tagged over 300 animals. And you'll notice that certain species have very low post-release mortality. So it's almost impossible to kill a sandbar or a tiger shark, for instance. But other species have much higher post-release mortality. So we're learning that you can't do what fisheries managers have been forced to do for years, which is take a post-release mortality rate from one species and apply it to another species and assume it's going to be the same. You actually have to get out on the water and put tags on the actual species you're working with. And so that's what we're doing, and that's one of the ways that we are transforming science into action at the Anderson Cabot Center for Ocean Life at New England Aquarium. Thank you.
I think he timed that. Okay, I'm Scott Krause. I'm Vice President and Senior Science Advisor at the New England Aquarium. I'm going to take you into a big picture question that's been bothering me for a little while. So generally, because of the storytelling that's been going on here today, everyone knows there's lots of interesting wildlife in the ocean. And there are a lot of components to it, most of which none of you have ever seen, and most of the public has never seen. So for example, this includes a lot of seabirds which travel from land to shore, from land to the open ocean. Fin whales, you've got bluefin tuna on the left side there, beaked whales, which none of you have ever seen, obscure but common shelf-edge animals at very deep depths. In the lower right-hand corner, for those of you who are not biologists, is the only animal ever developed by a committee. And leatherback sea turtles, and then all the midwater fish, including commercial fish species, which you mostly ever see in a supermarket. Now, this is what we do in the oceans, and most people don't think about it. We've already fairly heavily industrialized our section of the North Atlantic. This includes commercial fishing density in the yellow-orange heat map colors. All of the purple lines represent cables or undersea cable lines, usually transatlantic and so on. The large red blocks are military operations, and there are light blue colors in there which are going to be wind farms. It does not include things like deep ocean dumping sites. It does not include the proposed seismic operations off the east coast of the United States, nor does it include any future industrialization that we might think about. So here's the trick. We don't actually know what most of those animals require to survive in the ocean. The definition of critical habitat by the federal government right now is it's got to be some place to eat. So if you got a place where there's a lot of food for your animal, that's critical habitat. Well, that's like saying that you can live in a house as long as it only has a kitchen. Everything else you don't need, right? So the way to think about this is that we are imposing an industrial civilization into the oceans without actually understanding what the consequences are for most species that live there. And it's important for us to sort of get a handle on this. And our failure to do so represents actually a failure in storytelling. Scientists have been too caught up in the 95% confidence intervals and all the details about their science, and not enough concerned about the long-term consequences of industrializing across multiple taxa. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Mara Freilich. I'm a graduate student here at MIT and at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. And so I grew up and I had a garden where I could plant tomatoes, I could plant strawberries, and I noticed how things changed throughout the season. The different weeds would grow depending on what I had planted. And so now I'm a physical oceanographer and I am interested in studying how life in the ocean is affected by ocean physics. And what's different about the ocean is that you can't go back to the same place day after day, year after year, and notice how it changes. And so what I'm really excited about and interested in is how can we do this? How can we follow particular water masses, particular habitats for ocean life, and see how they're changing through time in order to really understand the ecology of the ocean at the scale at which that ecology is taking place. So more than 99% of the biomass in the ocean is microscopic. So as much as we can talk about whales and these macroscopic organisms that are so charismatic, the foundation of life is life that we can't see. And so one way that we can do this is if we have intimate knowledge of the ocean physics, then we can follow a particular water mass, and as we follow that water mass, look at how the life evolves on this water mass. And so we were able to do this summer in the Mediterranean Sea. We saw high chlorophyll water, which means that it came from the surface where life can grow, subducted below the surface, and we were able to sample it repeatedly. We noticed the biomass decreased as we went down. So the organisms die as they moved out of the light, but also that the community seemed to change. So there was something happening in this community process, and this is something we don't yet know. I just collected these samples a few months ago, where we saw more Prochlorococcus. These aren't very charismatic. These are green cells. The other Senecacoccus are orange cells. And eukaryotes are a little bit more diverse, but still pretty much just round green cells. But other changes happened as we went down. For example, the organisms consume nitrate, and as they're consumed, the nitrate goes back into the water, so we saw that happening. The organisms produce oxygen. As they were consumed, oxygen was consumed as well. And lastly, the amount of chlorophyll, of light harvesting pigment called chlorophyll increased as we went down in the ocean as well. So I think these organisms were adapting to being in these lower light conditions. And what I'm really, really excited about is not just knowing how these ecosystems change as we follow particular water mass, but it's really difficult to measure the motion of water in the ocean itself. And so could we use the rate of change of these organisms as they go through the water to measure things about the physical oceanography as well? So using both physical oceanography and biology at an intimate level to understand the dynamics of each of those.
Hi everyone, I'm Clément Dior. I'm scientist in the Responsive Environment Group at MIT Media Lab. I will start my talk with a recent French studies which show up that 80% of bird population disappear in our campaign during the last 20 years. And more than that, 50% of the species cannot be found anymore. The author concludes that this happened because of the intensive development of large-scale industrial firm in our campaign, which has destroyed most of the natural habitat of animals. And that's why, and this raises a lot of questions about what kind of the future that we can expect. The next generation, should they discover animal only on zoo? And more than that, what can be the long-term consequences of such drop down of the biodiversity? That's why our research group has been taking part in a restoration program of an industrial scale cranberry farm in the southwest of Massachusetts into a wetland environment. We deployed a lot of sensors in order to monitor the restoration process during the ground restoration itself, the plant, the local climate, as well as the wildlife activity. Indeed, the wildlife activity is a very determinant indication about the well-being of the restoration process. For that, we deploy 24 microphones on the area that are processed in real time in order to detect the animal sound. We use deep learning technology, a system called TIDZAM that we developed by our own, using deep learning technology in order to learn directly from the acoustic scene the different sound from the animal. We use a closed learning loop between the system and the visitor of the site, which include environmental scientists, in order to teach to the system what we are supposed to have a bit of sound, but yeah. So the system can progressively learn how it looks like the sound of an animal, and some expert can indicate to the system, oh, this animal is probably a frog or a bird, and progressively to iterate in order to improve the classifier refinement. Something that can be interesting for the Ocean initiative is to deploy. Is to develop such technology in the ocean acoustic environment in order to monitor the migration paths of the animal, like whale or whatever. I think I'm over. Thank you for your attention.
Hello. So where Clément talked about how we could use sensing and AI to learn more about the environment in a restoration setting, I'm going to talk a bit about that setting as well, but also talk about another kind of restoration we're doing there. So time in nature restores our attention. And this is something that technology tends to take away, particularly when it comes to natural settings. So technology takes our attention to everything but the natural world. And it also tends, in a similar way, to hew to these grids. Industrialized processes manage ecosystems for productivity by making grids, much like technology does for the kinds of tasks that we imagine. So we've been experimenting with ways of connecting to this network of sensors and microphones in ways that enhance presence while also giving access to this additional layer of knowledge. Our most recent effort in this regard is called Here There. It's a wearable device that you can put on, and it gives you access to this augmented layer of sound. It doesn't block your ears. It gives you additional sound by bone conduction, and it lets you hear through the microphones that are all around you, the hydrophones in the water, and sonifications of the sensor data in the environment. So it gives you these new sensitivities. A lot of people go into a forest and they think, wow, it's so quiet and peaceful here. But as soon as they leave, it gets really loud and cacophonous. And that's because humans disturb wildlife when they walk in forests. And so being able to hear at a distance lets you kind of discover these new interactions that can occur. And yeah, so you can also go back in time and like listen to what it sounded like before the restoration when it was really quiet, or kind of in the present, expand your perception. Here's a quick video of some of the subjects that I had in a recent study describing their experience.
As I move my head, I go from hearing the tree birds, and now I'm hearing more ducks and geese, and I put on my supersonic beam action. And now that's really all I'm getting.
There's that confusion between, is it coming from the headphones or is it coming from my ears? I hear crows. Do you hear them? So that must be the microphones.
So I'm getting a sense of distant insects. Right there.
I can hear geese flying north as opposed to south, which is what they're doing right now.
Wind that's coming and going over there.
So if I was here on a hot, humid day, I'd be hearing something different. Oh, that is nuts.
This is a tool for exploring a landscape.
So the last thing I'll say about this is that there's a real potential to consider kind of dolphins. The way in which AI can extend this dramatically further. Already, we use Clément's AI to adjust the balance of the different sounds, but we can start to think of finding rare birds, but at a safe distance so that we don't disturb them, or walking through the first historic appearance of new wildlife in a restored setting. And that's all. Thank you.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Catherine McConaughey, and I'm a member of the Learning Initiative team here at the Media Lab. I'm very excited to be here today speaking with you all because the Open Ocean Initiative and the Learning Initiative are soon to embark on a new project together, and I thought this would be a great time for me to tell this community a little bit more about the work that the Learning Initiative is doing here at the lab. So we work to design and support creative learning communities, both inside the lab and outside the lab. Within the lab, we support a fellowship program for Media Lab graduate students who are working on research related to learning and education. You can see their beautiful faces up here behind me. And in addition to supporting and funding their time here at the lab, we run monthly meetings with them. We bring in interesting speakers, host seminars, plan events, things like that. Outside the lab, to interface outside the lab, we work with Media Lab researchers and research groups to take their work and wrap it in a learning experience that can then be shared with broader communities. A couple examples of those types of projects you can see here. One we did in collaboration with the Lifelong Kindergarten Group was called Learning Creative Learning. We designed an online course and community for educators, parents, designers, tinkerers who are interested in learning more about the pedagogies and design values behind tools like Scratch, integrating them into their classrooms and with their children and things like that. So with the Lifelong Kindergarten Group, we designed some software tools, some learning activities to support this very non-traditional type of online course that's not about lectures and transmission of content and assessment, but rather is about building a community, getting these types of activities into classrooms, getting teachers to support each other, reflecting and practicing hands-on activities together. Another project that we have is called the Public Library Innovation Exchange, where we're working with a variety of researchers from the Media Lab to take their work and help them translate it into the context of public libraries. We're very excited about public libraries as spaces for local, community-based learning, and we want to see more Media Lab researchers working with public librarians. So in order to do that, this project is pairing up Media Lab researchers with public librarians to design projects together. We're also building this community of librarians who are interested in deploying Media Lab research in their public libraries. So that's sort of just to give you a quick overview of the work, the type of work that the Learning Initiative is doing in collaboration with Media Lab research groups. And we'll be starting this soon with Open Ocean as well as the Open Agriculture and Space initiatives, specifically targeting K-12 teachers and students. And we're very excited to start this project. So if you're interested at all in learning more, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
So I'm Laura Perovich. I'm in the Object-Based Media Group. So this project started with Seaboat. So this is a tool that we created to help communities visualize the water quality data in their neighborhood on-site and in real time. So it's basically a remote control boat with custom sensors that measure water quality and then display the data as a LED color that's visible to the people immediately. So they can drive the boat around and explore the local water quality and see if it corresponds to any industry activity or sewage overflow pipes that might be in the area. They can also create use long exposure photography to create artistic images that represent and document this data for them. So we started by deploying this at a small scale on the Charles River, but then we wanted to partner with a community group to really scale it up. So we partnered with Green Roots, who's an environmental organizing nonprofit in Chelsea, Massachusetts, to deploy it there. So Chelsea is a really energized community, and they're very engaged. Chelsea is also the industrial center for the greater Boston area. A lot of the waterfront is zoned for industry, and it has oil storage facilities, a fruit distribution center. It has all the road salt for the greater Boston area, and Logan Airport is right nearby as well. So these resources are used by the whole broader region, but the environmental and health burden of these organizations are really impact the Chelsea community the most. So we're really excited to see if Seaboat could be useful there and to do a series of summer workshops with ECO, who's our high school group. As soon as we took Seaboat there, we found that there was actually a lot of other problems that we had to address before we could get the boat on the water. First of all was just accessing the water. Since it's zoned for industry, there's not a lot of community access points. So we partnered with some local businesses to try and borrow their docks from time to time. And we also were part of the participatory Pokemon Go project and created a Pokestop in one of the local parks, which was a few water access points in the area, to try and get more people aware of it and using it. Second, we need to know more about local infrastructure. So information about the outflow pipes from industry into the water is not readily available, so we went out on kayaks and explored the area ourselves to try and find these. Finally, we needed to know more about the baseline data for the river. So we looked at the open data available by the EPA and quickly found that it's something you really need a lot of research background and expertise to access it. So we're working now to try and make this data more open so communities can use it as well. And we're really eager to go forward with this project over the summer. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jeremy. I'm an undergraduate senior in the MIT Aeroastro department. But today, I'd like to talk to you about some of my research involving methods of using data visualization and imagery to convey and spread a wider understanding of ocean climate change issues, such as sea level rise, ocean warming, acidification, hypoxia, overfishing. We're living in a golden age of satellite observation. Some of you may have seen this graphic earlier today in one of the panels, but we can track everything from cloud cover to soil moisture to ocean currents. But in these couple minutes, I'm going to be sharing a story of sea level rise and how we can use data visualization to engage people on a more personal level to be aware of this issue. So this graphic produced by JPL, it shows 22 years of sea level rise. A recent study found that on average we've been seeing about 3 millimeters globally of sea level rise per year for the past 20 years. Not only that, this rate is accelerating so that by 2100 we're pretty much locked in for about 65 centimeters or a little over 2 feet of global sea level rise. You can see the graph in the bottom right is tracking these changes over time, even through seasonal variations. Also of note, the El Nino events of 1998 and 2014, 2015 can clearly be seen in the equatorial band off of the coast of South America in the Pacific, where we see huge thermal masses of water increasing local sea level rise in those areas. So it's interesting to have this global perspective, but to really make these issues relevant to people, you need to do a couple more things. First, you need to make this local. People generally care most about what's in their immediate vicinity. So in terms of the Boston area, we can make this point much stronger by showing on this map in the upper left low-lying areas in the Boston region that are particularly susceptible to sea level rise and storm surge inundation in the coming years. In the bottom left, you can see a graph that in the past 10 years, we've already experienced about twice as much coastal flooding events as the decadal average for the past century. Now, sharing these bits of information can be startling and alarming and get people's attention, but to really keep people engaged, you need to provide actionable opportunities for action for people to get involved in these things. In the context of sea level rise, one of the, perhaps the best thing we can all do is individually reduce our carbon footprint. And an easy way to do this is just making simple changes in your diet. This data from the USDA shows that even just removing beef from your diet can reduce the carbon effects of that portion of your footprint by 25 to 45%. For those who want a more direct involvement, there are plenty of citizen and government initiatives to begin installing artificial oyster reef barriers or other such initiatives on coasts all across the Atlantic. This picture shows an effort in Alabama, but similar to like seabed grasses or seagrass beds and natural coral reefs, these barriers provide an additional buffer against storm surges and sea level rise in the coming years. So this is just one example, one area of ocean climate change issues that we can map visualization to then direct action. And I'm hoping to continue with these other issues to provide solutions for people to feel engaged in these global problems. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Max, and I'm going to start with a question. So what if we could use everyday English language to interact with environmental databases? I don't know if you've had the same experience as I have, but when you're looking for data, there's so much available. It's hard to find what solves the questions that you need. And if you're trying to get more people engaged in solving these sorts of questions, you need to make these tools not just available, but accessible. I think one of the biggest barriers is just in the language itself. So I've demonstrated this by looking at two publication records. One of them is scientific journals, one of them is from newspaper journals. And so on the left of this graph, you can see words that are used almost exclusively in scientific publications. On the right, it's words that are used almost exclusively in public-facing journalistic publications. And so I think this graph shows that there's a huge gap between how scientists and journalists talk about climate change. And I think that this presents a problem if we want to get people to be able to answer the questions that they care about. On the right of this graph, like what's happening with the politics, what's happening with fossil fuels. If scientists are only speaking about precipitation and models and species, there's a divide between these groups. And I think there's an opportunity for us to bridge this divide. Using machine learning and specifically some natural language processing tools. So I'm part of a research group at MIT that is working in collaboration with researchers at IBM to develop these sorts of tools. But essentially, we want to be able to link topics from the environmental databases to topics that people naturally ask about from your natural language, from your natural queries that you would ask of these databases. And we think that it's entirely possible to use tools that already exist to make these linkages between these topics. And I think that by doing this, we're going to put the true power of these environmental databases into the hands of everyone.
Hello. My name is Travis Rich, and for a few years now I've been working on a open publishing platform called PubPub. And so I spend a lot of time talking to people, to scientists who care a lot about how their research and how their science is communicated. And the thing that comes up almost every single time is how hard it is to distinguish science from the profession of science. And by that, I mean that so much of what scientists do and how they perform, we think of ourselves as these Vulcan-like logic-based people, but really what we're doing at the end of the day is kind of just fashion a lot of the time. And that's not to say that fashion isn't useful, but that it's based on culture and it's based on opinion much more so than logic and evidence-based paths forward. And so the most embarrassing place that I see this all the time is the way that we as scientists are pushed to portray ourselves on the left and how that's changed over time. On the left, you have Dr. Werder and Nikola Tesla reading a book, which I think we can all relate to. On the right, you have pictures that our university pushed us to take, us wearing lab coats we never wore before, us doing like all these really intense breakthrough type of things. And so if this is the most embarrassing, I think the most important way that it changes us is how we actually communicate our work, and to Max's point, how we relate it to the public. On the left, you can relate to reading a book. You can't relate to wearing a lab coat and playing with these fancy lasers. And so I think a lot of these fashions are often not based on, like I was saying, efficiency or usefulness or things like that, but they're based on the business models of corporate publishers and what they want science to look like. And so I think we know that this doesn't have to be the case because it hasn't always been the case. Like these pictures, the history of science did not always look like it does today. The history of peer review and structure does not look like it did today. Isaac Newton was not sending papers to Elsevier in a call for papers for his approval. He was sending letters to other nobility that could afford to be scientists. They were much less doing peer review and much more doing pen pal review. So here's a rare photo of Newton at the post office. And so I think what we've been doing with PubPub is we're hoping to let people not be boxed in by the sort of fashion of professional science and let people be creative and experimental and creative in the way that they publish. So whether that means publishing your visualizations, publishing your data, publishing it for scientists, and then publishing it again for laymen. If it means pretending you're Matt Damon in The Martian and doing a video log of what you did every day on your exploration, that's all important. And so if this sounds nifty to you guys, feel free to check out pubpub.org or check out one of the communities that have already been running on PubPub for a little while. Katie and Ariel and myself have also been putting some time, mostly Katie and Ariel, into the Journal of Open Exploration, which is hopefully going to capture all this kind of stuff. So let's build this thing. Thanks.
Hello. My name is Casey Zakroff. I'm in the MIT Hui Joint Program in Biological Oceanography, and I spend most of my time raising squid eggs under ocean acidification. But I'm not going to talk to you about that. I'm actually here to talk to you about my other passion, which is science communication, and in particular, science communication in the form of comics, how we can learn from comics and apply science communication through comics. And so my point here, the thing that I'm positing as a hypothesis, is that science communicators and comics artists actually share a pretty common goal. It's to communicate visual narratives as efficiently and concisely as possible in order to convey a story, to convey information, whether that be an illustration of my own work or something like a newspaper comic that you might be more familiar with. And I bring this up, A, because it's Monday, so Garfield is relevant, but B, because I want you to look past the bias of comics as pulp, comics as juvenile, or comics as throwaway superhero material, and really look at the structure of this, in which the design and intent of this is 3 panels in sequence brought to you to tell a story as digestively and effectively as possible. It's quick and it's effective. And really, question, is that not what I am doing right here, right now? Presenting 3 panels to you in juxtaposed, deliberate sequence in order to convey a narrative to you as quickly and effectively as possible. And so I've put together a poster on this that I presented at conference talking about how posters are essentially comics as they're sequences of images and telling a story. And I'm actually putting together a journal article for integrative and comparative biology that will be talking about how posters, oral presentations, and journal articles all can be sort of interfaced as comics so that we as science communicators can learn from an existing methodology how to tell sequential visual narratives better. Now, on the flip side, science is a really good narrative to put into the comics genre, and it's actually a growing genre in comics. So this is Primates. This was a New York Times bestseller by Jim Adiavani and Maris Wicks. And this is talking about the field science of Jane Goodall, Brute Galdikas, and Diane Fossey, and how they were foundational in bringing women into science and sort of changing primatology. And comics have the advantage of being immediately engaging and accessible to a wide variety of audiences because they don't feel as daunting as the typical nonfiction scientific narrative. In part, cartooning has this advantage of the more simplified a form is, and again, I'm asking you to look at cartoons without the bias you might have of their juvenility, there's a psychology to making a form more simple as we, as humans, impose a sense of self on more simplified faces and forms. And so comics, in effect, become more participatory. We see ourselves in the roles of the characters. We see ourselves as Jane Goodall. And in that, we can experience what it's like to do fieldwork while she's doing the fieldwork, while she's dealing with the weather, and while she's talking about what it is to be a non-academic, to be changing the way they did primate behavior, and to be a woman in science. So I really want to, if you guys want to talk to me about either of these points, I'm available to chat about these things. Thank you.
Water has been in the news quite a bit lately. All eyes are currently on Cape Town as day zero approaches, when it could become the first major city to run out of water. Last summer, 40 million people in South Asia were devastated by floods and landslides, and closer to home, residents of Flint, Michigan were exposed to lead in their drinking water after a botched water supply switch. These kinds of stories aren't going to go away anytime soon. We're going to be seeing stronger storms, longer droughts, larger populations, and aging infrastructure, so cities and their water utilities are going to be stressed more than ever. My name's Quantum Wei. I'm with the MIT Water Club, and we're developing Thirsty Cities, which is a game that places students in the shoes of a water utility. We think this is super important, and I'm going to tell you why. Turn on a faucet, and clean water comes out. It's kind of magical. We don't have to think about how the water got to the tap or where it goes after it flows down the drain. Hint, a lot of that stuff ends up in the ocean. We only hear about water utilities when something goes wrong, and so it's out of sight, out of mind. That in itself isn't an issue, but it becomes an issue when people aren't willing to pay for their water. Water utility budgets get slashed because there's lack of public support, and they can't pay to fix the leaking pipes. So with Thirsty Cities, we want to get students to think about their water delivery systems and raise awareness about all the hard work that it takes to ensure a clean, reliable supply of water. Every city in the world right now has access to a consistent supply of water, even the ones that are currently in a drought. It's wastewater, the water that we flush down our toilets. We can take that wastewater, purify it, and drink it. It's called water reuse, and Namibia has been doing it for 50 years, over 50 years. San Diego tried it out in 1989, but the project got dubbed toilet to tap, and it died off due to public opposition. So public perception is crucial. Through Thirsty Cities, we want to familiarize people with the tools that are going to help us solve tomorrow's water problems. So the next time a water reuse project comes along, people might think, oh cool, I know what that is. Let's give it a shot. Our climate change models tells us that there are some places where we're going to see either too much rain or none of it. That's too much rain or no rain at all. How do you plan for that? We need to get the next generation thinking about the challenges that lie ahead, because they're going to be the ones that are going to have to solve those problems. Today's kids are going to be the ones running tomorrow's water utilities, and we want to inspire them. So above all, we want Thirsty Cities to be fun to play. And we've had a blast play testing it so far. So if you're passionate about water or outreach and want to help us out, please get in touch. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gualtiero. I'm a PhD student in oceanography at MIT in Hui. But I'm also here to represent the MIT Water Club. And as Quantum mentioned, we are a student group that engages and fosters collaboration and communication among students, researchers, institutes across campus to talk about their research related to water. And that ranges from filtration technologies to urban planning, rural development, climate change, oceanography, hydrology. And what I'm here is offering an opportunity to tell your story. One of our major events is happening next month. It's on the UN World Water Day. And this is an opportunity to engage with an audience and share the research, the work that you're doing, that your lab is doing, that local universities are doing related to water. It's a night of communicating, of practicing your story, of sharing what you do. It happens in Walker Memorial. It features research posters, technology exhibits. First time this year, we're featuring art, installations, interactive exhibits. And the key is really we want to connect with the whole community, be that scientists in your discipline, scientists across departments, families, children. We feature a keynote by an astronaut and professor on campus. So we're trying to connect the space picture, the ocean picture, and water being a unifying theme across these domains. The focus this year is on outreach. So we have this Thirsty City Games happening. We're contacting local high school community groups to engage them with the research at MIT. And I think this is an opportunity, again, to present your work. So if you are interested, I've seen a lot of artwork and research presented earlier today. Reach out to us. We'd love to present it to you. We think it'd be a really engaging experience to talk and communicate and get out of the bubble of your research in your lab and really connect about your work. Thank you.
Okay, hello, my name is Tom Concy. I'm with the MIT Sea Grant program, and I'd like to talk to you about an idea that's been kicking around for some time. It actually, I conceived it in the sort of back in the days when PowerPoint was the high technology, so forgive my slides. But anyway, the idea is, I think our second talk, the fellow mentioned that a lot of the creatures that are in the water aren't seen, and he talked about the large pelagic fish that are out there, things that you can't put in a fish tank. But I would say also that if you went to the New England Aquarium and went out to the piers, say it was in the summer and there was lots of junk going on there, and if you just went down and scraped with your hands the junk along the pier and your hand came up like all sticky and gooey, well, that's filled with amazing, amazing creatures. And that's the microorganisms or the tiny millimeter-sized organisms. And they're really the constellation or the world of creatures that are not commonly seen in zoos or science museums or public aquariums. And that's what this idea is focused on, is how can I look at a small organism, a protozoan, say a paramecium, or a copepod, as if it were a fish in a fish tank. So I could see it moving around in all its 3D glory. So now any of you who have used a microscope realize, because of optics and things like depth of field, that we have to squish these poor creatures down into 2 dimensions, like this Larson comic here says. I don't know if that's Uncle Floyd or an air bubble. Pretty much you have that situation when you're looking at microscopic creatures. Their 3-dimensional world is squashed down, and they're not moving correctly, and they're probably even misshapen. So our idea was to create a movable microscope that can, using a motorized XYZ gantry, move around in a small tank full of pond scum, if you will, or other types of marine, freshwater, or brackish water microscopic creatures. Here I used a borescope, which is one of these things that surgeons use to look into people, but maybe nowadays with iPhones, imaging technology and microscope and tiny lenses have advanced so much that we can get good images out of that. But the whole idea is I have my microscope, and I can drive it around in a small tank of water, as if I were driving the Alvin. And indeed, my vision of an exhibit in the New England Aquarium, say, was for the user interface to look like the panel of the Alvin, and I can drive it through, and on the video camera, I actually see what this roving microscope sees. And I can see a rock full of fuzzy things and then move close and see, it's some sort of hydroids, and they're eating little crustaceans. Okay? So in the future, well, for one thing, this slide shows you the really varied communities that we can look at, biofouling communities, which I mentioned when scraping off of things, live rock, coral communities, even a diseased dead fish will have a variety, a whole microscopic kingdom, if you will, growing on its side. in the future, we can use all kinds of technologies as listed up there. So if anybody is interested in this, there's a lot of research that can branch out from it. I'm happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ian Lim. I'm from MIT Design Lab, where we focus on human-centered experience design and really thinking about how to situate technology within society. How many have you been to the aquarium in Boston? So yes, with the 50-year anniversary of the aquarium coming up very soon, together with the Media Lab, the aquarium, and also with the Open Ocean Initiative, we've started to think about the future of the aquarium in 2069. So what would be the experience like in the aquarium in the future? What is the role of the aquarium in this future society, in the future city? And what could be a potential experience that we can start prototyping now with the tools and the technology that we have in hand? So what we did was, during IAP in January, we invited students from MIT, from undergraduate, graduate programs, and also from schools nearby, including Wellesley and Boston College and so forth, to start to think about this future of the aquarium experience. It was a 1-week really intense workshop, and this is really a start of the collaboration. And I brought a short video of the workshop that I would like to share with you. So if we can get the sound in this one.
Our idea for wanting to partner with both the Design Lab and the Media Lab at MIT was really just the notion of thinking about both engagement and technology and how they can work together.
The MIT Design Lab partnered with the New England Aquarium, and we created pluridisciplinary teams to brainstorm, to imagine and to envision how new media, new technologies can improve the experience of the visit of the aquarium, but also educate citizens to different issues.
I really would like to get some ideas that I never even thought about. That's probably my number one hope, because we want to be able to break the mold of the way people think about structures like aquarium.
So I think one of the most important things the students are going to bring to the table at the workshop is really their openness and again, really their creativity and bringing their skills and expertise, which is extremely varied, to these sort of broader engagement problems and really how can we look at the future.
I'm thinking of this not just as a workshop where we do something and then we in the aquarium go back to our day jobs, but rather I'm looking at this as the opening of what I hope will be a very rich ongoing set of research project.
So one of the big issues that we've been working on in this workshop is how to imagine the aquarium 50 years from now. So what we've been encouraging the students to do is not think about this project in terms of artifacts or what the details of the tech will be, but instead think of the human experience of this.
I'm a member of the New England Aquarium, so I go there all the time, but it was really great to hear how they engage with the Cambridge and Boston communities. I also really liked hearing about their mission statement, engage, educate, and action. I think that that'll be really important design principles for this project.
If I'm going to think about the aquarium in the future, I think we should think about how storytelling and technology integrate in the design of the process of how people engage with the aquarium.
So how can you go into an aquarium, have all this information presented to you in the right way so it's relevant, so you're learning, so you can actually retain it and have it stick with you after you leave.
Even beyond just what was accomplished within that short period of time is what could be done in the next year and a half leading up to the 50th anniversary of the aquarium, and how much broader we could be and really honing in on what the aquarium could actually do both in the short term and for this longer term vision.
So where we are now is not at the end, but rather a beginning of a collaboration. So we at the Design Lab and Media Lab will continue to explore technology, but really focus on the human experience and dream up new ways that the aquarium can further its mission. With the 50th anniversary of the aquarium coming up, we're very excited to take on this challenge to envision the future of the New England Aquarium.
So this really sums up the whole workshop that we did, and we had really interesting projects that the students team explored, and we really look forward to collaborating continuously with both the Media Lab and the aquarium, and also the Open Ocean Initiative in the next year and a half. Thank you.